Chapter 195, First Come, First Served. Not too long after they resumed the exploration, Togami's party arrived in a place that had a completely different feel compared to the other areas. That place was untouched by the plants. The border between the floor and the wall of that room was pure white to the point that it was hard to spot. Togami signaled the whole party to stop. "Reina, did you get any readings? Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to go through here. I don't see any more augmented reality signboards past this place. It might be adjusted so that normal people can't see them. Can you check using the staff setting?" "I can try, but it might be pointless. Even if I can, it might take too much time. If there's a warehouse only for staff, it should be somewhere ahead. I think we're closer to our target now, let's go." They went into that hallway carefully. Walking through it threw off their sense of time, but for them, it was a common thing inside a ruin. If this place was kept clean because of the cleaning drones, then it would not be strange for them to encounter security drones too. Those kinds of drones were harder to defeat than common monsters. Getting hypnotized by that ambience of the old world tended to be fatal even for hunters with augmented suits. As they moved carefully deeper into the hallway, they spotted another hunter standing guard near the entrance of a room. That hunter also noticed Togami's party and immediately shouted at them, "Stop there. If you get any closer, we'll see that as an act of hostility. Where are you from? If you're from the Uzumo industry, show your ID." Togami showed that he had no wish to fight as he answered, "We're hunters from Drankum. We're here looking for relics and got here by pure chance." The hunter lowered his guard for a bit and contacted his other hunter friends. Not too long after that, another hunter came out from the room to confirm what was going on. That hunter was the leader of the team, Kurosawa. Kurosawa saw Togami and raised his eyebrows. He said that they are hunters from Drankum. "What should we do? Should we send them back?" "No need to do that. There's no need to pick a fight with Drankum. I'll talk with them myself to warn them not to do anything suspicious. After all, I bet half of it is a lie when he said that they got here by chance. So basically they too. I'll leave them to you then." Yeah. Kurosawa already knew about Togami from Shikarabe when they went to drink together. He remembered that conversation well since it was rare for Shikarabe, who hated young hunters, to highly praise Togami. He thought that it was weird to meet him here. But nonetheless, he invited Togami and his party in. Kurosawa listened to what Togami had to say not too far from the entrance of that room. "I'm Kurosawa, the leader of the hunters here. I'm Togami, the leader of this team." "I see. Well now, let's have a talk between team leaders. I let you guys in since it would be bad to cause a scene in the hallway, but once we're done here, it would be great if you can keep away from this place. It's for the sake to avoid any unnecessary fights, you see." Togami slightly curled his lips. "We're here looking for relics. I can understand that you don't want us to come to this room, but I don't see any reason why we need to keep out from this place." "Oh, but there's a reason for that." "Really?" Togami's expression that only showed reluctance and slight irritation immediately showed hostility. As the leader of the team, it was not like Togami could just accept that demand. His gaze toward Kurosawa turned sharp. But even so, Kurosawa stayed calm. "You're here looking for the old world automaton, right? Although I don't know if the source of your information is the same as ours. If it was, then you're out of luck. We have secured the warehouse first, it's just up ahead." "Yeah?" Togami's face turned completely flabbergasted. Reina was the same too. "Are you being serious here?" "Yeah, the small room ahead houses cases of 4 old-world automata. Although we only checked them by looking through the case, it seems that they're in pretty good shape too. I thought that rumor was not that credible, but it turned out that we hit the jackpot." "4 of them?" Reina once again hung her head down, and this time, it was deeper than last. Kurosawa smiled bitterly. He understood how that felt. "We're in the middle of securing this place while waiting for the specialist dispatched by Uzumo Industry. Having other hunters roaming around this place might lure in some monsters, not to mention that those are definitely priceless relics. So it might invite a misunderstanding if you stick around. We might begin to think that you guys are waiting for a chance to snatch them away from us. It's just that dangerous having other hunters around. That's why I want you to keep away from this place after this. I hope that you can understand. Kurosawa had a light smile when he was talking up until now, but then his gaze suddenly turned sharp. But if you insist on staying around after this, we'll see that as an act of hostility. So we will handle that situation accordingly. Togami and Reina were hanging their heads low, but with that light intimidation from Kurosawa, they immediately frowned and flinched back. Shirori and Kane slightly shifted their stances to protect Reina. As for Akira, he did not show any reaction to that at all. Kurosawa returned back to his usual light smile. Well, to be honest, I have no plans to get into trouble with Drankum if it can be helped. And I know that Drankum is aiming to be a well-reputed hunter gang from the city management's point of view, right? It's better for both of us to stay away from unnecessary fighting. So, what do you think? To be honest, I want to solve this peacefully if possible. Now that Kurosawa said that he had no wish to fight them and he even brought up Drankum too, Togami had no other choice but to comply. Alright, but I want to talk this out with my team first as to what to do next. So it would be helpful if you allow us to stay here for a bit longer. Very well. But 10 minutes. That's all the time you have. It would be troublesome if you use this place as a resting place after all. Meanwhile, feel free to come to me if you have anything you want to ask. I'll answer your questions if it's something that I can answer. Kurosawa then left Togami's party alone. Togami heaved a huge sigh as if to expel everything inside his heart. Although he said that he wanted to stay in that room for a bit longer to talk with his party about what to do next, to be honest, he just wanted to get some time to gather his motivation again. Others understood that, so they were just standing there in silence. When they had spent 5 minutes of their precious 10 minutes, Reina shook her head as if to shake off the disappointment on her face. She then pulled herself together and gathered her resolve. Well, I was already prepared for something like this to happen, let's just move on. Togami, what's the plan now? Togami was a bit surprised to see that Reina recovered sooner than he had expected, but he was being careful not to show that on his face. Let's forget about the automaton and look for common relics instead. Or we can pin our hope on finding other old-world automata in here by searching other buildings too. Or, if it isn't worth looking for common relics here, we can just head back home. Basically, these are the options available to us. So, we either continue the exploration or stop here. To be honest, I'm not sure myself. So, what do you guys think? Togami thought that it would be dangerous to continue the exploration when everyone was in such a bad mood. That was why he asked for others' opinions there. Shirori took the initiative and answered first. Very well, I put one vote to return back. It's important to be able to adapt to unforeseen circumstances, but you should know when to give up as well. We should not explore when our minds are focused on something else, and that is also true we get too greedy. In order to readjust our equipment, I believe that it would be better to return back. Kane realized that Shirori was trying to turn the discussion into a vote. She then smiled and said, in that case, I put one vote on continuing the exploration. It's just that, I haven't gotten my fill of fights yet, so I don't really mind either way whether you want to look for old-world automata or normal relics. Shirori sent an intense glare at Kane, but Kane looked back as though saying, well, you did turn it to a discussion that has to be voted on. Either way is fine for me. If there's a stalemate, I put a vote on the same one as Togami. He's the leader at the moment after all, and I did promise him that I'll follow him for now, that I agree with Akira too. You're the leader today, so it's up to you. Akira thought that he was an outsider in this case, that was why he let Togami decide. But for Reina, she was taking advantage of Togami since she could not decide. Togami hummed, with Akira and Reina leaving it to him, he could not share the responsibility in case he made a wrong decision there. As the leader of the team, he had to make a decision before he ran out of time, and he did not have much time left. Some of the hunters in that room looked a bit surprised at Togami's party. A maid? There are maids here. Those guys are hunters from Drankum, right? So that rumor about the gang paying maids for the hunters is true. I bet those maids are only using an augmented suit that looks like a maid uniform. It must be based on an augmented suit that they found in some ruin. After all, old-world clothes are really durable for some reason. But they do have an aura of being real maids though? Although, only one of them does. Even if they're real maids, do you really think that they will come to ruin with maid uniforms? Of course not. Well, it's not like I know a real maid though, so I can't really say that for sure. Now that you mention it, that's kinda true. I heard that there are companies offering combat-trained maids as bodyguards for the people in the inner walls, you know. So they might have something to do with that type of corporation. They might even have originally come from there. Either they only get their equipment from those kinds of corporations, or they are originally from there and retired to be hunters. Either way, I don't think they are real maids. The hunter who was listening to his friend talking rather fervently about that subject found it to be unexpected. You know quite a lot for someone who said that he doesn't know about this kind of stuff. Well, it's fine, isn't it? By the way, talking about Drankum, I heard the young hunters from that gang did pretty well in the Kuzusahara ruin recently. He flinched a bit and was obviously trying to change his subject. Most of them were only talking about Kane and Shiori just to kill time. But that was not the case for one person, a hunter by the name of Rodan, who was staring pretty intently at Shiori. Shiori, who was standing next to Reina, left a deep impression on Rodan. Her young, strong but beautiful appearance. She stood straight, which demonstrated her loyalty. Her calm demeanor radiated her devotion and faithfulness. It fully emphasized her relation with Reina as a master and a servant. That scene strongly pulled Rodan's interest. As he was no longer able to hold back his feelings, he went to Kurosawa to find a way to satisfy his desire. But Kurosawa quickly shot down his plea. No. Come on, it'll be fine. No, it won't be fine. As I told you before, we won't try to look around the ruins anymore in order to focus our manpower to secure this place. If we send people out there, we will have fewer people posted here. There's no guarantee that they would leave this place obediently after this. In the first place, even if we get to find more automata, we don't have enough men to secure those automata too. We can split the team in half and... That's an idiotic idea, so no. If we chase for 2 rabbits, we will lose them both. With those guys here, it means that there's a good chance other hunters have heard about this place too. And they already know that we did find 4 automata here, so their view of that rumor would have already changed into it being worthwhile information. With this, other hunters might change their method to get the automata from searching to robbing. Hence, we need all the people we have to stop those fools, and we can't afford to split the team. But weren't you the one who told them that we did find the old world automata here? We're doing all we can to secure this place, so it doesn't take much to infer that we did find the automata here. Rodan did try to wiggle his way, but all of his ideas were rejected by Kurosawa. Cut this out already, it's a no. That's final. In order to cut that discussion there, Kurosawa said so with a stronger tone. Rodan reeled back and stopped arguing any further. Kurosawa then offered some words of consolation to him. We already got ourselves 4 automate, isn't that good enough already? Just give it up. Getting too greedy will only get yourself killed, you know. It's important to know when to stop. In the first place, we still need to make sure to get the specialist to check them, bring them back safely, and finally exchange them for money before we can call this expedition a success. We can't afford to relax until we get that money. So just focus on completing this first, okay? But I won't get one for myself if I do that. Rodan mumbled with a low voice that Kurosawa did not catch, but it was obvious that he still had not completely given up on his idea. Kurosawa understood that very well as he sighed. Although Kurosawa was commanding the team, he actually was not a full-fledged member of their team, he was just paid to lead the team. Kurosawa was often chosen to lead a team of hunters since he was able to perform well during an exploration of a difficult ruin, and he tended to prioritize safety when he was forced into a difficult battle. Although some hunters ridiculed him as being a coward, he was the perfect person to rely on if the goal was to increase the team's survivability, or when it was important to prioritize safety over profit, or when there was a need to explore a ruin with limited information. And since he was often paid to lead other teams, he often had to deal with hunters who would not listen to him. Kurosawa thought that was the case with Rodan too, so he dealt with him accordingly. Well, I'm just a temporary commander paid to lead the team. If you say that you won't listen to me, you can go ahead and do anything you want. But, if anything bad happens, I won't take any responsibility. That is even if you get yourself or someone else killed because of your action, so I won't accept any pay cuts if that happens. Tell others too if anyone has the same opinion as you. Kurosawa immediately shifted his focus somewhere else after he said that. Rodan, who was left behind, made a grim face. Kurosawa then thought, even those who paid me a ton to lead them would sometimes decide not to listen to me. Relics always tempt people, I need to be careful myself. Kurosawa lightly chuckled and shook that thought from his mind as he started thinking about what to do, assuming that Rodan would not survive. Togami's party decided to leave the ruin. But it would not be in a straight path. Instead, they would visit some buildings to search for relics on their way out of the ruin. As the leader of the team, Togami decided to take their time leaving the ruin while salvaging some relics on their way out. As they returned back to the plant-covered part of the ruin, they once again followed Reina's device to decide which way to go. After all, it would be difficult to find relics in a place where everything was covered by greenery. That was why they decided to rely on Reina. They took their time checking places that might have some relics left while making sure not to veer off too far from the route to the exit. In the middle of that, Reina picked a room mostly based on her guess. They left the guard duty to Shiori and Kane as they started looking for relics in that room. Inside that room, Akira spotted a shelf covered in plants. He used the power of his augmented suit to tear the plants and open the shelf. He found that it was filled with tube-like objects. He grabbed one and took a closer look. It seemed that the tube-like object had something solid inside its semi-transparent body. But Akira still could not identify what that tube object was. What is this? Alpha, do you know what this is? That's an old-world clothing article. So it's a dress? This thing? Akira raised his eyebrows and tilted his head. Reina noticed that. Akira, did you find something? Yeah, but I'm not sure what this thing is. Do you know what this is? Reina caught the tube-like object and took a closer look at it. The moment she realized what that was, she flinched a bit and her face turned slightly red. I think it's some kind of old-world clothing. Just maybe though. Something is inside in a pressurized state. Is that so? That's pretty amazing. How could you tell? I can see that information from the old-world augmented reality view. Although you can't see it, I can see it. Oh, what kind of cloth is this? Although Akira was asking casually simply out of curiosity, that made Reina flustered even more. She then replied as if she was avoiding that subject. Maybe like some cloth with an old-world design. Well, it's an old-world relic after all, so that's given, isn't it? But well, it's true that some designs of this era try to imitate it. Is this that thing that people call the old-world style design? Why yes. In that case, they might fetch us some money. I'll bring them back to the city. Akira started stuffing his rucksack with the relics that he just found. Togami, who noticed that, approached him. Akira, did you find something? Some old-world clothing articles. Togami took one of the tube-like objects and frowned. This thing here? Yeah, Reina said so based on the information from the augmented reality. Wait, but that doesn't mean all of these tubes are old-world clothes, huh? Akira then extended the relic in his hand toward Reina. Togami followed suit. Reina took the relics and checked the inside. Her face then stiffened and slightly blushed as she said, some of them are not. Is that so? What are the other things mixed here? Accessories, toy, or some kind of tool? Akira found Reina's expression rather strange. So he made his own guess. Judging from your expression, it doesn't seem to be that valuable. Well, in that case, can you check all of them and separate the cheap relics? Reina seemed to hesitate and was at loss for a few seconds before she said firmly, no, let's bring all of them back. It's not like I'm that confident in my skill to appraise relics anyway. We can just throw them away if we don't have enough space in case we find a more expensive-looking relic later. Yep, we're hunters after all, so we need to be able to at least make this kind of decision, right? Togami nodded deeply. You have a point there. All right then, let's take all of them together. Me too? All right, let's do that. Reina suddenly started helping Akira and Togami gather the relics as if she just had a change of mind. Of course, Akira did not just ignore that. Unlike Akira and Togami, Reina was able to identify the content of the relics they were gathering there, and she did not expect to encounter some of them in such a place. Alright. Now, I'm also a hunter, right? I'm not in a position to be nitpicky about the relics that I find. If I start doing that, I won't be able to stay as a hunter. Yes, that's right, that's the right attitude for a hunter. I should be happy that we found some expensive-looking relics. Reina said so to herself as she picked up the pace to finish gathering the relics there before Akira or Togami asked any more questions. I chose this shop by pure coincidence, but I didn't expect it to be that kind of shop. The inside of the shop was already claimed by plants, the walls were already in a very bad shape from the withering, while the information from the augmented reality was also badly fragmented. It showed nothing of the state of the shop back when it was still open. Even if Reina told Akira and Togami this, it would not clear their suspicion. She at least knew that much. Reina gave her best to keep her calm as she continued stuffing the relics. Fortunately, no one noticed her acting rather awkwardly there. Chapter 196, Handle with Care. Rodan activating an old-world automaton was the result of multiple coincidences layered on top of each other. Basically, it was his bad luck. The chance that his friends got that information about the old-world automata. The chance that they decided to pay Kurosawa to lead the exploration when they were preparing it. Thanks to that, they were able to safely reach their destination, although hiring Kurosawa was not cheap at all. After they found the 4 automata, Kurosawa decided that it was impossible to secure more automata in case something bad happened. So to prevent any complications, he told his men to stop searching the area anymore. Thanks to the agreement between Kurosawa and Togami's party, Akira and the others left the area right after, thus preventing them from finding any nearby automata if there were still some left. Kurosawa did tell Rodan to at least convey his warning to the rest of Rodan's friends, but Rodan deliberately left that out from his explanation to his friends. Therefore, the rest of the team thought that Kurosawa gave Rodan permission to go. Thus they did not say anything as they allowed Rodan to go alone to search around the area. That was the reason why Rodan was able to reach this place. After he left the room, he randomly looked around and came to this area by pure chance where he found more old-world automata. The automaton was inside a container in the middle of a relatively small room. From the outside, the container looked like a stasis pod. The upper part of the lid was made of a transparent material, which let Rodan clearly see what was inside that container. The automaton had female features and was in a deep sleep inside that container. Rodan was mesmerized by that automaton and smiled widely. Normally, he would immediately return back to let the rest of the team know. That was the best decision considering the risk and reward ratio. But his smile turned wry. He seemed to be seriously at a loss as he just stood there. There were many relics in the ruin that were dangerous to mess with. When hunters found them, they tended to keep their fingers away from them and asked specialists to handle them. Of course, there were many types of old-world relics that were treated this way as it was common sense among the hunters, and the old-world automata were one of them. As a matter of fact, Kurosawa did exactly that. But there was one big con with that process. The credit of finding the relics would usually not go to the hunter, but to the specialists whose services were expensive. Most of the time, these specialists got their cut right after those relics were sold to some companies through their connection. Of course, it was not a problem at all for the hunters who only wanted to exchange those relics for money, but it was a big problem for hunters who wanted to get their hands on those relics themselves. When a hunter called for a specialist, normally, the deal was for the hunter to accept that the specialist would take the relics and sell them. It was still possible for the hunters to buy those relics themselves, but considering that there were large corporations vying for the same relic, normally these hunters had no winning chance at all. After taking his time calculating his options, Rodan extended his hand to the terminal of the container. Although he did not understand what the buttons were for, he started pushing the buttons randomly while checking the reactions. He carefully pushed the buttons and flicked the switches on the touchscreen panel, only to find that there was barely any reaction at all, but that did not stop him. Rodan always had a zealous admiration toward made automata, and it was doubly true for old-world automata. Thanks to their mechanical bodies, they retained their young and beautiful appearance, and as a machine, they had an unwavering loyalty towards their master. It was as if those automata were made just to fulfill a certain desire, an oxymoronic existence made into reality through old-world technology. When Rodin knew about them, he knew well that it was impossible for him to get these automata, but even so, he still could not help but yearn for them. Although it was a very rare case, there were reports when a hunter somehow activated an old-world automaton and that automaton registered that hunter as its master by pure luck. Those super lucky hunters would then explore the ruins with their advanced automata, thanks to which they were able to quickly reach success and became first-rate hunters. This kind of rumor was not that rare in the Eastern District. Although they were rumors, parts of them must be true. After all, even a short investigation could easily uncover those hunters. One thing that Rodin did not take note of was that those rumors also said testing luck by doing something similar was not recommended at all. But even so, he still decided to test his luck here, and the reason for that was because he saw Shirori not too long ago. The figure of Shirori standing straight next to Reina was like his idealistic admiration brought to life, and it aroused his desire. Even more so when the automaton in front of him was already in a maid uniform. Although he understood that it was a dangerous bid, he could not push aside the chance of getting an old-world automaton. Considering this chance might not come to him ever again, Rodin could not stop himself from testing his luck there. That was when all the luck that was piling up on one another was extended even more. The container in front of Rodin that was wrapped in a dark cloud suddenly made a hissing sound before opening up. As Rodin unconsciously took a few steps backwards, the lid of the container was fully opened and the maid automaton inside it finally opened its eyes. It then pulled itself out from the container and got itself standing on the floor. The rush of anxiety and happiness that filled Rodin's mind caused him to make an awkward face as he said to that automaton, "Hey." The automaton turned toward Rodin with its face devoid of emotions. Then at the next moment, the automaton formed its hand into a chop and thrust it toward Rodin, impaling him right through his chest. Its white glove-covered hand easily pierced his augmented suit and planted itself into his chest, up to its wrist. Rodin raised his eyebrows in surprise, he then smiled wryly and made a sad face. Before all of his luck could bring him a good end, he had reached a bad end first. He lamented as he fell down to the ground. Yep, saw that coming. The pain and reality pulled him back from his thoughts. He was back into his hunter mode. While enduring the fatal wound on his chest, he reached for his rifle and shot at the automaton. It was common sense among the hunters in the Eastern District that when they found an old-world automaton, they would have to call for a specialist and definitely keep their hands off the automaton. The real reason for this wisdom was simply because there were already so many hunters who ended up dead after not obeying that warning. When a hunter activated an old-world automaton inside the ruin, most often than not, the automaton immediately turned hostile and killed the hunter who activated it. From the ruin's point of view, these hunters were like armed robbers. Although different automata had different most of them had the same view as the ruin regarding the hunters. Thus, in order to retain their value, they would try to kill or repel these armed robbers. After that, some automata with better would gather information from what they could see and react according to the emergency protocol based on the old world standard. And thanks to their advanced technology, most of these rampaging old-world automata were designated as bounty monsters. Some people believed that this was fake information spread by huge corporations in order to protect their profits. Because of this, there were people who thought that the chance of the old-world automata recognizing the person who activated them as their master was actually higher than what was rumored, not to mention that there were super lucky hunters who served as evidence to this doubt too. This was the reason why there would always be hunters who were willing to test their luck. Rodin was one of these hunters. Unfortunately, he did not win his bet and now, others would have to pay for it too. As Togami's party was riding their vehicles through the wasteland heading out from the ruin, Akira thought of something and threw a question to Togami. By the way, you did say that you're planning to not spend a night in this ruin, right? Will that still be true if we had found an old-world automaton? It seemed that those guys were standing inside that room for quite some time, you know? I bet they've been there for more than a day. To be honest, even if we had found an old-world automaton, I thought that we would find it in broken condition, which in that case, we can just carry it back normally. Is that so? Then if we had arrived in that room first, we would have had to give up carrying the automaton back, huh? That's not exactly true. So, you had another plan. Although I don't really like it, I had two plans. The first is to contact Drankum and ask for their help. In that case, we would have to prepare to guide them to the old world automaton. I'm pretty sure we will have a smaller cut if we do that though, that's why I don't really like it. The other plan is to break the automaton to make sure that it won't go on a rampage before carrying it back. If we can skillfully break it, we might be able to restore it later, but of course, this would lower the selling price too. To be honest, it feels stupid to be breaking the relic that you have worked for, that's why I don't like this idea either. In reality, back then when they found the holographic image of the old world automaton, if there was a sign that it might cause any danger, Kane and Shirori would have stepped in and destroyed it without even consulting first. Although I will only decide based on the situation when we find the automaton, it's basically one of those two plans. Togami frowned as he imagined being thrown into that situation. He then noticed Akira was looking surprised at him. Anything wrong? Nothing. I just thought that you really have put some thoughts into this. Of course. Exploring ruins is basically gambling with my life after all. It's only given that I would at least consider such a situation, even you do that too, right? Akira awkwardly looked away and made eye contact with Alpha, who was smiling teasingly at him, so he looked away from her too. Seeing that, Togami was rather surprised to know that Akira actually did not think that far. He was not sure if he should be exasperated by that or if he should be impressed that Akira had survived this far with such a naive way of thinking. Back to Kurosawa's team. The hunter who was guarding the entrance to the room where they were standing by spotted Rodan returning back. You're back, huh? Good grief, just what the heck were you think dash? He was about to welcome Rodan back with a light joke, but his face immediately changed when he saw Rodan's condition. Rodan was stumbling and dragging his legs in a hurry through the hallway, leaving a trail of blood behind him. We're under attack. Rodan is injured. Asking for reinforcement. After he shouted that into the room, he immediately ran to help Rodan. The moment he lent his shoulder to Rodan, who looked like he was about to fall any time, Rodan immediately fainted, which might be because he thought he was finally saved. Kurosawa and the other hunters darted out of the room. Kurosawa then told them to watch the direction where Rodan came from as they approached him. After they met up, Kurosawa immediately put down a foldable turret and expanded it. As the gun rapidly unfolded, it turned into a huge gun with a barrel that was longer than the width of the hallway. Kurosawa quickly scanned and checked Rodan's condition. The life support medicine, the augmented suit that helped him to move even when he was seriously injured, and his skill to explore the ruin alone allowed him to return back alive. We can still save him. Get him inside and treat his injury, quickly. The guy who was carrying Rodan hurriedly went back into the room. Kurosawa and the other hunters slowly retreated back to the room too while still keeping their eyes on the hallway. One injury in his chest, but what caused that injury? It's not from a bullet. Then? But I don't think we have spotted monsters with horns around this area. Kurosawa's thought was cut short as he saw an old-world automaton coming at him. Since it had a maid uniform and a figure of a young lady, he thought that it was Kane or Shirori at first, but he immediately understood that was not the case. An active automaton. Is that blood on its glove? So it was from that automaton. Kurosawa immediately held down the trigger. The explosion filled the hallway with smoke. He had preset the warhead to explode after a fixed time such that it exploded right before hitting the automaton. When the smoke cleared up, the automaton was no longer present. Not even the leftover wreckage could be seen there. Kurosawa frowned and clicked his tongue. It got away. I bet that one did not damage it that much. Seems like the warhead exploded before it should. Did it break the explosion timer? Or maybe it hacked into the warhead timer. As expected of an old-world automaton, it's really advanced. Kurosawa was relieved that it at least left them alone for now, so he folded his gun and continued to ponder. Maybe I should have used rifle mode instead of cannon mode. Kurosawa lamented his bad decision as he retreated back into the room. He glanced at Rodan, who was being treated on the floor. How is he? He'll live. But he won't be up anytime soon. Can you at least get him to wake up? I have questions. That's not gonna happen. It's a pretty bad injury, so he's basically under the stasis mode to make sure he survives. If we wake him up, it might cause his situation to worsen, he might even die. Did I see? Now Kurosawa had to think of another approach. The other hunters who saw him at a loss got curious. Is there something you need to check as soon as possible? Yeah, I want to know what happened when he got attacked. This is just my guess, but I bet he got attacked by an old-world automaton. I saw an automaton back there. Unfortunately, it got away though. Murmur propagated through the other hunters. So, there are more old-world automata. Don't tell me Rodan activated an old-world automaton. We don't know for sure yet, it might be just a humanoid robot, right? Kurosawa raised his hand to calm the other hunters down. That's what I want to ask this guy. In the worst-case scenario, if he really has woken up an old-world automaton, we might need to break the old-world automata that we have right now. Break them? There are 3 possibilities. The first one is that this guy found an old-world automaton and activated it. This would be a relatively better scenario though. The problem is if the automaton activated on its own even without him trying to do that. It would have been better if it was because there was an activation button that only comes up when you get close enough, but it would be really bad if it activates on its own in order to remove any unauthorized intruders. This would mean that the other 4 automata that we're guarding might activate anytime soon. After all, that one automaton might have been activated simply because the system is still in the middle of its activation sequence. A full-fledged old-world automaton is often designated as a bounty monster, and we have 4 of them down here with us. If we have to fight them, it would be super tragic. The hunters looked at each other worriedly. Although they understood that the 4 automata with them were a huge liability, they did not want to break the expensive relics that they had found if it could be helped. But it's just your guess, right? It's not like we have to break them just because we considered the worst-case scenario that is unlikely to happen, right? The specialists that we've called will get here soon enough. We just need to wait until they get here. Kurosawa threw a death glare to the hunter who was voicing out that naive thought and immediately shut him up. I'm sure some of you think that I can do something crazy since I was only paid to lead the team, so I have no business regarding the profit that you can get from this exploration and whatnot. I won't deny it, that's why you decide what to do. As I thought, the amount of money in line here is just too huge, so it's not for an outsider like me to decide. It's your job as the leader to make that decision, right? If it's up to me, then we'll break the automata. Are you okay with that? After Kurosawa warned the hunters as such, they staggered back and went silent. I'll go watch the hallway, so you guys can take your time to make your decision. There are too many things that we don't know at the moment. The situation might get worse the longer we delay, or it might not. We might be able to wait for the specialists to get here first, or we might be already well too late now. Just remember that when you take your time discussing. Kurosawa then turned around and headed to the entrance as the other hunters behind him started debating. As Togami's team headed outside the ruin while searching for relics that they could gather on their way out, Akira suddenly threw a question to Alpha. The thing that we talked with Shirori about, it seems that I can get an automaton for 1 billion aurum. Do you think it's a good idea to get one when I have some leeway? Alpha frowned. I don't think that it's necessary. Do you want one? No, I just thought that you can control my augmented suit and my vehicle, right? So you might be able to do the same for the automaton too. But I don't want to. That short answer was filled with rejection. I see. Akira was shocked since that short answer was more of Alpha's revulsion towards his suggestion than it being impossible. There was a brief awkward pause. Akira then tried to change the subject. It was just a simple thought, nothing more. It's not like I'm planning to force you to do it. It just reminded me of Tsubaki back then when she was using an old-world automaton. That was an old-world automaton and it was a rather good one too. Not to mention, it limited its control to only simple movements while making sure not to affect the independent AI inside that automaton. So the situation is not the same here. Oh, I see. Yep. Akira remembered back then when Alpha got angry the moment he referred to her as an alarm clock. But this time, it was obvious that she was angrier than back then. I know that you had no bad intention when you suggested that, but never bring this subject up again, okay? All right. Alpha then smiled to let Akira know that her mood was back to normal. But Akira's frown still stayed for some time. It had been quite some time since Kurosawa let the other hunters discuss what to do from there. Since nothing big had happened, the hunters regained their calm and their opinions started to lean toward waiting for the specialists to arrive. Even Kurosawa himself started to think that he might have been a bit too paranoid. It has been quite a while since we repelled that automaton and it did not return back to attack us, not even once. Does it really plan to leave us alone? The reading from the containers inside the room also does not show anything suspicious. It doesn't seem that they'll wake up anytime soon. I might have gotten a bit too paranoid back then. Well, either way, we know for sure that there's an active old-world automaton roaming outside and that in itself is already dangerous enough. But as long as it doesn't come for us, there's no need to deal with it. I'll at least let the specialists know and leave the rest to them. Kurosawa did think for a bit about where the automaton was at now and what it was doing at the moment. His sight slightly shifted up while he was still looking toward the small room that he and his team was securing. That was when he spotted the automaton in a maid uniform standing on the other side of the ceiling on top of that small room. It was sending some data into the automata inside that small room. But it was not a simple activation signal. The automaton was hacking through the container. Of course, the container was secured with old-world technology. Normally, it would have been impossible to try to break through it. But the old-world automaton used its own communication device to access the ruined signal receiver to imitate it using its advanced computation ability. It was only a matter of time before it broke through the security system. The automata inside the small room opened their eyes. They then broke through the container using brute force by banging and kicking the lid away. Kurosawa immediately noticed the signal coming from the information-gathering device planted inside the small room and sprung into action. The automata are activating. Get to your battle station. Although the automata were activated, they might not be hostile. But Kurosawa did not hesitate to throw away that possibility and changed his rifle into machine gun mode. The moment it finished changing mode, he immediately started blasting. The bullet storms ripped through the door and straight into the room. He could hear the sound of bullets ricocheting from inside the room. Even if the door opened, Kurosawa would not stop shooting in order to prevent the automata from leaving that room as well as to buy some time for the other hunters to finish their preparations. The other hunters present there were not amateurs. Although they were surprised by that sudden change of events, they immediately got to their positions. Kurosawa just had to buy them a few seconds. But those few seconds were hard to get when Kurosawa had to face 4 old-world automata. The door was blasted away, followed by containers flying out from inside the room straight in Kurosawa's direction. Kurosawa understood that it was impossible to shoot them down, so he leapt aside to avoid them. In the middle of that, he saw 2 automata hiding behind those containers to block the bullet storm. Kurosawa was about to shift his focus to those 2 automata that were aiming for the exit, but the remaining 2 automata left inside the room immediately started to move and took his attention, so he had no other choice than to let the other 2 pass by. One of the 2 automata threw the container at Kurosawa while the other one used the broken container as a blunt weapon against the other hunters. Kurosawa jumped aside one more time to evade the incoming container. He aimed at the automaton attacking the hunter to try to stop it. But that created a small opening in which the other 2 just blasted past Kurosawa and escaped the room. Damn it, they got away. No, I should just think that it's a good thing we have fewer automata to face now. I can just think of the reason why they broke their forces up later. At the moment, I just need to focus on the enemies in front of us right now. Before the hunters were able to regroup, the automaton swung the large container toward the hunters. The hunters who could not get away in time were smashed and crashed into the wall. It even left a dent on the durable container. The hunters who were finally ready started shooting one of the automata, but it was closing in too quickly. It was clearly aiming for close combat. In that situation, the hunters might shoot their friends by mistake. The hunters had to pay for their mistakes by destroying the automata that should have been an expensive relic. Now that those automata had turned into dangerous enemies, they could not afford to stop fighting in order to survive. Even with its long skirt that extended down its ankles, the old world-made automaton blazed through the ruin. Its long hairs that were present more as decoration than for anything else would have normally tangled up here and there, but it agilely moved around while making sure that would not happen. It was all possible thanks to its advanced computation ability as an old-world automaton. Shortly after, the other two automata that had gotten away from Kurosawa appeared behind that automaton. The other two automata just followed that single automaton as if they were under its control. While they were still running through the ruin, the maid automaton grabbed something from under its skirt and threw it at the other two automata. The other two automata naturally received them. The three automata then moved through the ruin as if they were a single team. Chapter 197, Resistance. Togami's team finally finished gathering relics and left the building. Reina stretched out and said in a content tone, "Although we didn't get to find any old-world automata, I think we did get a good amount of worthwhile relics this time." They at least got some relics to bring back home. They were even able to fill up a couple of rucksacks with those relics. Togami himself was relieved after finally getting out from the ruin. But after he saw Reina and noticed her putting down her guard, he then said to her, which also served as a warning to himself, "We're basically still in the middle of ruin exploration. So don't relax until we reach the city. Being a full-fledged hunter also means that we have to make sure we can exchange the relics for money afterwards. I know, we're technically still inside the ruin after all. Alright, Kira, can we ask you to carry some of the relics? Compared to your APC, our vehicle is a little small after all." "Sure. Thank you." With this, Reina shifted the relics, which were a little embarrassing to carry around, as she smiled happily, but of course, she hid that smile inside his heart. They then quickly finished their preparation and got on their respective vehicles. Kurosawa's team somehow managed to destroy the remaining two old-world automata. Although they got some of their team members injured, they quickly regrouped and focused their firepower to corner the automata to the point that their bullets literally formed a wall. They riddled the automata with bullets and pushed it to the wall in order to seal its movement. While the other hunters suppressed the automata's movements, Kurosawa swapped his rifle to cannon mode. With the automata unable to move, it was quite easy to shoot a warhead that could even destroy a tank at them. The old-world automata were indeed smart and durable, but Kurosawa had prepared that warhead expecting a fight against old-world automata. And as expected, the automata could not stand a direct hit from that warhead and finally stopped moving. Although they were destroyed, they still retained their original shape. From outside, they still looked like they could move. So just to be safe, Kurosawa shot them one more time before finally calming down. "Damn it, I ended up having to use that expensive warhead. How's the damage?" "4 are badly wounded. I'm not sure if the automata did that intentionally to make others cover for them or simply because it only aimed to make them unable to fight and there was no need to kill them. It doesn't matter, get them treated now. Don't let them die if we can save them. Check how much ammo you have. If some of you are low on ammo, get those who still have a lot of ammo left to share theirs." The hunters immediately sprung into action. Kurosawa returned back to the entrance of the room to stand watch, and one of the hunters then approached him. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "Not really. I can stand watch here by myself. Go get some rest with the others if you have nothing to do." But Kurosawa noticed that the guy still stood there looking at him, so he frowned and asked, "What is it?" "Well, sorry, we should have listened to you and destroyed the automata." "Don't mention it. Choosing not to destroy them at that time was not the wrong decision. It's just that you lost the coin toss, that was all there was to it." "But still..." The guy still looked troubled, so Kurosawa looked at him with a serious face and said to him firmly, "This is not the time to worry about that. We know that there are at least 3 active old-world automata out there. We have to somehow manage to hold out by ourselves until the specialists get here. So get a hold of yourself." That guy was obviously surprised. "We were able to repel the one that attacked Rodan and the other 2 ran away, right?" Don't forget they might come here again bringing more friends with them. Also, they might have just gone to get their weapons. We're still not safe yet. If you want to lament your decision, at least wait until the specialists get here and we know for sure that we're saved. Tell this to the others too. The guy's apologetic face was replaced with a serious look. Kurosawa then sighed and mumbled. Though, to be honest, they should be here anytime soon. I wonder if they got into some trouble or something. Good grief, just give me a break already. Kurosawa made sure not to let his team hear that since it might affect their morale. He also made sure not to let his team see him making a difficult face in such a precarious situation. Togami's team went from the center of the Lida commercial district, through the gaps and valleys between the plant-covered buildings, and eventually reached the outskirts of the ruin where plants started to thin out. Akira was driving with a rather content face. Well, I did get some good loot for today, although I went out to the wasteland with no particular plan. Alpha, who was sitting on the driver's assistant's seat, smiled at him. There was a slight trace of exasperation in her smile. Akira, just to make sure that you understand, this doesn't mean it is a good idea to keep exploring without a plan, you know? I know, but it's fine to celebrate for a bit since it has been quite a while since the last time I managed to do a successful ruin exploration, right? We're still basically not done until we reach the city, huh? Akira was not that serious when he said that. But Alpha suddenly made a serious face. Akira, who saw that, immediately tensed up. Akira, be careful. I know, there's no need to make that face. No, we have a company chasing from behind. Seeing Alpha making a serious face when she said that, Akira immediately switched to battle mode. Monsters? It depends on what defines a monster. We have 2 humanoid signals, they're closing in on us at a high speed. It's as if they're either cyborgs or using augmented suits. But if they are hunters and they want to talk with us, they should at least send us something beforehand through close-range communication. So I don't think they're friendly. Akira left the wheel and let Alpha take control of the vehicle as he went to the back of the APC. He then took his equipment and checked their condition before opening the back door of the APC and sent a call to Reina. As Akira opened the door, Reina's vehicle came into his view. Reina, who was driving the vehicle, and Togami, who was sitting next to her, looked confusedly at him. Akira's gaze shifted from Reina's vehicle to behind it and focused his information terminal in that direction. He then could see a male and a female in an old-world-style dress running at a high speed from behind Reina's vehicle, although the plants that covered the ruin made it difficult for them to even sprint. Togami, I don't know what's going on here, but someone is chasing us from behind. Tell me what you want to watch out. At the same time Akira shouted, Alpha suddenly accelerated the APC. His body obeyed the inertia and swayed. In the midst of the swaying vision, he could see the female carrying a cylindrical object in her hand, and a blade of light extended from that object the moment she swung it. A few minutes before Akira contacted Togami and Reina, Kane also noticed that signal. Insan. Someone is chasing us. Indeed. Shirori tensed up while also impressed by how sensitive Kane was as always. She then looked back to check what was chasing them. Not monsters? People? It seems to be people, but those are not hunter equipment. At this rate, they'll eventually catch up to us. They don't look like the kind of people who would try to get something that we dropped by accident though. Milady, they're a dash. When Shirori was about to let Reina know, she could hear Akira's voice shouting at them through the vehicle's information terminal. Right at the next moment, Shirori grabbed Reina and Kane grabbed Togami from behind and jumped off from their moving vehicle. A split second after that, the light blade swung by the female chasing them split Reina's vehicle cleanly into 2. But even after it was split, both the right and the left sides of the vehicle that were separated from each other continued moving forward due to the inertia. It then rolled over a few times before finally stopping. Both the male and the female humanoids chasing Togami's team were old-world automata in butler and maid outfits. The female one once again swung its blade chasing after Shirori, while the male, which was carrying a rifle, went for Kane. Shirori covered Reina as she repositioned herself for battle, while Kane signaled Togami to stand back as she focused her attention on the incoming automaton. But suddenly, a storm of bullets swallowed both automata and threw their bodies back. It was Akira shooting at them with SSB rifles in both hands. The normal bullets were released at a minigun-like speed, emptying the magazine in a flash. Alpha, did that do it? Unfortunately, that didn't hurt them by much. Akira ejected the empty magazine. Using his time compression, he let go of his rifles, reached for nearby magazines, threw them up in the air, grabbed his rifles back, agilely pushed them against the flying magazines, and finally completed the reload. I know they were just normal bullets, but that was a highly compressed barrage, you know? What the heck is with them? Aren't they just too durable? I bet they are old-world automata, and they're high-quality automata on top of that. Akira then remembered back when he had to fight old-world automata in the Kuzuzuhara ruin and could not help but nod with a rather conflicted face. That would explain their durability. Are they here to get back the relics since we took too many of them? Just keep shooting. If we can destroy them, we can bring them back as relics too. Oh, that's a good point. Akira reactivated his time compression. He thought back to how relaxed he was, and that ruin exploration was not over until he arrived safely back to the city. This made him believe that he might have jinxed it as he smiled bitterly. Akira was successfully able to provide suppression and prevented the automata from making any complex maneuvers, but that was not enough to destroy them. Reina and Togami were so surprised that they were late to digest what just happened. Shirori considered all her options there as she glanced at Akira. Akira was shouting something, although she could not hear anything from that distance. She judged that Akira was telling them to get to him as fast as they could. She then glanced at Kane with a serious face. Kane looked back at her and smiled. "Milady." "Excuse me." "Togami boy. Make sure not to bite your own tongue." Shirori grabbed Reina while Kane grabbed Togami. Then without any prior explanation and without asking for permission first, they threw Togami and Reina straight at Akira. Reina and Togami were still having a hard time following what was going on when they were flying through the air. Akira realized what Shirori was trying to do. Although he was surprised, he immediately stopped shooting and threw his rifles up. He then caught Togami with his right hand to make sure that he would not crash into the APC, while he caught Reina with his left hand in a gentler manner as if he was hugging her. He then quickly let both of them go and caught his rifles back. Akira's focus returned back to Shirori and Kane, who were facing the automata. Shirori and Kane stayed behind to buy some time for Reina to get away, and now both of them were already approaching their respective opponent. Akira understood that Shirori and Kane were prioritizing on getting Reina to safety first. But he then looked back at Reina and Togami, thought for a bit, and walked past them toward his bike. Reina, while still confused from being thrown, could not catch up with the information flooding her five senses. When Akira walked past her, he was in a rush which caused her to follow him with her eyes. She saw him get on his bike, and the next moment he had already jumped out of the APC, landing smoothly on the ground and blazed straight in Shirori and Kane's direction. As the scene of Shirori and Kane, who were left behind, got smaller and smaller with time, and the back of Akira, who was riding his bike straight at them, made Reina feel like they were leaving her behind. It felt like she was running away while they were buying time for her. It replaced her confusion with frustration and hopelessness. Reina, who was crushed under her emotions, stood up and walked as if to jump off the APC and rush towards Shirori and Kane. Togami, who noticed that, flusteredly stopped her. "Let me go." "Wait. What are you planning to do after you jump off? Just calm down for now. Let me go. Just let me go. But if I run away here, then again." With teary eyes, Reina flailed her arms to get away from Togami. Seeing that, Togami tried to stop her with a stern face. Togami understood Reina's feelings well. That day, back in Saranthal building, when he got a good view of how weak he was, he felt as if all that he had gone through to get stronger were in vain. It felt like all the hard training and achievements that he had gathered as a hunter which supported his confidence were being shredded to pieces. He thought that he had become strong, but it was nothing but his imagination. When push came to shove, he was still part of the group that was being protected. That feeling of hopelessness when he realized that he could do nothing to fight back against that fact was crushing his spirit even at this moment. Togami and Reina both felt the same right now. The only reason why Togami was able to somehow get a hold of himself was simply because he thought that in the worst-case scenario, he should at least get Reina to safety. It was the least he could do as the team leader. His duty as the team leader was to somehow manage to prevent himself from being crushed by his hopelessness. But for Reina, who did not have that responsibility, she had nothing to defend herself from her feeling. Shirori and Kane stayed behind to buy her time. Akira also decided to join them, while she was the only one who stayed in safety. The merciless time did not stop as she was stuck in that situation where she did not have the power nor the skill to fight back. Even if she jumped off the vehicle, she could not provide any help at all against those automata. She would be nothing but dead weight, and she would pull Shirori down even more if she stood in a dangerous place thinking that it was safe. That truth was breaking her heart. Togami was relieved that Reina had calmed down, but at the same time, the sight of Reina looking meek left a pang in his heart. But even so, he tried to think of a way to at least be useful in that situation. He tried to contact Akira to ask him about the APC that most likely was running on autopilot. Akira picked up the call and said in a rather uninterested voice as if this was nothing but a normal occurrence to him. "What is it? I'm sure you know that I'm busy now, right?" Before Togami could answer that question, Reina yelled at the terminal first. "Akira! Why did you leave us behind? Are you trying to say that we're nothing but dead weight to you? Are you telling us to just obediently run away?" That yelling was a small resistance against her hopelessness. It was a shout to help herself stop the surging self-depreciation. Either way, if Akira said yes there, it would have completely broken Reina's heart. But Akira replied with something that she did not expect at all. He replied back with a rather confused voice. "To be honest, I was hoping that you can give me support fire from there though. Judging from your skill back when we were exploring the ruin, you should have no problem shooting from that distance, right?" Reina paused for a bit after giving that short answer, which sounded as if she returned back to her confused state. Hearing that, Akira then said curtly, "Don't give me that, I've set the APC to just go around randomly after it gains some distance from me. If it got too far, give me a call and get on the wheel yourself. You can also use the gun on the APC, but I haven't done any readjustment, so make sure not to shoot me by mistake." Okay? I know that you might not be happy after getting sent flying like that, but I bet Shirori and Kane did that because, unlike both of them, you guys are nothing but dead weight in close-range combat. If you have any complaints, you should voice that to them later. It's not like I can do anything about it even if you vent that onto me, you know? Right, sorry. You can use the ammo there too, I should still have quite a lot left over. So if you say that you'll run away since you have no ammo left, I won't accept that excuse, okay? Reina immediately raised her voice. "Who would say I'll run away, huh? Don't look down on me. I won't run away, okay? Is that so? Well, then I'm counting on your support." Akira then closed the call. Reina knew that he could no longer hear her as she shouted. "I'm counting on you," he said. Reina hid her delight with that angry shout. "Togami, we're not running away, all right?" "Of course. Now you are talking." Strong will filled her body. She took in her surging resolve and let it course all the way to the very end of her limbs and hairs. "Let's show them what we are made of." Seeing how Reina got back on her feet, Togami felt delighted and banished his own frustration from his mind. The pillar of confidence that was about to break got even stronger than before. Although the situation had not changed at all, Reina and Togami no longer allowed themselves to be swept by the situation. They now stood to fight back against the flow. Akira was riding on his bike with an SSB rifle in each of his hands. Alpha, who was floating beside him, looked a bit surprised and asked him, "Akira, are you sure you're okay with that?" "I did fulfill my responsibility. If they decided to stay and join the fight then get killed by that, it's not my fault. They didn't pay me to be their bodyguard and I don't remember ever accepting something like that, right?" If he ran away from that place after leaving Shirori and Kane as decoys, it meant that he would be indebted to them, and that was doubly true if Shirori or Kane got killed because of that. At least, that was what he thought. But with this, even if Reina got killed because he went to help Shirori and Kane, then it would not be his fault though Shirori and Kane might get angry because of it. Or at least it would not bother him as much. He followed that egocentric line of thinking as he jumped out of his APC on his bike. Alpha let out a big sigh. So, how much support are you expecting from me this time? Enough not to get me killed. Roger that. Akira only gave a vague answer and Alpha did not ask for more than that. Shirori activated her blade while she approached the female automaton. Her blade then started vibrating and gave off a dim glow. She gracefully and agilely swung that sword with her augmented physical ability thanks to her augmented suit. The swing sent out a wave of glowing particles which could cut any matter apart. It was as if she sent off a sharp blade flying. It was actually a killing move since the average person would not be able to evade it and be sliced up by the wave. But the female automaton jumped away as if she knew the nature of that attack and used her own blade to block the wave and dispersed it. The dispersed light particles shone on their faces. In contrast to Shirori, who had a rather grim expression, the automaton was emotionless as if she felt no danger from Shirori at all. The difference in their expression showed the gap between their strength. The automaton swung her blade to counter. Shirori, who was using an accelerator drug with suppressed side effects and prolonged effect duration in exchange for its power, saw the incoming blade. She aimed to throw the automaton off balance by parrying its blade using the solid portion of her own blade. But the moment she realized the slight movement of the incoming blade, she immediately switched to completely avoiding it. The automaton's blade went through Shiori's blade without any resistance and sliced everything beyond it. Although her blade was not damaged at all, that attack left a scorched slice marking on the ground and the plants that came in contact with it. That blade is the type that can alter its physical existence at will. This is getting troublesome. The blade that the automaton was using was a relic that was like a retractable baton. It was using the energy source from the automaton to overcharge its attacks. Because of that, it had enough slicing power even when in its retracted state. The opponent was strong. She would not have enough leeway to fight such an opponent while protecting Reina. That was why she threw Reina to Akira's APC. Then in order to prevent that automaton from destroying Akira's APC, and in order to get Reina from that place safely, she decided to stay behind. She was relieved that it was the right choice, but at the same time, she was also hard-pressed since the automaton was stronger than she had expected and knitted her eyebrows. Shirori and that automaton exchanged slashes in an intense close-range combat. Every time they swung their blades, there was a trace of light in the air which demonstrated how intense their exchange was. While on the other side, the male automaton took a kick from Kane. But as that kick landed on its body, it also jumped backwards to reduce the damage from that kick. As the kick sent its body flying, it thrust its leg to the ground as a brake and drew a long straight line on the ground. When it finally stopped, it had fully recovered its balance and aimed its rifle at Kane before releasing a few shots of beams at her. Kane accurately judged where it was aiming and blocked the beam with the force field armor erected from the equipment on her right hand. The beam was deflected by that force field armor and vanished into the wasteland along a straight line. The automaton then released 3 more shots. This time, Kane blocked it with the force field armor on her left hand. The automaton then stopped moving. Still, there was no change in its emotionless face. In contrast to that, Kane was smiling menacingly, but she suddenly sighed and mumbled. This isn't fun at all. Even if it's a humanoid robot, fighting against a robot still feels like I'm just fighting against a punching bag. As her expectation that this might be fun melted from her mind, she let out a chilling cold aura and her smile faded from her face. I guess I'll just break it and get this over with. Kane said so with a cold, emotionless intonation as she quickly closed the distance between them. Another beam was released at her. Kane accurately predicted where it was aimed at, but unlike last time, she took the minimal move to evade it as if to intentionally graze the beam and close the distance between them in an instant. The moment she got close enough, Kane released a punch with her right fist straight at the automaton's torso. Since she no longer had any fun fighting that automaton, and she had lost any interest in it, that fist was purely aimed to break it. And as expected, it ripped through the durable old-world automaton's torso, dealing significant damage. Chapter 198, Automata. Akira blazed through the slippery floor on his bike. Vines and moss covered the small rubbles, making it even easier for the tires to slip. But with the ability of Akira's advanced bike designed for use in wasteland together with Alpha's support, he was able to keep driving at a high speed as he kept his eyes on Shirori with a grim face. Once he got relatively close, he aimed both of his SSB rifles at the female automaton and released a barrage of armor-piercing rounds. The expensive extended magazine housed way more bullets than a normal magazine, and he emptied it in that barrage. Right after that, the female automaton noticed the incoming bullets and jumped away while swinging its blade as if to cut down the bullets. The light particles left from those swings turned into a wall. It then reacted with the colorless mist in the atmosphere and transformed it into a force field. The force field killed the momentum from the bullets and deflected them away from their original trajectories. The automaton also actively evaded the already deflected bullets, thus allowing it to survive the barrage without even a scratch. Akira was surprised by that, but he immediately changed his aiming from targeting at a single spot to indiscriminate shooting. After all, even an old-world automaton would not be able to evade all of those bullets coming at it like a wall. And as he expected, some of the bullets landed. But with the lower firepower, the landed bullets could not damage the automaton. As a matter of fact, the automaton made use of the shock wave from the bullets to propel itself further away as it kept swinging its blade. When Akira finally stopped his bike next to Shirori, the automaton had already left the place. Akira lowered his rifle and mumbled with both of his eyebrows raised. "I should have been able to land a few bullets, though? Just how durable is that thing?" Shirori, who had already changed from her blade to her rifle in the middle of that fight, also lowered her rifle and frowned at Akira. "Akira-sama, thank you for the help, but I would have preferred if you prioritized Milady first. It's Togami's job to decide when to retreat, and that includes convincing Reina to obey his order, even if that order forces her to retreat. So, I won't accept any complaints regarding that matter." Shirori sighed and smiled wryly. "Maybe I should hire you as a bodyguard next time." "Yeah, you can do that. But either way, I'm sure Reina would not be happy." "Don't worry, it's my duty to convince Milady in that case, and Akira-sama would be the decoy." "I see." Shirori lightly smiled. Akira also replied with a smile. That was when Kane returned back to them. "Akira, there you are siding with Ain-san again. That's not good, you know." "Not really, it seemed that you're doing fine, that's why I went to help Shirori instead." "How about the other automaton, by the way?" "Just like the one that you faced when you arrived, the other automaton also ran away. I didn't give chase since it seemed to be too much trouble." Akira then remembered the time when he fought Old World Automata back in Kuzuhara Ruin. "The other one also got away, huh? To be honest, I feel like that kind of enemy would keep coming until they are killed though. It's not like I can do anything about it." "You're right. All right then, let's go back." "Ah, sorry, by the way, this bike is only for one person. So the both of you need to use your legs." Kane exasperatedly sighed and shook her head. "Akira, you really don't know how to treat a lady, huh? This is where you should let the lady take the bike, you know? I'm sure if it's only me and Ain-san, we can somehow fit on that seat." "No." Shirori smiled seeing Akira reject that idea almost instantly and Kane's exasperated face. "Akira, keep your guards up." During that small breather, Akira suddenly returned back to his battle-ready state. Shirori and Kane, who noticed that, immediately scanned their surroundings. "Alpha, where is it?" "From the ruin, and there are a whole lot of them." Akira glanced at the ruin and could not help but frown. A swarm of monsters, including the plant-type monsters from the ruin, was heading towards him. Whoa, how did we not notice that swarm at all? It is probably because of the interference from the other plants. So basically, those plants are of the same type as the ones inside the ruin. Good grief, what a pain in the neck. But still, what the heck is with the size of that swarm? This is just another guess, but I bet the automaton summon them. It's difficult to detect monsters in this situation, but it's easy for the monsters to detect us. I bet those automata broadcasted a signal to let them know our location. Old World automata have the energy source to do that after all. Don't tell me that those automata only retreated because they'd done their job in slowing us down. The possibility of that is not zero. Akira frowned even more while still gazing at the incoming swarm. Suddenly a bullet flew past, landed on the monster's forehead, instantly killing it. But it did not stop there. More bullets came in and killed some of the monsters. When Akira was surprised by that, Togami's voice came in from his information terminal. Akira, Kane, Shirori, come back here now. The radar detects a whole lot of monsters from that direction. Reina will take care of incoming monsters, so just ignore them and get in here fast. Before Shirori could tell him to just forget about them and run away, Togami already closed the call. Milady, go. Shirori inadvertently turned to the source of that voice and met Akira's gaze. It's your job to convince Reina, right? Akira was basically saying that he would be the decoy this time, thus erasing any hesitation left inside Shirori. Shirori then said firmly with a serious face, I leave the rest to you. Just go. Shirori bowed to Akira and started running toward Akira's APC where Reina was. Kane still had her usual smile as she said, and there you are siding with Ain-san again. As I said before, that's no good, you know? Save it for later and go. Good grief. Kane laughed amusedly and left without looking back. Akira aimed both of his SSB rifles at the incoming swarm and quickly emptied his magazines. The bullet storm swallowed the monsters, turning countless monsters into minced meat. The monsters behind them just stomped their dead comrades under their feet as they kept marching forward. The green floor of the ruin immediately turned red in a blink of an eye. Since Reina switched her rifle's mode to sniping in order to provide support for Shirori and Kane, she was able to quickly detect the incoming swarm. The bullet that she shot with a proper aim pierced through multiple monsters as if it was sucked into their bodies. The power of her rifle, her talent, and her calm aiming, the experiences from all the training and battles up until now, all of these factors combined into one, allowing Reina to release high-performance sniping with an exceptional firing rate. Shirori emphasized long-range sniping for Reina in order to keep her away from danger while still allowing her to provide support when she was together with Kane and Shirori. After all, Kane had a habit of jumping into danger. The result of that training was fully showcased in this situation. Reina could see Shirori and Kane running in her direction while making sure not to obstruct her aim, while Akira was following not too far behind them while shooting at the incoming swarm. Seeing that, Reina felt that she was finally no longer a dead weight. Although it was a special circumstance, she was able to move on from the one being saved to the one who was saving others. That was when she ran out of ammo. As it pulled her back into reality, her smile turned into a slight frown. She realized that she had used all of the reserve ammo. Togami, bring me more ammo. Something that my rifle can use. Togami put a magazine that he found inside Akira's truck beside Reina. Seeing that magazine, Reina could not help but crack a smile. Oh, he has some rather nice things here. Akira did say that we're free to use anything inside his APC. But if he gets angry later, you should apologize with me, alright? Reina put that magazine into her rifle while smiling teasingly. Oh my, that part is your job, no? That kind of thing is the party leader's duty, you know. Geez. Togami smiled wryly and returned back to shooting. After loading the new magazine, Reina carefully took another aim, aligned the crosshair with her target, and pulled the trigger. The bullet that Reina released soared to the sky and unnaturally made a turn, seeking its target. The power of that bullet was also as strong as she had predicted. She then took aim and released another shot. Homing AP bullet. Size-wise, it was more or less as big as a mini-missile. And the magazine that Reina was using was an extended magazine of that bullet. It was an expensive magazine for Akira even after applying the special discount for hunters above rank 50. He had originally saved it for emergencies. Akira watched the bullet fly past above his head and zoom at the monster in front of him. They're using it. My special ammo. That was expensive, you know. And I haven't even used it myself. Not even once. Alpha, who was next to Akira, smiled at him. You did tell them that they were free to use any ammo inside your APC. So just think of it as a good thing since it's worth its price. My reward, I'll make sure that they'll pay for my ammo first before dividing the reward this time. Akira said so to get his mind off that matter for now as he gazed at the expensive bullet that blazed through the air and struck down the monster in the front line. But still, isn't that just too many of them? Alpha, as I thought, something weird is going on here. You're absolutely right. Even if they came here because those two automata summoned them, there should not be this many. As long as we don't include the monsters from the inner part of the ruin, there should not be this many monsters. But even if we understand the reason now, it won't help us in our current situation. So just focus on the monsters in front of you for now. I know. I guess I should get a little bit closer. Akira then accelerated his bike towards a part of the swarm that was less dense and kept his finger down on the trigger. The bullet storm released from his SSB rifles killed so many monsters, but it was not significant when compared to the entirety of the swarm. That there's just no end to them. I left the rest of my ammo back in my APC, this might be a good time to return back. Akira made a 180-degree turn and headed back to his APC while wondering if he was cursed to encounter a monster swarm no matter where he went. Meanwhile, the old-world automaton in a maid uniform stood in front of one of the countless semi-sphere structures scattered in the Lida commercial district. It then used its communication device to send a signal to that semi-sphere structure. Not too long after, a flood of monsters appeared. All of them were aiming toward that automaton as it escaped. The monsters were chasing after the automaton, but suddenly, that automaton vanished before appearing again somewhere further outside the ruin. The swarm of monsters was baited outside the ruin just like that and then baited further toward Akira's direction. Shirori eventually caught up with Akira's APC and jumped to board the APC. The first thing she did after that was to check on Reina. "Milady, are you all right?" Reina seemed to be smiling amusedly as she replied. "Shuri, that's my line. You're indeed right, milady. I'm all right for now." Kane also jumped into the APC not too long after that. "This place is so cramped. Make some room, will you?" This means that Akira is the only one left, huh? Togami then looked back at Akira and saw him accelerating his bike right toward the APC. "Whoa, wait a sec. Don't tell me that he's planning to jump in with that bike?" As if Akira was affirming it, he accelerated his bike even more. In front of the panicking Togami, Akira used the control device of the bike to spring it upward before it landed on top of the APC, making a bang sound. Reina and Togami looked at the ceiling and mumbled. "That was amazing. That guy is good with basically anything, huh?" Kane smiled at that amazing performance from Akira, while Shirori looked worriedly at Reina, hoping that Akira would not be a bad influence on her. Akira stepped down from his bike and looked back at the monster swarm coming at him while still standing on top of the APC. The monsters seemed to be chasing vigorously. As a matter of fact, they were running faster than the APC. These guys really don't know when to give up. "Alpha, can you drive the APC faster?" Unfortunately, no. The ground is not suitable for high-speed driving, and the APC is filled with heavy armor tiles, relics, and ammo too. Although the APC has high horsepower, it's not that much. "I see, well, it can't be helped then." "Oh, are you planning to throw away some weight? That would be a huge waste, you know." "Not that I'm going to shoot at them. I'm just kidding." Akira heaved a huge sigh in reply to Alpha's inappropriate joke and aimed his SSB rifles at the monsters. But in the next second, his vision blurred. Akira's augmented suit suddenly moved with its full power. Akira tried his best to match his body movement with his augmented suit. He could even feel the air resistance from making such a sudden move. But in the midst of all of that, he still could see Alpha's grim face, which was more than enough to know just how grave the situation was as he immediately went straight at the incoming enemies. The two automata that had run away suddenly landed on top of the APC as if they were warheads. The shock shook some of the armor tiles off the APC and even broke through the APC's force field armor, which could even withstand a tank shot, leaving a huge dent. As the broken armor tiles flew around in slow motion, the male automaton quickly aimed its pistol at Akira and released a beam shot. Seeing the beam that was coming at him from close range, Akira stomped on the APC's armor tile on his feet, enough to break it, as he quickly evaded the beam and leapt straight toward that automaton. As Akira tackled the automaton down, he thrust his SSB rifle right toward the automaton's chest and pushed it down onto the top of the APC. Now that the male automaton was stuck in between the APC's armor tile and Akira's SSB rifle, it had no method to evade as Akira released a rapid barrage that even broke his SSB rifle due to the recoil. There was almost no space that separated the muzzle and the automaton's chest when Akira released this barrage. The bullets collided with each other, applying massive pressure focusing around the part of the automaton's torso which had already been damaged from its fight against Kane. The bullets eventually pierced the automaton's torso and destroyed its generator. The moment the female automaton landed on the APC, it immediately launched an attack at Akira. It quickly expanded its collapsible baton that was already transformed into a blade of light and swung it. But before it could land, Akira's bike suddenly accelerated to its maximum speed and rammed straight at the female automaton. The collision threw the automaton off balance, causing it to miss its swing. The blade of light drew an arc on Akira's side and hit the APC's body, releasing a blinding light on contact with the APC's force field armor. As the blade extended way longer than its corporeal body, the rest of the blade went past one corner of the APC and sliced the monsters that were nearby. The energy conversion of the force field armor filled the area with blinding light. The armor tiles that were still in the air blocked the light and created contrasting shadows. Akira pushed his time compression to its limit to the point that everything else almost stood at a standstill. In this slow-moving world, he sent commands to his body so that it would be able to match the speed of his consciousness. The automaton cut open a path through Akira's bike that was protecting him. The bike that was cut in two rolled over and fell off the top of the APC. But when the bike was sliced through, its force field armor was boosted to the maximum in order to reduce the durability of the automaton's blade as much as possible. As the bike rolled over on the wasteland's floor, the female automaton did not waste the opportunity and closed in on Akira. In reaction to that, Akira also quickly closed the distance between them since the automaton's blade had lost most of its power. Due to both of them colliding at each other, the automaton did not have the chance to take another swing with its blade. As the automaton sent down its blade at Akira for the second time, Akira blocked it using one of his SSB rifles. The rifle itself had a built-in force field armor that he often pushed to its maximum capability in order to hold back the kickback from the high-speed shooting that he often executed. Although that level of force field armor could only block the blade for a brief period of time, that was more than enough for Akira to thrust his other SSB rifle at that automaton and push it down. And just like what he did to the male automaton, Akira drilled a barrage of bullets into that automaton's torso. But unlike the case with the male automaton, which was already damaged from its fight with Kane, that was not enough to kill the female automaton as it continued to struggle to get away from his tackle. Akira used the power of his augmented suit to overpower that automaton and kept it down on the ground as he kept shooting at its torso. When he finally emptied his magazine, the automaton stopped moving. Right after that, he followed suit and fainted there. All of these chains of events took only a few seconds in real life. Shirori and Kane agilely climbed up to the APC's top from the back door to check what was going on. But the moment they arrived at the top of the APC, they were flabbergasted. The two automata that had run away from them just a moment ago were lying limp. Akira was also lying next to them as if they had just knocked each other out simultaneously. And beside him was an old-world automaton in a maid uniform smiling amusedly. Shirori and Kane immediately decided that the automaton was hostile and jumped at it. Both of them closed the distance in a blink of an eye. Shirori pulled out her blade and released a skillful swing while Kane threw a punch augmented with force field armor and the enhanced strength from her augmented suit. The automaton did not move at all and still maintained its smile. It then caught Shiori's blade and Kane's fist. Although the full force of their attacks was obviously transferred to the automaton, it only cracked the armor tile under the automaton's feet. The automaton itself was not damaged at all. Shirori and Kane were caught speechless, that the automaton was able to receive their attacks this easily. The automaton then said with a casual voice, "Can we stop this?" Shirori immediately jumped away, leaving her sword still in the automaton's hand, and switched to her rifle, while Kane stomped on one of the automaton's legs and grabbed its arm to prevent it from evading. Shirori then immediately aimed her rifle at the automaton's face. The bullets that Shirori shot were all blocked by the automaton's other hand. Furthermore, the automaton did not deflect the bullets. It accurately predicted where Shirori was aiming and caught the bullets in the middle of its flight. Since the automaton had released Shiori's blade in order to catch the bullets, her blade made a loud banging sound as it landed on top of the APC. The automaton then swung its arm and broke from Kane's hold. Kane, who was thrown away, landed agilely next to Shirori. Both of them had grim looks on their faces. In front of them, the automaton threw away the bullets in its hand, picked up Shiori's blade, threw it in Shiori's direction as if to return it. It then smiled at them as if to show that it had no wish to fight. "Don't worry. We no longer have any wish to fight you. I've done more than enough for what I've been paid for." Shirori picked up her blade. She still looked confused as she sheathed her blade. Seeing that, Kane also lowered her fist. Although she was no longer in a battle stance, she still had her guard up, and that was true for Shirori too. This was a situation where their opponent was strong enough to easily overpower both of them. However, since Reina was still inside the APC, Shirori was ready to jump into action anytime. "If you really have no wish to fight, it would be great if you could at least introduce yourself." The automaton bowed deeply. "Lion Steel's General Purpose A. I, Olivia, at your service. If fate has it, I'll look forward to your patronage." Shirori and Kane could not hide their surprise. Olivia pulled out a white card from her skirt and lightly threw it at Shirori. Shirori caught that card and took a closer look at it. Once again, she could not hide her surprise. "This is? It's not for you. If this boy wakes up, please give it to him. I shall take my leave then." Olivia pointed to Akira, then bowed once again and suddenly vanished. Shirori immediately scanned her surroundings, but she could not find Olivia anywhere. A hologram? Since when? Kane smiled amusedly and lightly frowned as she said, "Probably since the time when it threw that card. I bet it used some kind of camouflaging device to hide while leaving behind a hologram and already left the area. Moreover, right before that hologram vanished, I was still able to feel its presence somewhere nearby. A hologram that can even fool me, it's a pretty advanced decoy. I'm sure it is an old-world automaton. Phew, seriously though, that was dangerous." Kane hid her disappointment by complaining instead. Reina's voice could be heard coming from the APC. "Shirori, what's going on up there? We're coming down now. I'll explain the rest later. Milady should focus on the monster swarm. They'll catch up with us at this rate." Reina and Togami, who had stopped shooting due to the surprising turn of events, flusteredly started shooting again. Kane sent a suspicious gaze at Shirori. "So then, Ain-san, what's the plan now? For now, we need to get back down from here." Shirori understood what Kane was actually asking her and refused to give a straight answer. Shirori and Kane returned back inside the APC. Kane just threw the inactive automata inside the APC while Shirori gently placed Akira down. Shirori first calmed Togami and Reina, who were restless to know what just happened. "Please calm down. Akira-sama is just unconscious. First of all, milady, please focus on the monsters. Togami-sama, please take the wheel. With Akira-sama being unconscious, we don't know how to change the autopilot now. In the worst-case scenario, the APC might come to a complete stop. So please get to the driving wheel immediately." "All right." Togami rushed to the driver's seat. Although it was originally his duty to make the decision in that situation since he was the leader, he understood that this was an emergency and also knew that Shirori had better skill in this regard. So he did not complain and obediently followed her order. "Kane and I don't know in detail about what had happened up there. We need to ask Akira-sama when he wakes up, so let's put any questions aside for now. Until then, milady, please take care of the monsters. Kane and I will have to take a short break. We're pretty much spent." Me alone?" Reina was bewildered, seeing which, Kane teasingly said to her. "Milady, are you planning to act spoiled again now that we've returned to you?" "I'll do it," Reina replied back by pure reflex, which she regretted inside her heart. It was definitely not an easy job to fill in because of Togami and Akira's absence. Reina had a grim look as she started shooting at the monster swarm that was creeping closer and closer to the APC. When she glanced at Kane and Shiori, they were really taking a break, and even Kane was lightly waving at her. All right, I'll do it." It was definitely the result of them treating her as a full-fledged hunter. But Reina was not sure if she was to be happy because of it, as she kept shooting while gritting her teeth. Shiori glanced at Reina and then looked back at the white card. She was seriously evaluating her options there. Chapter 199, Old World Relics. Akira was standing in a white space. As he looked around in his hazy consciousness, he saw two alpha and a young boy that seemed somehow familiar to him. He could see shadows of countless people standing beside that young boy. "How is your development?" "Great, very great, in fact. I can even delegate my calculations too, and there's a good chance that I'll be able to get better equipment. Although I still don't have the exact time, I'm planning to get the necessary equipment in about a few months. We'll then start working on the main project right after that. I'm sure there's no need for me to tell you this, but you're not allowed to make him one of your terminals, you know. The subject that we can send to the commander's room should not be one of us. If you turn him into one of your terminals, the system will recognize him as one of us. So be careful." "Yeah, I know that even without you telling me. There was a case in the past when that happened and it did not work. In the first place, if a remote terminal was fine, then we would have used one of those automata and gone there ourselves. That's why we have no other choice but to go through this painful process. It's to ensure that the one accessing is a real person. We can't do anything about it. That's just how the security works, and it applies to us too." "Well, you're absolutely right about that." The two alphas smiled bitterly at each other. "So then how about yours?" After the change of plan, the local network's nodes spread incredibly fast. Although I have no complaint about the number, since the more nodes we get, the more fighting power we will have. But there might be a problem if the number goes beyond what I can control. I'm planning to evaluate the total strength by doing something soon. After that, depending on the result, I might decide to bring the subject to the commander's room. Are you sure you're going to be fine? If you let the local network nodes spread wider and wider at this rate, the system might see the network as one entity and you'll have to bring all the nodes to that place when that happens, you know. It should be all right. Although I said it's a local shared network, it has a proper stratification and the head of that system is the only one that fulfills the conditions. I see, that explains how your progress got ahead of me. Well, that's perfectly understandable. Alpha seemed a bit disappointed. The other alpha then frowned and asked, "Does your subject not show any sign of forming a local network?" "Nope, none at all. After all, he was originally a loner and the thought of forming relations with others never crossed his mind. That's why I can't use that method. But I'll be the one managing him after the connection, so don't worry about it." "I see. What's wrong? Is there any problem?" As I explained, the local network spread out way faster than I expected. As such, I sometimes can't take control of the network. So I might need your help if things get bad. The first alpha agreed to help the other alpha, but she also blamed the second alpha. "Sure, I don't mind, but you should do something about it first before it comes to that, you know? Unlike the subject under you, I still haven't even received the consent for the contract from my subject. So it might be not that easy. As I thought, doing this with an uncontracted subject is not ideal. This is also an experiment. Regardless of the result, it'll be useful for our future trials." "Well, that's true, but still. By the way, about Tsubaki." While the two alphas were still talking to each other, Akira's vision blurred. Akira finally woke up. He felt that weird feeling as he realized that he was no longer in the same place as where he last remembered and immediately scanned his surroundings. "Where am I?" Shiori noticed Akira waking up and spoke to him. "You've woken up, are you all right? It doesn't seem that you sustained any injuries from the outside, but Just to be safe, I gave you some medicines. I'll bring some more if you're still in pain. Where is this place? We're inside Akira-sama's APC. Since we found you fainted on top of the APC, we brought you in and let you lie down until you woke up. Are you all right? Akira's consciousness was still hazy, although there was a slight trace of calmness in his mind. The haziness prevented him from being fully awake. That was when suddenly Alpha appeared. Akira, good morning. Alpha? It seems that you're a bit flustered there. How about you take some deep breaths first? It'll calm you down, you know. Alpha was smiling gently at him, just like usual. Judging from how Alpha was smiling at him, Akira understood that he was in a safe place for now as he took a deep breath. It was a short ritual that helped Akira reset his state of mind. But as he regained his calmness, the hazy memories of what he saw when he was unconscious was lost in the exchange. Alpha, give me the status report for now. You fainted after fighting 2 automata on top of the APC. You don't remember that? Ah, right, I was fighting those automata. So, I fainted after that, huh? Akira thought that the weird feeling that he felt was the leftover adrenaline rush that was cut short when he suddenly fainted in the middle of that fight. He then noticed Shiori, who was looking worriedly at him. Alright, I'm fine. I fainted up there, so it means that you must have saved me from falling over. Thank you. It's great that you're alright. I'm sorry to ask you this just right after you woke up, but there are some questions that I want to ask. Is it okay? Sure, go ahead. Shiori and Akira then exchanged information to understand the situation that they were in. While Akira was unconscious, they were able to successfully get away from the swarm. Right around the boundary when the green plants that covered Lida Commercial District stopped growing, the monsters also stopped chasing the APC. It was a common trait that monsters could not leave the ruin. That was why people used to call them biological security drones guarding the ruins. The vehicle was on the way heading back to Kagomayama City at the moment. Togami was driving the APC while Reina was sitting and resting on the driver's assistant seat. After carrying Akira in, Shiori and Kane really did not help Reina at all. Although Kane was standing next to her, she was only there to guard Reina while sometimes making idle talk. To put it in a better light, it might have helped Reina not get too tense, but it might be just Kane having nothing else to do to waste time. It was also to give Shiori time to think as well as to help lighten the side effects of the trump card that both of them had used. Togami was driving the vehicle while talking with Reina about their next plan. They were trying to flush any other potential issues, including the distribution of rewards and where to sell the relics before Akira woke up. Today's ruin exploration was basically registered under Togami's party, which only included Togami and Reina. Kane, Shiori and Akira were basically considered outsiders this time. As the leader of the team and as the only other member in the team, Togami and Reina were seriously discussing what to do about their negotiations with Akira. After hearing a short explanation from Shiori, Akira more or less got the gist of what had happened. But he then confusedly said, I don't know anything about this maid automaton, Olivia. The ones that I fought were only those 2 automata. I bet both of them jumped onto the APC back then, but I have no idea how they did it. I see, she was already there when Kane and I arrived at the scene. I have no recollection of that automaton at all. Either it came in between after I fainted and before you got there, or it was there all along and was using a camouflaging device. But if that was the case, then why did it not attack me? Wait, that one has nothing to do with camouflage? Huh. I might have a guess regarding that matter. It said that it had worked for what it was paid for already. So I bet that automaton was hired by the ruin system. Although, I don't know the details whether it's only to repel intruders or to fight back against armed robbers. But it seems that it had judged that it had worked enough after Akira-sama defeated those 2 automata. I see. I don't know if it's being earnest or not by doing so, but either way, I was saved by that. So it doesn't really matter. Akira found that interesting since it was more of a human-like emotion that a robot would not normally have. Shiori then handed a white card to Akira. That automaton left this for you. Do you know what this is? Although Olivia left that card for Akira, it was not like there was anything in particular written on it. So it looked like nothing but a plain white card. Since it had happened when Akira was unconscious, He had no idea the reason why that automaton left him that white card. Shiori also deliberately did not tell Akira how she got that card. Alpha also deliberately kept herself from telling anything to him. Because of that, he thought nothing of that card other than something that one of the automata might have dropped during that intense battle. Akira took that card, flipped over, and took a closer look at it. But as expected, he had no idea at all. Alpha, do you have any idea what it is? White card. Well, that is already obvious. Akira, even if I tell you what I know, what will you do if Shiori asks how you knew about it? Alpha indirectly scolded Akira for his carelessness. He then shook his head and extended that card back to Shiori. But Shiori did not take it back, and Akira found that really strange. Shiori then added, "This is just a guess, but that automaton might belong to the Lion Steel Corporation. Does that give you any hints?" Lion Steel Corporation. Akira's face slightly twitched the moment Shiori mentioned that name. Shiori's gaze turned sharp. Both of them were watching each other closely for the slightest change, trying to judge what the other party noticed from the other's reaction, as this awkward but careful silence was maintained for a while. Shiori was the first one to break the silence. "Do you have any knowledge regarding this name?" As I said, this is nothing but my guess. That Lion Steel Corporation is probably an old world company. If I'm not mistaken, that name was also there in the Saranthal Buildings guide map. If this card has something to do with that, and if it's a card to give special permission to pass through, it might be useful to go to some floors that are originally closed off to outsiders. That is indeed interesting. Well, I have no plans to go there ever again anyway, so I basically have nothing to do with this card. Akira tried to suppress the agitation inside him and keep calm. He remembered that only happened because he could connect to the Old World domain. That incident might lead to the Old World connection device and hint to his ability to connect to the Old World. Lion Steel was a name that was connected to both cases. As expected, knowing that name was enough to make people suspicious, Akira could not be sure that he was able to completely hide it. Shiori tried to read what was behind Akira's words and said, "Very well then, Akira-sama. In that case, would it be alright if we keep it?" You mean the card, right? As well as everything connected to that card, which includes the information that Akira-sama told me just now. Of course, it won't be for free. But it is difficult to decide how much it is worth. After all, even if we bring this card to the Hunter office's exchange center, it would only turn into a small amount of money. So I don't recommend deciding the worth of the card based on its selling value. But then, it's difficult to decide how much it's actually worth. We can actually just take it as our collective possession as a team, but I'm basically an outsider in this team. The price of the card was not clear and was difficult to decide even among the inner circle, but if it was sold, it would only turn into a small amount of money. Even Akira understood well that making a mistake in the method to divide the loot might cause a fight. It seems that Akira-sama is not that interested in this card. But even so, I don't think it's right to just let go of this card for free. In that case, how about exchanging this card for a favor? Favor? Akira hesitated for a bit. Alpha, what do you think? To be honest, it's not like I really want that card anyway, but is it something that I shouldn't just give away willy-nilly? If you're afraid that it might give rise to suspicions if you just let that card go, you can show a little resistance before giving it away. I'll do that then. Akira thought that if it was really a precious relic, Alpha would have stopped him. But since she did not give any reaction which hinted at that, he thought that the relic must not be that important. So he decided to put up a small resistance on his own. Well, in that case, I'll use that favor right away. Before dividing the reward from this exploration, I want you to first subtract it based on the ammo that we have consumed during the battle just now and pay me that money up front, and inform that to the other two. With all that happened today, I'm sure we'll fight over how to divide the loot anyway. So in exchange for giving you that card, I want you to do this. Is that all right? Very well. I'll convince Milady and Togami-sama regarding this matter. In case if it doesn't work, I'll take responsibility and pay it with my own money. We have a deal then. Akira smiled and handed over the card. Shiori politely received that card, put it in her pocket and smiled. Indeed, we have a deal. The card that Olivia left for Akira now had turned into Shiori's possession based on a deal that Akira had accepted. That meant Akira had transferred all the rights coming from that card to her. During that negotiation, Kane was looking at them with a rare serious face. Shiori and Kane then went to Togami and Reina to tell them about the deal. Akira, who was left behind, sat down and looked at Alpha. Say, "Thuff, did you do something to me during that fight on top of the APC?" "Yes. I boosted your time compression. I always wanted to do that and finally I was able to." "Thought so. I felt something was weird back then. What can I say? It felt like all my 5 senses suddenly turned so sharp that everything around me seemed completely different than usual. That's simply because the information that you received during that brief period of time was multiplied. The difference is similar to looking at a blurry picture and a sharp picture." "I see, that's kind of true. It felt exactly like that." "Akira, let me at least warn you about this. You should not use it too frequently. It places too much burden on you after all. It has the same effect as taking a strong accelerator drug. In the worst-case scenario, it might even kill you." Akira slightly frowned. "That I did something that dangerous. But still, I've already done things that dangerous so many times before and I know it's way better than getting killed because I didn't do it. It'll lessen the burden which makes it safer and increase its effectiveness the more you use it. So there's no other way but to get used to it. You might even get to the point where you can do that on your own without my support at all one day, you know. But make sure to be careful. It's something like a trump card that you should not use often." "I know. Now that I more or less understand what happened, I'm feeling super tired now and my head started hurting too. You can lie down and take a good rest. You've worked pretty hard this time, so I'm sure no one would complain." "You're right." Although he was not sleepy, Akira decided to lie down again. As he stared absent-mindedly at the APC's ceiling, he noticed a small slit. "That cut must be from the fight, huh? My bike is now gone too and I have to get this vehicle repaired. Then there's also my rifles too, either I get them repaired or buy a new one. What should I do?" Akira was thinking about what to say to Shizuka when he placed that order. Either he will have to try and hide it or be honest and tell Shizuka everything. He was not sure which one to do. Olivia was running through the wasteland. She was running as fast as a vehicle. There were many conditions that needed to be satisfied in order to reactivate Olivia from its storage device. But those conditions were reduced due to the long years where it stayed inactive and the signal that the storage device's terminal was receiving at that time. Thanks to that, even a random button press from Rodan was enough to wake Olivia up. That was the reason why Olivia followed the security protocol in case it was activated through the wrong method. The security protocol led Olivia to kill any intruders that got into restricted areas. And when the information of the unauthorized intruders was sent to Olivia by the system also submitted a request with payment since Olivia was originally not a part of the system. It then decided to accept that request and to only work as much as it was paid. After that, it found other automata from another company and checked their conditions. It then judged that those automata would be either destroyed or misused, thus it changed its view of the automata and decided to turn them into its own terminal in order to use them to take care of the intruders. The reason why it baited the monsters to attack Akira was nothing more than a decision made by its AI side. It was something that was built into it as if it was its personality. To put it simply, it did not want to get involved in the fight itself if it was possible. Furthermore, the system wanted to clean up any dangerous elements inside the facility, which included monsters. At the same time, Olivia also judged that there was no need to get too serious since it was not a deal made with a real human. But the intruders were able to survive the swarm. So Olivia decided to throw the other 2 automata to that APC. And even those were defeated by Akira. Thus it had no other choice but to go there itself. Olivia took the weapon that the other automata dropped and was about to go and kill Akira. As it was thinking that it had already more or less worked hard enough for the compensation that it received, Akira suddenly stood up while still unconscious. He then said something that normal humans could not comprehend before falling limp again. Shiori and Kane arrived at the scene right after that. The moment Olivia understood what Akira had said, it decided that it had indeed worked hard enough for what it was paid for. As a matter of fact, it thought that it should receive more for what it had done that day. After it lightly repelled Kane and Shiori, Olivia left its business card before leaving the scene. Olivia sighed and mumbled, "To think that I got to meet that thing right after I woke up, I guess I really am unlucky." For Olivia, who had the ingenuity to understand the concept of luck, it did not like the entity behind what Akira said back then. "I want to work for a human. Even if the payment is good, I have no plans to work for something like that. I just gave him that card since the record said that he had once accessed the counter on his own. But now that I think about it again, it might have been better if I had killed him considering that he's working with that thing. I wonder if I can find a good employer somewhere." Olivia looked rather disappointed, but she immediately smiled afterwards. That day, one more old-world automaton was released to the wasteland. The people from Yuzumo Industry finally arrived at where Kurosawa's team was. Among the people that were dispatched there, Kurosawa spotted Shikarabe. "You guys are damn late." Shikarabe lightly scoffed and countered, "It's not my fault. Don't tell me that someone got killed." "Nah, it's Zero like usual, though someone has been badly injured, he's not going to die." "Then it's business as usual, isn't it? If only you guys came sooner, we wouldn't have had to go through that and we might have been able to earn more money. 4 undamaged old-world automata now turned into 2 broken old-world automata, you know? And here I thought I was about to bring back a lot of money. Well, you have my condolence." Shikarabe laughed and said so as if it was not his fault. Kurosawa replied with a click of his tongue. Their casual exchange demonstrated that they were pretty much safe. With the dispatched squad already there, Kurosawa finished his duty and relinquished the command to the new squad. So he also let the rest of the hunters take care of the negotiation with the new squad. Among the new squad, a guy with a broad back listened to the reports given by Rodan and the other hunters. To be honest, it's really unfortunate that the 4 undamaged old-world automata are now turned into 2 damaged automata. But we're also here for the money. It was not free to come all the way here. Not to mention that we encountered a swarm of monsters too. Although according to the contract, we won't charge you anything because of that, it's better if you do not expect to get paid even after handing those automata to us. I'm sure the money that we get will be mostly used to pay for the transportation fee to come here. I hope you guys can understand that." The hunters ruffled their heads in frustration. Although they more or less knew that it was coming, being told that all their hardship resulted in nothing still pained them. That was when that guy smiled and said, "But well, the 5th automaton is indeed interesting. From what I heard so far, we might be able to be considerate. Please tell me in detail what you know about the last automaton." "The detail, the only one who knows about it is Rodan." "Hey, Rodan, do you have anything to add here?" "Well, even if you say so. You are the one who found it, right? Tell him everything from when it started moving." "Okay." Rodan explained everything that he knew while deliberately leaving the misunderstanding that the other hunters had. After that, he took that man to the room where Olivia was sleeping. After they got there, that guy pushed Rodan out of the room. "This room is ours too. Although we still need to do further investigation, I bet this might bring you some money. You're okay with that, right?" "Well, as long as it brings more money." "Thank you." The guy pushed Rodan and the other hunters out and locked the door. That guy was left alone with Olivia's empty container as he took a closer look at the container with a serious expression. He then called someone through an encrypted secret communication line. "It's me." "No, although it's only just a guess, I think the other 4 are not what we are looking for. But I found a container that might be of the automaton that we are looking for." "No, we couldn't secure the automaton. It's just its container. It seemed that it attacked the hunters after it was activated and left the area, and we have no idea of its whereabouts right now." "The card, huh?" "No, we didn't find anything like that." "All right, we'll search the area assuming that it's not in the possession of the hunters." "Yes, please excuse me then." The guy cut the call and turned towards the empty container. "Lion steals automata? It would be strange if we had found it way sooner. But up until now, it always killed the person who activated it before returning back to its container though. Is it because this one had looser restrictions? If that's true, It means that it should be easier to communicate with. If that rumor is true, this might turn into a small war. A long time ago, a certain hunter found an old-world automaton and opened a business based on that automata. Then that hunter climbed the ladder in no time until their company reached the upper echelon of the corporate government. It was the result of him trying to reopen a certain old-world company in the current era, and right now, that company was providing maids for the rich and received their support in exchange. The hunters were nothing but decorations, as the main functions were all run by automata. Even the maids were nothing more but an imitation of the old-world lifestyle, and since it was difficult to find good automata in the current era, they employed skilled people in their place. The rumor had it that the said automaton was made by Lion Steel Company. It was a common rumor in the Eastern District that a huge corporation had some kind of connection with an old-world company. As it was nothing more but rumors, there was no concrete evidence regarding that matter. But it was indeed a profitable rumor. After Akira and Togami's team arrived back in the city, they disbanded the team. Until they agreed on how to divide the loot, all the relics were handed over to Shirori to hold on to. Since Akira also decided to lend the APC to them, he asked them to take the APC to the repair shop in order to get it repaired. He then headed to Shizuka's shop while Togami and Reina went to Drankum to give their report. As Shirori was driving the APC, Kane suddenly asked her a serious question. "Ain-san, was that really okay? Although we didn't tell a lie, we still tricked him, you know? What's your plan if the cat is out of the bag? When that happens, Milady would be disappointed in me and Akira-sama would hate me. That's all." Having Reina disappointed in her carried a huge implication for Shirori. Kane let out a big sigh and said, "Well, if Ain-san did that fully knowing the risk, I have no plans to say anything." Kane then returned to her usual self and smiled. "Well, if Ain-san gets found out and has to fight Akira, do tell me. I'll be more than happy to help. Before it comes to that, I'll do my best to solve it peacefully. I'll apologize after telling him everything and offer him peace money. And if nothing works, I'll use you as a decoy and take Milady to safety. I know that you always wanted to fight him, so it's a win-win solution." "Yeah, that's so cruel," Shirori said so jokingly. Kane laughed and replied with a grunt. In reality, if either one of them had to stay behind in that situation, it would have been Shirori, and Kane would be the one taking Reina to safety. Whether it was to let Akira kill her in order to abate his anger or to kill Akira instead, Shirori would be the one staying behind. Even if Kane tried to convince her otherwise, Shirori would still do so, and both of them understood that very well. Chapter 200, The Result of Coincidence and Prediction. Akira was dipping himself inside the hot bath in his house to melt the exhaustion that had accumulated that day. Today was too tiring, so many things happened. I hope that we still manage to get some money from it. It'll be fine, right? Akira glanced at Alpha, who was taking a bath together with him, seeking her agreement. But Alpha instead smiled teasingly and said, "I wonder about that. Just say yes, will you? It's not like I can guarantee what Reina and Togami would do. In the first place, you're the one who left the relics and the broken automata with Reina and Togami to sell them. It's indeed a troublesome subject, so it can't be helped. Well, it's not like I can bring the broken automata to Katsuragi. I feel like Katsuragi won't buy them after all. So I thought leaving that to Reina, who seems to have connections, will be able to sell them at a much better price. It's not like I'm blaming you. It's just that I can't guarantee that it would be all right." "I know, but still." Akira lightly sighed. He then relaxed back as if to have given up on that matter and said to himself, "It's all right, it'll be fine. Shirori also said that she'll take responsibility if it doesn't work out. So I'm sure she also believes today's loot can sell for quite a lot of money. It should be all right. Well, in the worst-case scenario, we can go to give our complaint to them after you get your new equipment." "That's a good idea." Although Akira seemed to have moved on once before from that subject, he once again made a difficult face. "What's wrong?" "No, it's nothing." After Akira again lost most of his equipment, he went to Shizuka to get new equipment with the current money that he had. First of all, he prioritized rifles and put in an order for 3 fully modified SSB rifles. Shizuka's expression when he placed that order left an impression in his mind. Akira had decided to be honest and told Shizuka everything in case she inquired, but she accepted his order without saying anything. But in place of that, Shizuka looked slightly surprised and exasperated at the same time. She then smiled as if she had given up, but there was pity mixed in her smile. Akira thought that Shizuka would at least say something about him already breaking his rifles in such a short time, but she instead continued talking without even touching on that subject. He felt something was not right about it. Shizuka-san did not say anything, so it should be alright, yep. Let's just hope that it's not a smile of exasperation since she had worked so hard to get the equipment that was originally already outside the range of the shop's products, but you keep breaking them in no time and you don't show any remorse at all when you place an order for replacements. But as a weapon merchant, she doesn't have a good reason to stop you since it contributes well to the shop's revenue. If you don't know for sure, then stop scaring me. I only said that because you seem too stuck on that matter. You should just move on. If you keep yourself bothered by it and it ends up making you use your equipment too carefully, you might end up hurting yourself, which would defeat the reason why you got them in the first place, you know? I know, but still. It doesn't matter if your equipment is broken as long as you, yourself, are safe. It does contribute to her shop's revenue and it's not like you are breaking them intentionally anyway. That's why it doesn't matter. If Shizuka is worried, it is either because you use your equipment without care or because you keep getting yourself in a situation where you have no choice but to do something that destroys your equipment. This is not something for you to worry about, or more like, it's way too late for you to start worrying about this, right? You have a point there. Akira smiled wryly as he asked himself if deep inside, he wanted Shizuka to worry about him. Which in that case, he might have been intentionally going to dangerous places wishing that Shizuka would worry for him. He told himself that desire was too greedy and smiled wryly. He himself knew that very well. He then decided to talk about something else to move on from that subject. That, by the way, about that white card though, what exactly was it? That is a business card. You can use that card to contact that Olivia automaton. If you're someone who can connect to the old world domain, you can use it to directly get in contact with Olivia, and if you can't do that, you can use an old world communication device instead. I bet it left that to you hoping that you would hire it. Akira immediately turned to Alpha. Alpha, you knew all of that? Yep, why didn't you tell me back then? Can you keep that a secret? Alpha smiled as usual. Although Akira understood that she had a good point there and agreed with her, he was not exactly happy to admit it. Was that thing actually a very expensive object? That depends on how much price you would place on a method to contact the old world side in a friendly manner. In that case, that should be a pretty pricey thing, and I ended up giving it away thinking that it wasn't worth that much. I guess that was a big blunder. It's the opposite. You did great getting that object away from you as fast as possible. In order to be able to use that card, you at least need to have the knowledge on how to connect to the old world domain. If you try to keep it for yourself, in the worst case scenario, others might get suspicious thinking that you might know. That's why I didn't tell you back there. Like I said before, I don't think you can keep it a secret, right? Yeah, I don't think I can. Shiori obviously noticed when he had a small reaction the moment she mentioned the name Lion Steel. If he had known just how valuable that card was, Akira did not think that he would be able to let that card go. Thought so? Let me at least tell you this though, make sure not to get too hung up on that. Instead, think of it as pushing that problem to them. If you insist on keeping it, people might get suspicious. You have a point there, I have no plans on getting captured after all. Having suspicion of being someone who could connect to the old world domain was enough for the Hunter office to dispatch a capture warrant. Since Akira was really someone who could connect to the old world domain, even if that suspicion came from something completely unrelated, he could not afford to get captured by them no matter what. With this, any regrets that he had regarding that card was completely gone. In the first place, you don't have any Chrome with you anyway, so it's not like you can hire Olivia. The only people who could do that are the super rich or huge corporations who have Chrome. Exactly. That's just way out of my reach. I guess this means I have no connection with them right from the start. Wait, this is just my guess, but it felt like Shirori knew about that card though. I wonder if she has any connections with that world. Well, she's exploring ruins in a maid uniform and she calls Reina Milady. It won't be strange if she does have some connections with that world. She might know just how valuable that card is, and just maybe, she might even be actively involved in that world. Now that you mention it, that does make sense. I wonder who they actually are. To be honest, from my point of view, they look like nothing but a bunch of rich people from the inner wall who do hunter work as a hobby. Akira thought about Reina's team and its background while enjoying the warm bath. But since he could not come up with any good answer, that question eventually melted into the warm water too. On the next day, inside a high-class hotel in the lower district of Kagomayama City, Togami, Shikarabe, Reina and Shirori gathered inside one of the rooms. Togami placed 1,000,000 orum in front of Shikarabe. Shikarabe took it and put it inside his chest pocket. Seeing that, Togami smiled happily and pridefully. There, I finally made you take all the 30,000,000 orum. Indeed. Seeing how Shikarabe smiled amusedly there, Togami felt a strong feeling of accomplishment. Seeing that, Reina could not help but tilt her head. Togami, what is it? It's nothing. After that, Shikarabe's expression turned serious as he said, Togami, today will be your last training, let's start now. Now, aren't we here to talk about what to do with the relics that we gathered yesterday and how to divide the money from that? That's exactly your last training. Being able to divide the money at the end of a ruin exploration without any problem at all is one of the important skills for a hunter. And you need to learn half of that from real experience. Togami, this time, you asked for Akira's help. You asked for help from a hunter who is better than you although you don't know him well. On top of that, you didn't make an agreement on how to divide the loot up front. So don't expect him to give away the loot that you have risked your life for free out of kindness. As a matter of fact, I bet he would come at you without holding back. As if to continue Shikarabe's warning, Shirori then said with a serious face, Milady, this is also training for Milady. Shikarabe-sama and I will come at both of you as if we're Akira-sama trying to take all the loot. Togami-sama and Milady should work together to prevent it. I'll let you know this. Also consider the worst-case scenario where Akira would come at you with force, and make sure to avoid that no matter what. It's important to make sure not to pick a fight with someone that you have no chance of winning against. Akira-sama immediately demanded to pay for the expenses from the last expedition. Rifle, bike, vehicle, augmented suit, ammo and medicine. Some of them might be able to be repaired while some might need replacements. Either way, they would add more to the expenses. The total expense is predicted to be about 1,000,000,000 orum. If you take your time selling the relics, you won't be able to pay that money immediately. Think carefully before you decide whether to try to explain that to Akira or to take on debt to pay him back for the time being. Make sure to keep it in your mind just how long a hunter who has no aversion to killing others would be willing to wait for his 1,000,000,000 orum. Remember that you can't just say that you would divide the loot equally. Everyone would want their lives to be priced highly. You need to make sure to think about how to still receive a profit when you're up against someone who you can't win against in a real fight and doesn't bend during a negotiation. If you worsen his mood, it might turn into a fight at a drop of a hat. There's also an option of asking for the hunter office's help. But of course, that won't be free and it's not like it would convince him. I bet he would still have some grudge left if you do that. Although it's not a good choice, sometimes, you have no other option but to do it. Do remember that it might not even be needed at all in the first place. It's not a method to guarantee your safety. So please be careful. Now then, let's start. We shall start now. Shikarabe and Shirori seemed to be serious. Togami and Reina looked at each other with worried smiles. Dividing the loot was the last step before a team of hunters finally disbanded. Togami and Reina did their best to face that final step with their own abilities. It made them understand why hunters would hire negotiators and how much Drankum had been helping them in that regard. The real reason why Drankum was formed in the first place was simply for the sake of helping injured and retired hunters. After all, even a careful hunter would be able to rely on things that needed trust if it was between hunters that he or she knew very well. Although it was significantly changed since its founding, that part of the organization stayed the same. Togami and Reina had a hard negotiation practice as they only reached a deal around the end of the day. Of course, both of them were literally spent at that point. In the end, the deal was for the loot to be divided equally after subtracting the battle expense and that there was no rush in paying for that money. So in short, it really was nothing but training which did not mean anything toward the real deal that they still had to face. When they knew that, Togami and Reina could not help but complain. In the headquarters of a certain company inside the inner wall, the officers from the upper echelon of that company gathered in a huge meeting room. Inside that meeting room, Yanagisawa did not look happy at all as he said, "What do you mean you're going to stop extending the supply route?" As Yanagisawa's anger was clearly expressed, in contrast to his usual lack of emotion expression, the other people inside the room started to tense up. Yanagisawa was responsible for the operation to extend the supply route from the Kuzusahara Ruins frontier base into the deeper part of the ruin. And now, he had received an order that not only interfered with his job but even obstructed its continuation. It was not strange for Yanagisawa to take it personally. It would not end up with only mere bruises when someone who was merely an administrator over a piece of land picked a fight against someone who was under the corporate government. A mid-rank officer from the city management tried to calm Yanagisawa down. "We're not stopping it completely. It's just a temporary thing in order to lighten the worries expressed by some of our customers. They thought that the recent incident was caused by the aggressive expansion of the supply route deep into the ruin. There's no evidence connecting the expansion and that incident. And even if that's true, that's still within our predictions. We did expect something like that to happen when we started this project. So there's no reason for us to stop the expansion now. This is also for the sake of the frontier base, which is under construction right now. Even during that incident, we also obtained good results. If that was not enough for you, you should increase the budget just like I suggested last time, although someone rejected that suggestion." Yanagisawa's mood worsened even more. There was no one present to stop him, even among those who were above him position-wise. No one was willing to become the martyr to overrule his opinion. "Calm down. We were attacked twice in such a short span of time. It is not strange that our sponsors got worried." Among those present, few people knew that the first swarm was because of Yanagisawa's doing. So Yanagisawa lowered his shoulders. "The reason why we're expanding the supply route is to create a secured route through the ruin, so that we can excavate the expensive relics more easily. Rather than the voice of those cowards cowering within the inner wall, isn't it more important to prioritize our original goal? I know. We also don't want to stop the expansion. In the end, this is nothing but a temporary pause. The sponsors are afraid of a third attack, and that worry also stems from the lack of power in the city defense squad. If the city defense squad could repel those swarms with no problem at all, they would not care how many times those swarms might come. Moreover, you want to get that new equipment out, right? This is the perfect chance for that. We can dispatch that new equipment to the frontier base for securing the supply route. It will take some time until they can completely dispatch the new equipment. So, in the meantime, we can take a break from expanding the supply route until then. We agreed to dispatch them just like you had asked. I hope you can make a compromise with this. If the third attack happens after that and the new equipment can easily repel the swarm, then it would be attributed to the dispatching of the new equipment for the city defense squad. Is that good enough for you?" Yanagisawa did not give an immediate reply. The silence in the room continued. "Just because we stop expanding the supply route, I won't accept any budget cut. And I'll have the original budget for the new equipment. If it's fine to use the new equipment for exploring the inner part of the ruin too, then I shall allow it." Yanagisawa's tense expression finally relaxed. His voice also turned back to its usual flippant tone. "If you're willing to go that far, it can't be helped then. We'll stop extending the supply route." Sighs of relief echoed in the meeting room. After that, they continued their meeting to talk about several other matters. That was when a small ruffle between area administrators happened. For the next subject, we've received a report regarding the difference between the real worth of land and those reported on paper. We'll start with the person who brought this up. As the person who had been working as the leader of that meeting said so, Udajima stood up and smiled at Inabe. I'm Udajima. As everyone knows well, the inner part of the Kuzusahara ruin is divided into smaller sections and each section is assigned to a different administrator. Each administrator will survey the section that they're assigned to, and the result from that survey, which includes the type of relics that you can find there, will decide on the priority for a further survey and the budget for the same. Udajima took a short pause and glanced at Inabe. Inabe curled his lips in reply. Everyone here is busy, just cut the chase and get to it. Very well then. Inabe, it seems that the report from your place says that you've found an old world terminal in the area that you're responsible for, is that true? It is the truth. What of it? In that case, I'll take this chance to declare that it is fake. What? As murmur propagated through the room, Inabe finally processed what Udajima had said and raised his voice. Are you kidding me? That report has even gone through a formal appraiser from Kagamayama City, you know. Are you seriously saying that I'm faking that report? Those relics are really old world terminals. This is a slander. I'm not saying that they are not old world terminals. So what's your problem then? The problem is where you found them. There's a good chance you got them from another place outside your section. And you brought them there in order to increase the value of your section. What are you even talking about? Inabe showed a slight panic. But in order to hide it, he immediately raised his voice. That's a baseless accusation. Where's the evidence? Of course, I have some with me. I bet you just faked them too. You're planning to pull down the value of my section by causing fictitious trouble, aren't you? If you only have vague pieces of evidence that might as well be fake, you can excuse yourself by using that as a reason to run away from the repercussions after all. Well, I know you would say that. Seeing how Udajima was smiling as if he had already won, Inabe felt unease. But even so, he retained anger on his face. The operation should have been perfect. There's no way he can see through that. Wait, don't tell me. Is it that girl? Inabe started to doubt Viola's intention in having given him those relics. In short, it was nothing more than a strategy to trap him. But Inabe made sure not to show that on his face. He told himself that since those relics were really old-world terminals, he should be able to win the argument as he slowly got rid of panic from his face. But Udajima then smiled as if he knew that would happen. Even if both of us present our data here, it would be difficult to judge which one is correct. There's also a good chance that we both don't have enough evidence to support our respective claims. That's why let's focus on what we know for sure. Although the results from the appraisal say that all of those relics are really old-world terminals, I went ahead and submitted a request to the appraisal companies union to check the origin of all those relics. And I've asked to put the result from that request here and now. Inabe froze. He then said with a shaking voice, "Why, you even went that far, huh? Just how much do you think that would cost you?" "Yeah, it wasn't cheap at all. I know you know that too. But if it's the appraisal companies union, although there might be some discrepancies, they should be able to pinpoint and track relics found in the Kuzusahara ruin. Well then, let's put up the result now." Seeing how Inabe's bluff was crumbling down, Udajima smiled triumphantly as he operated the terminal. Then, a picture of a man was displayed in the middle of that room. "Good afternoon, I am from the appraisal companies union. We will send a full report later, but since we were requested to give a direct report, we'll keep this short. After our investigation, the relics in question." Inabe had completely given up. Deep inside his heart, he kept cursing Viola, who might have planned this, and Udajima, who might have been the one who asked Viola to do that in the first place. Udajima was smiling triumphantly, at least, that was the case until he heard the continuation of the report. "That is highly likely to be found in the reported location. Ha? Wadash." Udajima and Inabe could not hide their surprise. "If there's no other question, we shall take our excuse here." Udajima finally returned back to reality as he immediately shouted, "No way! That can't be right. It must be some kind of mistake. It's the real result from an investigation done by the union. Please check the report for further detail. The build fee will not be reimbursed even if you find the result unsatisfactory." So please keep that in mind. Are there any other questions? Very well, please excuse me then. The display vanished. Udajima mumbled as if he just saw something that he could not believe. Oh wait, that's impossible. Those relics should have come from the Higuraka residence ruin. Even if it's not, one thing for sure is they can't be from Inabe's area. Inabe! Don't tell me. You actually found them in your area and took them out first before bringing them back in? Did you do all of this just to trick me? Inabe reeled back from that accusation. He then smiled while hiding his own thoughts as he said to Udajima, "What are you even talking about? That's obviously not true, just cut it out already." Then, why were you so panicked? Anyone would panic when they find out someone is trying to frame them. Well, although, it seems that you've blown yourself up this time. Inabe and Udajima's positions were reversed. Inabe was smiling triumphantly while Udajima was badly flustered. It showed who had won and who had lost the argument. The leader of the meeting tried to calm the situation down. Both of you, get back to your seat. Inabe, make sure not to do anything suspicious from here on out. I don't remember ever doing anything suspicious though. But it seems that some people just can't leave me alone. I'll be more careful next time. Inabe calmly sat back on his seat. Udajima, this should clear up your suspicions. Keep in mind not to do something like this again. Udajima did not reply as he meekly sat back. Well then, let's move to the next subject. It seems that there's a report saying someone has claimed to have gotten in contact with the ruins manager. Yanagisawa will give the detail. The meeting continued just like that, as if they were ignoring what just happened between Udajima and Inabe. After the meeting, Inabe, who had returned back to his private quarters, smiled and said, "I didn't see that coming at all, but I got through it just fine. That girl didn't get in contact with me in order to frame me, it's in order to frame Udajima, huh? Well, that doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that it got rid of that guy." After he laughed in relief and regained his calm, he looked at the report from the appraisal company's union and started thinking about what to do next. But still, to think that they actually came from my area. I didn't expect it at all. To be honest, it's only near the borders of my area that we haven't explored. But that Udajima, I bet he thought that it was fine as long as it was outside the Kuzusuhara ruin and set the investigation area range a bit too big. Now that Inabe had regained his calm, he started to string together the information that he currently had. That hunter, Akira, was it again? If I'm not mistaken, he's strong enough to even make the city management force him to take a rank-up request. It won't be strange for someone as strong as him to return back from unexplored ruins in the future. And if he had found a secret passage to an unexplored warehouse, it wouldn't be strange that he would be hiding that too. After all, if the location of that hidden passage leaked and hunters start to flood the area, there's a good chance someone would find that hidden passage too. Inabe then remembered something about Akira and opened his information terminal. If I'm not mistaken, during that ruin exploration in my area, it seemed that the humanoid monsters focused on this hunter. If this was because his face got recorded by the ruin's security system the moment he took those relics from that undiscovered location, and if this is the reason why he was treated differently compared to the other hunters whom the ruin management only views as suspicious armed individuals, then it would mean the location where he found those relics should be somewhere nearby. The Union also said there's a good chance those relics really came from this area according to their investigation. Although, since Udajima did not pay the full fee, the method that the Union used to confirm it was not written in the report, and I have no idea how the Union did that. But that doesn't matter. The most important thing is the result, not the method. Inabe then remembered the powered suit that Yanagisawa requested. If I remember correctly, that powered suit is pretty strong. I heard that it was able to kill a building-sized monster with a melee weapon. And now it's approved for ruin exploration too? It doesn't matter how dangerous that unexplored place is, it should be alright if I bring a couple of that powered suit with me. After all, I need to find relics in my area, and if that unexplored place still has a lot of relics, then, if I can get Akira involved too, and those people from Drankum too, I should have enough manpower to explore it. Inabe combined all kinds of information in his head. Wait for a sec, doesn't this mean that it's my time to shine? Inabe smiled widely. It was a deep, greedy smile. Chapter 201, Pulling Out a Nail. The sponsors of Kagamayama City regularly held a feast on the upper floor of the Kagama building. It was a gathering of the conglomerates of huge companies from the inner wall where they meet and form connections as well as gather information about each other. It was the perfect opportunity to expand one's business. Basically, the people who gathered there were not the kind of people who could be pulled down by the economy. Instead, they were people who had the power and authority over that said economy. The regulars of that feast could easily infer someone else's power from how often they participated in such a feast. This time, Cheryl also joined the feast accompanied by Viola. It happened a few days after that incident between Inabe and Yudajima. Viola was donning a daring dress. Although it exuded her familiarity with secrets, it also made her look suspicious at the same time. In contrast to that, Cheryl was wearing a graceful dress with a small accessory that boosted her charm. Although she somehow got a hold of herself in that situation, she still looked nervous, as if she was a lady who was not used to such a social gathering. For the people who did not know their relation, it was easy to imagine from that scene that it was an evil, shady woman bringing along a clueless lady into that feast. Cheryl then mumbled a short sentence that gave a hint as to why they were there that day. But still, to think that he would take such a troublesome approach. Viola smiled at Cheryl like a veteran smiling at a greenhorn. The meaning behind this troublesome approach is usually much more important than you think. And that is doubly true when it is not something that they could just bring up in public. It's just like how people decide to bluff or make excuses, you know? It makes the subject vaguer from afar, which prevents people from investigating the truth. Is that so? Cheryl had made a deal with Inabe to send some of his relics to be sold at her relic shop. But even for Inabe, it was impossible to just send the relics to an unknown shop that had no connection at all with the city management in public. As such, Inabe invited Cheryl to that feast so that he could pretend to meet her by pure chance here. It was only then could he make an excuse that he saw some talent in Cheryl and decided to invest and entrust some expensive relics to her. Not only that, but Inabe was also evaluating other methods available for him to invest in Cheryl, adjusting his margin of profit using the same excuse. Cheryl, I have to go and meet some other people for a different matter, so I'll have to leave you for a bit. Make sure not to do anything suspicious, okay? I'll go to you and let you handle the rest if something bad happens. That's a good decision. Although Cheryl said so in a rather curt manner, Viola replied with her usual smile before she left Cheryl. Seeing that reaction from Viola, Cheryl understood just how familiar Viola was to this game of intrigue, unlike herself. Cheryl could not help but frown because of the gap between them. Now that Cheryl was alone, she avoided making any unnecessary interaction with the others in order to survive that feast. Normally, people here would go around making connections. But in the case of Cheryl, if she blurted out something that she should not, people would be able to easily identify that she should not be in that place. So, in order to prevent that, she made preparations to give her a way to retreat with the least needed courtesy if someone struck up a conversation with her. And the first step for that was maintaining some distance from the other participants of the feast. As Cheryl stood there at the corner of the hall watching the others in that feast, she thought that scene could not be any more different compared to Slum City. She understood that at least her dress was suitable for this place and time, but she herself still lacked the confidence to be standing here. After all, people would always bring with them a piece of where they grew up from. But even so, she still kept her eyes on the others, observing them closely so that she could act more similar to their mannerisms. Unfortunately, there was no lack of distraction coming into her vision. For the others here, the food served was nothing more than a complimentary snack during their conversation, but for Cheryl, she had to fight back the desire to get a taste of that food. In order to build up resistance against those foods, Viola had brought Cheryl to a high-class restaurant in the Kagama building once before attending that feast. Although Cheryl was warned by Viola beforehand, she could not hold back her reaction when she experienced the taste that she could never find in the slum city. There were mistakes that might happen because you did not know it, and there were things that you could fight back simply because you knew it well beforehand. Cheryl was stuck in between those two situations. In order to be able to blend in well among the people here, she had to act as if those foods did not interest her at all. In order to help her do that, she had filled her stomach with cheap stuff before coming there. After filling her stomach to the point where she felt like puking, she found the strength to fight back the temptation of the delicious food in that feast. But even so, every time her eyes caught onto the food in that hall, she felt as if her stomach cloned another empty version of itself, making space for more. Although she was able to hold herself back, her smile stiffened because of that. Cheryl? Cheryl turned to the source of that voice and saw Katsuya looking at her, rather surprised. Long time no see, Katsuya. Cheryl decided to have a small talk with Katsuya to combat the temptation from the food as she smiled at him. What a coincidence to meet you here. Or I guess it shouldn't be that surprising. I bet it's normal for a hunter as good as Katsuya to attend this kind of event. So, do you frequent this feast? Katsuya was attending the feast in a stylish suit instead of his usual augmented suit. But it was obvious from his mannerism that he was not used to it yet. Moreover, he was a bit flustered since he did not expect to actually meet Cheryl here, although he did wish for it unconsciously. Well, this is actually my first. Though I did attend something similar a few times before. Is that so? This is actually my first time too. I received an invitation from an acquaintance and so, I'm here for some business. Cheryl then picked up 2 glasses from a nearby butler and offered one to Katsuya, who followed the flow and picked up the glass. Well then, to commemorate this meeting and this feast, cheers. Cheryl smiled and looked straight into Katsuya's eyes. She then clinked her glass with his, making a small ringing sound. Katsuya blushed a bit and was charmed by Cheryl as she gracefully took a sip from her glass. He then flusteredly brought his own glass to his mouth as if he just snapped from being hypnotized. On the other side of the feast, Viola walked with a smile towards an officer from Drankum, Mizu. In contrast to Viola, Mizu slightly curled her lips seeing Viola there. Viola, how the heck did you get in here? Not with any illegal means, I was officially invited, you know. There's no way a mere information broker would be invited to this event. Just how many things do you think I needed to go through to be able to come to this place? I have no clue whether you blackmailed the guards or bribed them. Either way, it would be troublesome if others see me talking with someone like you. So can you just leave me alone? Seeing that Mizuha did not believe her at all, Viola smiled and pulled out her invitation from her chest. Mizuha still could not trust Viola as she checked that invitation. When she read through it, she could not hide her surprise. Not only was the invitation a formal one, but it also came from Inabe, an important person in the city management of Kuzuzuharu Ruin. Viola, just how did you? You know me all too well that I never lie, right? Compared to Viola, who received her invitation from Inabe, Mizuha's position was lower since hers was only received using her connection in Drankum. Now that you understand I'm here because of a formal invitation, let's use this wonderful chance to deepen our relationship. This way, both of us will have more connections that we can use. Moreover, I have something that I want to ask you. Keep it short. Mizuha was baited by the possibility of getting Inabe's contact from Viola and decided to listen to what Viola had to say, though she did not like it at all. Viola smiled triumphantly that she got the reaction that she had expected. After making some idle talks first as if to delay the main subject, Viola finally got into the main subject without changing her tone. By the way, did you hear anything about the result from that investigation? I'm talking about who told Katsuya where that pickpocket was back during that incident in Slum City. I have nothing at all. The report that I gave you before was really all that I know. From the deal that they had made between them, Mizuha sent a Drankum investigation regarding that matter to Viola in the past. According to that report, it had been confirmed that Nergo was the one who told Katsuya about Alna's whereabouts. Katsuya said so and Nergo also admitted to it. It seemed that Nergo witnessed Alna getting captured near the slum city. At first, he thought that she was just one of those common pickpockets in the slum, but then he remembered and thought that pickpocket might be one that Katsuya was talking about lately. So he decided to give Katsuya a call. After Nergo said so to the investigators, he then said while looking regretfully that he would not have done that had he known it would turn into something like this. After the investigation, the investigators gave the report to Drankum. Then Drankum officers used that report as a basis to prove their non-involvement in that incident. Of course, as an officer in Drankum, Mizuha also received a copy of that report. Viola smiled deeply and warned Mizuha. Is that already really everything? Do you really not have anything else? Mizuha looked confusedly at Viola, but her suspicion was greatly affected by her prior knowledge of how evil Viola was. Let me tell you this up front. I won't accept any complaint even if you say that level of information was not worth its fee. After all, I have no plans to be one of your puppets, and I know how you do things by only giving out one-sided information. You're sadly mistaken if you think I won't raise this as an issue here just because you brought this matter up in a place like this. Likewise, do not think I will take the bait just because you have a connection to the upper echelon for the city management. Viola exaggerated her surprise as she replied. That's a misunderstanding. It's just that it doesn't sit really well with me saying that it's nothing but a pure coincidence, so I think it might be a good idea to do further investigation on this matter. And in the case that you do, I might be able to lend you some help. It's basically just a piece of advice for one of my customers. It was a pure coincidence and Drankum has nothing to do with that battle at all. That's the formal statement from Drankum. If you don't want to pick a fight with Drankum, you should refrain from doing anything. Even if it was not a coincidence, we can see it simply as Nergo paying back his favor since Kitsuya saved him in the past. I bet if you get involved in it, you could use it as a chance to get in between them. So, I don't need anything from you even if you're offering it for free. Just how many crimes have you committed in the past saying that they were nothing but coincidences? Mizuha sent a sharp glance at Viola, but Viola returned back with a casual smile. That's a huge misunderstanding. As an information broker, I only offer the correct information for the sum of money paid. Although, I admit that the accuracy and the amount of information might change depending on how much a person would pay me. But it would be unreasonable to hold me responsible for the way they interpret the information that I gave them, no. Humph, you can say all you want either way, I don't need anything from you. Is that so? That's just too bad. Well, I have no plans to keep pushing this to you if you don't want it. So I'll withdraw for now. Half of what Mizuha expected was right on the target. Viola was there to offer her information on Nergo. But she did not expect that half of its content was advice and a suggestion, or in other words, a warning. Viola showed her skill when she investigated Nergo's background. It did not take much time for her to confirm Nergo's track record that Drankum had already known too. But of course, Viola did not stop there. She went further to find something in the past that was detrimental to him. Because of that, she lost some of her contacts. Those who she still could contact were either uninterested in that matter or that they had nothing interesting to say about Nergo. Viola felt that it was dangerous to pursue this matter any further and cut the investigation short. And here I am just thinking of giving a friendly warning since it would be too bad to lose a contact within Drankum. Well, it doesn't really matter. It's all good as long as nothing bad happens. I'll just leave her be since she has no other choice but to buy information from me in case anything bad happens. Viola smiled deeply. Mizuha found it suspicious and was wondering what exactly was the information that Viola was offering her. But she thought that it must be one of Viola's tricks and decided not to ask any further. One thing for sure, Viola never lied. But if she knew what information Viola was offering, she might as well be ready to get manipulated by Viola. But if she did not know, she might be destroyed. Viola had control over how much information she would share. Another seed to feed the rumor had been sown. It was a matter of luck whether it would sprout or not. Back to Cheryl and Kitsuya. Cheryl was having a relaxing chat with Kitsuya. Since she could not afford to talk about her humble background, she basically was only listening to Kitsuya's stories. Lately, Kitsuya had been working on Kuzusahara Ruin's forward-base supply route construction request. Most of the time, he fought strong monsters deep inside the ruin or helped harvest the relics around the supply route. Although it was nothing more but an idle talk about Kitsuya's experience, it gave an overview of the situation in the inner part of Kuzusahara Ruin and how much effort the city management had put into it. Normally, Cheryl would have to pay for this kind of information. The reason why Katsuya was in that feast was simply because a particular company that had gained a lot of profits from the relics that he had gathered wanted to hear the story from Katsuya himself. Cheryl was listening closely to Katsuya's story. She further encouraged Katsuya to continue by showing interest in his story with her expression. But she then noticed there was something bothering Katsuya, so she worriedly asked him, "Katsuya, is there something wrong?" Katsuya was surprised. He then apologetically said, What do you mean? I'm sorry if I asked something that I should not have. But please don't push yourself too hard, Dada. It's not like that, although it's true that the monsters are really strong and that everyone worked together very well. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty proud of our achievements. I can understand that from your story. I do think that you did well too. But I feel like it's something that you yourself don't want to admit. The face that you have right now is just like the face you had the last time I saw you. Back then, you regretted the fact that you could not save your friends, and you're making the same face right now. Or more like, it seems that you're forcing yourself to smile, which makes it even more obvious. Katsuya, are you really all right? Cheryl looked at Katsuya worriedly. Katsuya closed his mouth shut as if he was hiding something. The mood slowly turned dark and sad. Eventually, he made a wry smile. But there was some happiness that sprouted from Cheryl being able to notice it. That I guess I can't hide anything from you. To be honest, it's not like I'm intentionally hiding it. It's just that, well, I might be actually unconsciously trying to hide it. I'm not sure myself. It seems that I've asked something that saddened you. I apologize. Cheryl said so as she gracefully bowed, seeing that, Katsuya flusteredly shook his head and explained. It's my fault for bringing it up myself. There's no need for you to apologize. Well, now that it has come to this, is it okay if I continue? I'll be more than happy to listen. Katsuya paused for a bit as if he was hesitating. Seeing Cheryl smile as she said that, his expression turned serious. He failed again. Although I had promised, I could not keep my word. I understand more or less what had happened. It might be rather rude for me to say this, but working as a hunter is a dangerous job. I believe that those who had lost their lives must have made their resolve beforehand. I know that it's not easy, but there's no need for you to take all the responsibility. Katsuya shook his head. There was visible sadness on his face. She wasn't a hunter, so I don't think she expected it at all, and there's no need for her to have that resolve in the first place. Although I can't tell you the details since I'm bound by confidentiality, she's not a hunter who was prepared to be killed. That's why I promised I would protect her. Katsuya smiled wryly. I've always promised a lot of things to the people around me, like it's going to be all right, or that I'll protect them. Although I did that simply because I'm the leader of the team, I really meant it when I said so. But I wasn't able to keep my words. I couldn't keep my promises. So, I started to think that the next time I make a promise, it would just be another lie. And now, I'm not even sure what I should do about that. Although Cheryl seemed to be listening intently from the outside, she was actually using cold logic in the back of her mind. She was thinking of the right response that she should give, although, at the same time, she also laughed at herself. She thought of how cruel she was since she genuinely saw Katsuya as a spoiled brat who was usually given whatever he wanted, and this was just one case that was not the same. Katsuya, I'll ask you some questions. It is fine if you don't want to answer them. It's fine as long as you yourself understand the answers to my questions. Katsuya frowned and tilted his head. Cheryl then confirmed that his gaze was focused on her before she asked with a serious tone. Did you take it easy when you tried to keep that promise? Katsuya was about to shout back in anger. But seeing how Cheryl was staring straight at him, he instead flinched back. If you did, you should use that experience and promise you won't do that again. There's no need to be needlessly moping around like this. If you're going to mop around, it's better if you put more effort next time. But if you did not. Katsuya waited with bated breath for Cheryl to continue, so she continued with a gentle voice. Then there's nothing more you can do about it. Katsuya, who was expecting to be scolded, tensed up. There are things in this world that we can't change no matter what we do, even if we push ourselves to death or did all the preparations that could have been done. Even if you picked the best choice, or even if you put your life on the line, there are just things that you have to give up on in life. Katsuya could not say anything back as Cheryl continued. I'm sure there are times when you thought that things might have gone differently if you had done this and that. But you only know that after it's done, so it's not like you can go back and redo it again differently. In the first place, the decision that you think to be the wrong one might actually be the better one. The end result might have been worse if you had picked the other option that you now think is the right one. Those words stabbed Katsuya right in the heart. Moreover, even if that decision was really the wrong one, you chose that option based on your ability at that time. It doesn't mean that you did not give your best shot. The words that Katsuya might have been seeking all alone seeped deep into his now defenseless heart. I'm sure that even if it ended badly, the person that you were protecting knew that you did your best trying to keep your promise. If you're blaming yourself thinking that it was all your fault that you couldn't keep your promise, I'm sure she would be saddened. So you should stop for her sake. For the finishing touch, Cheryl brought up that it was for someone else's sake too. Katsuya then mumbled. He felt as if he should have noticed it all this time since it was right in front of his eyes. That I see, it seems that I'm using her as a reason to bring myself down again, huh? Katsuya remembered what Alna said during her last moments. He could not do that up until now since he was busy fighting back against the sadness and the desperation that had been terrorizing him. But now that he had the leeway to look back, he remembered vividly that Alna was smiling right until the end. There was no trace of blame that might haunt him for the rest of his life at all. Katsuya raised both of his hands up and slapped them hard on his cheeks. He did that with such vigor that it caused a loud, painful sound. Once the sound faded and the pain was gone, he returned back to his usual confident smile. Cheryl, thank you. It did help me a lot. I'm sorry to have made you worry, but I'm all right now. Cheryl, who saw that, thought that it was a bit strange. Is there something wrong? Dada, it's nothing, it seems that you're really okay now. Yep, and it's thanks to you. I just simply said my thoughts. But you're welcome. Cheryl smiled teasingly. Now that Katsuya had regained his calm, her smile looked extremely charming to him. That was when Inabe approached them. When he noticed that the person Cheryl was talking with was Katsuya, he then mockingly said, Katsuya from Drankum, huh? Hitting on a girl even at a place like this. I see. You're indeed as fast as the rumor says. But aren't you mistaking the reason for this feast? Katsuya annoyedly replied. I'm just talking to a friend, I don't know who you are, but don't give Cheryl the wrong idea. I see, in that case, I'm sorry but I'll have you leave her now, I have something that I want to discuss with her. Can't you see that I'm talking with her right now? You can talk with her later. Katsuya thought that Inabe was arrogant to say that was why he replied with a raised voice. But instead, Inabe scolded Katsuya for his ignorance. It's true that this feast is held for people to make connections, but it's for productive talks such as important negotiations and deals. I have business matters to discuss with her and it's not something that a mere hunter like you can listen to. Moreover, if you insist on staying and cause her to lose a few billion orum worth in our deal, are you going to take responsibility for it? Of course, even Katsuya could not provide that much money. Although he significantly toned down his attitude, it was obvious that he was still not happy with it. Seeing that, Cheryl lightly bowed to Katsuya and apologetically said to him, Katsuya, I'm sorry, but can we continue this some other time? Now that Cheryl even asked him politely, he had no other choice but to pull back. So he then said regretfully, Of course, see you again then, Cheryl. Thank you, and let's meet again some other time. Katsuya cheered up from that promise to meet again. He then sent a glance at Inabe before leaving. Inabe looked at Katsuya as if he was looking at a poorly mannered child before turning to Cheryl. Before going on to the main subject, is it okay if I ask you what is your relation with him? Just an acquaintance that I've met a few times in the past. Inabe was a bit surprised by that rather cold reply from Cheryl. But it doesn't seem like he would agree with that though. I'm not that nice to the point that I would straighten up a misunderstanding when I have no reason to do so. Hearing Cheryl say it casually, Inabe could not hold back his chuckle. There were rumors saying that Yanagisawa had his eyes on Katsuya. So for those people who wanted to build a connection with Yanagisawa, Katsuya was an important person. Not only had Cheryl formed a connection, but it also seemed that she even had Katsuya in the palm of her hand. It greatly raised Inabe's evaluation of Cheryl. I see. No wonder you are working together with that woman. Cheryl sent an honest, displeased glance at Inabe. Can you stop saying something like that? Judging from her reaction, Inabe then thought. It seems that although they're working together, they're not exactly on the same team. Getting close to Viola carries too much risk, so I guess I better approach Cheryl instead. Viola was very skilled, but she could not be trusted. So instead, it might be safer to do that via Cheryl. That was what Inabe thought of Cheryl right now. Now then, before we get to the main subject, how about we move somewhere else first? In order to deceive the people here into thinking that we know each other, we need to be deliberate about it. Be it a secret talk to bait their attention or a common discussion to show off, either would work just fine. Very well, I'll leave that decision to you. And also, is it okay to put my hopes up for that few billion Aurum deal that you mentioned? It depends on your effort and skill. In that case, I shall give my best effort. In response to that light challenge from Inabe, Cheryl gave a confident and charming smile. After they changed places, they then had a rather light-hearted talk. During their conversation, Cheryl was able to extract some information about Katsuya too, as she remembered that she felt something was weird before Katsuya left them. The fact that Katsuya could not keep his promise left a deep wound in his heart as if it was a ball and chain which chained him down. But after that exchange with Cheryl, it was as if he was finally released from that chain. But of course, Cheryl did not notice it. Yanagisawa was reading the documents in the holographic display in front of him. It was not the right person. The documents that he was reading mainly focused on the investigation reports regarding Katsuya. It included Katsuya's track record in the battles deep inside the inner part of the ruin, as well as the evaluation of his actions during the social gathering event inside Drankum. Some of the reports also contained information from interviews of the people around him. But even among all of these reports, Yanagisawa could not find what he was looking for. Of course, there's a possibility that Nergo gave me wrong information or that they noticed me. But I don't think that is the case this time. I really don't know what's wrong here. Since he heard from Nergo that Katsuya might be someone who could connect to the old world domain, Yanagisawa used all kinds of methods to keep Katsuya under his command in order to ascertain that. It was an easy thing for Yanagisawa to make the city management hire Drankum and to get them dispatched for expanding the supply route in Kuzusuhara Ruin. But the reports that he received from his men did not support that claim. The reports could not confirm that Katsuya was able to connect to the old world domain. They did not even hint at that possibility. They were relatively normal reports for a young talented hunter. Yanagisawa started to get suspicious whether Nergo gave him the wrong information or the ruin managers did something to hide their existence from Katsuya's track record. Among the reports that he was reading, some of them mentioned Katsuya attending social gatherings. That was when Yanagisawa remembered that the feast in the Kagama building should be underway right now. So he then decided to check it out. As he operated the terminal in front of him, a display showed a video from the ongoing feast. Then, in one of the videos from the security cameras in that feast, Yanagisawa finally found Katsuya. After keeping his eyes on that video for some time, Yanagisawa suddenly noticed something. Wait. Yanagisawa opened up other records from the feast Katsuya was attending. He then compared all of those images and smiled. There was an obvious difference between the current image and the past image. It was the way people around him looked at him. It was what Nergo said as one of the unique features of someone who could connect to the old world when Yanagisawa asked him for proof that Katsuya was indeed able to connect to the old world domain. Did they finally show themselves? They might have noticed that I'm looking for them and told Katsuya to be careful, but now are they thinking that it was nothing but their needless worry and there was no need to do that anymore? Either that or Katsuya suddenly decided not to follow their orders. Well, it doesn't really matter. I bet he's the one. Yanagisawa inferred the existence of a certain entity behind Katsuya from the difference of these images. Of course, he did not know that it was because Akira had left a trauma on him and Cheryl helped to heal that trauma. Chapter 202, The Participants of the Feast. Cheryl once again joined the feast. It had been a few days since Inabe barely got out fine from that incident. Viola was there too, but unlike last time, she received a separate invitation, so she was not there as Cheryl's companion. Inabe looked at Cheryl and Viola and smiled meaningfully. "Well, I'm really glad we are able to meet again. I'm sorry to have troubled you last time and would like to thank you for your help." Cheryl smiled as if she was hiding something. "I don't really understand what you are talking about, but I'm really glad that we can be of use to you, Inabe-sama." Viola smiled confidently and joined in. "I don't really remember we did anything, but since you said so, it means that we can look forward to some kind of gratitude, right?" "Of course. I've finished all the preparations, we can talk about it later." Cheryl knew that Inabe had received a number of Old World terminals from a secret deal with Akira since she was directly involved in that deal. After all, Inabe made that request to Viola through Cheryl. So basically, Inabe asked Cheryl, Cheryl then asked Viola, Viola asked Akira. From this connection, finally, Akira went to meet Inabe. It was a deal that was made through multiple indirect contacts. So she thought that Inabe was being discreet here. It doesn't seem to be that simple. But if that misunderstanding is a good thing for us, there is no need to go out of my own way just to fix it. I guess I'll go along with this flow. While Viola was handling the deal with Inabe, she also sent incomplete information to Udajima. She knew that Udajima and Inabe were not on good terms, so she was selling information to both of them, making them believe that they were the winner. The reason why Udajima saw through Inabe's trickery back then was mostly thanks to the information that he had received from Viola. There was nothing to be gained from dealing with a fool. And if he was that incompetent, then Viola might as well use him to get another customer. She thought so, and when Udajima brought those relics to the appraisal company's union for an investigation, she thought that would be the end for Inabe. That was when something completely unexpected happened. Not only this time but also that time with the incident in the slum city too. I wonder why Akira always throws a wrench in my perfect plan. Well, it seems that Inabe thought that it was all according to my plan, so I guess I'll act as if that is really the case. And judging from his attitude, it seems that he's not doing it as a grudge for giving that information to Udajima either. So I guess this should be fine. Inabe believed that what happened back then with Udajima was the result of his insurance working as intended. It was true that Inabe brought relics from somewhere in order to increase the value of the area that he was assigned to. If Udajima, who had such a piece of information, used another route to prove it instead of taking it to the appraisal company's union, there was a good chance that Inabe would have lost during their argument. But result-wise, Udajima was the one who lost. Moreover, it looked like he had lost the argument by his own mistake. That had given Inabe a good momentum to go forward now that one of his competitors just basically self-destructed. Inabe could not discard the possibility that Viola deliberately manipulated the information in order to make Cheryl look good, which might allow the girl to earn more profits. While at the same time, Cheryl was also indirectly telling him that if she wanted to, she could cut off Inabe anytime. That incident with the Udajima might actually be a bribe as well as a warning for him, or at least, that was what Inabe thought. Cheryl basically has Akira and Viola with her. According to some of the reports that I've received, she has enough power to rule over the slum city. I always thought that all of her actions are from Viola, but there's a good chance that it is not the case and that it actually comes from Cheryl herself. Her relic shop is doing well and the profit from it is well enough to increase my own profit margin. There's nothing to lose by forming a connection with her. Although, I need to be careful. During that short exchange, the misunderstanding only got worse. Both of them were talking in a friendly manner while trying to extract information from each other. From that point of view, they were doing just what the other participants in that feast were doing. That was when Katsuya suddenly came to them in a bit of a rush. Cheryl. Katsuya, we meet again. Cheryl at first showed a happy smile, but her face immediately turned to show a troubled expression right after that. Katsuya too looked happy to have met Cheryl, however, now he looked a bit confused after he saw Cheryl's expression. Eventually, he noticed Inabe was also there and frowned with a rather stern face. A moment later, Mizuha, Yamaina, and Eri also made their appearances. All of them had different reactions to the scene. Mizuha was flustered, hoping that Katsuya had not done anything rude to Inabe. Yamaina sighed exasperatedly, thinking that Katsuya had done it again, while Eri glanced at Cheryl and raised her guard. Inabe thought for a bit before welcoming Katsuya with a hearty smile. "Oh, we meet again. Sorry for what happened last time." Katsuya was a bit surprised since he did not expect that from Inabe at all. "Oh, I didn't expect that at all." Is it because we brought some relics to your place last time? What was it again? Old World Information Terminal? Those things are expensive, right?" Katsuya smiled triumphantly. Inabe was not bothered by it at all as he laughed it off and replied, "Well, it's true that I see you now in a different light after knowing your skill. But from my point of view, you're still one of those common hunters." Katsuya curled his lips, but before he could say anything, Inabe then continued to say something that made Katsuya fluster. "But even so, if you're actually close to Cheryl, then it's a different story. I don't want to get on Cheryl's bad side either. So I apologize for accusing you of trying to hit on Cheryl last time. It's just that I heard rumors of how much of a womanizer you are, you know. So it would have been great if you could have explained that to me back then, or am I wrong?" Well, I'm not actually that close to Cheryl." Inabe was acting confused hearing Katsuya's vague answer. "Is that so? I thought that was the case from our talk last time. Have you known her for a long time?" "And not exactly, it's just that we have met a few times. Including this time, it'll make it 4 times. Inabe did not expect the number to be that low. Even Katsuya, who said so himself, seemed a bit surprised. "Well, it's not like you can measure your relationship simply by how many times you have met, right?" That's right." Katsuya nodded deeply. Inabe was originally planning to lift Cheryl's reputation a bit and simultaneously provoke Katsuya, hoping to get Katsuya involved in his plan. But Inabe did not expect what he just heard. So, he started to ponder. "So, in short, the previous one was only the 3rd time, huh? They're already that close only after 3 meetings? Is it because he's just that fast, or is it because Cheryl is just that good? I can't tell." Inabe lightly glanced over everyone there before he spoke up. "Well, what can I say? It's not right to get in the way between the next generation of leaders. Should I leave you guys alone then?" Katsuya unconsciously nodded, but Mizuha, who was next to him, flusteredly interjected. "No, exchange between generations is also equally important. Moreover, we are the ones barging into your conversation, so please don't mind us. We would be more than happy to join if we're allowed to." "I see, I shall take on that offer then." Mizuha lightly sighed in relief. If Katsuya did not leave a bad impression, a chance to introduce him to an officer from the city management was an important thing. Although it was awful that Viola was there, Mizuha was still satisfied with the current result. Seeing that, Katsuya, who was next to her, looked at her, confused. As they continued their conversation, the flow of the conversation naturally separated them into 2 groups, the younglings and the adults. The adults were talking about their future prospects regarding ruin expeditions, while the younglings were talking about their recent experience working as hunters. Katsuya was talking enthusiastically about his experience. Cheryl listened closely to his story with her usual smile. Yamaina joined in their conversation from time to time as she felt something bothering her about the relationship between Cheryl and Katsuya. Back then when Katsuya suddenly cheered up and returned back to his usual self after he was in a long depression since the incident in the slum city, Yamaina was honestly happy for him. When he lowered his head and apologized for making them worry, he said that instead of worrying about each other, they should be laughing together as compatriots. That smile was so bright that Yamaina felt like she would fall in love with Katsuya again. But when she asked about what changed his mood, Katsuya said he met Cheryl by coincidence and had a talk with her. When Yamaina heard that, she could not hold back the jealousy and other dark emotions that were welling up inside her. Yamaina was lamenting the reasons Katsuya did not say anything to her. She questioned if she was not good enough for him. All the jealousy and questions that came up inside her ended up making her loathe herself, hurting herself even more. Yamaina looked at Cheryl and compared herself to her. In order not to wound Drankum's reputation and so that she would be able to attend that feast, Yamaina was wearing a beautiful and expensive dress. But since she was not used to it, she looked a little awkward in her dress. In contrast to that, Cheryl was wearing a refitted dress, especially made for her, and it was refitted not only as a decoration but also as a weapon for negotiation. Furthermore, Cheryl herself had the skill to enhance that, further making her undoubtedly charming. Yamaina and the other girls' awkwardness was the unique trait of new younglings. Others' opinions about them would not change just because of that. But there was no denying that the aura exuded by the veterans there was completely different from theirs. Yamaina swore that she would stay beside Katsuya to protect him from his tendency to jump the gun. But Katsuya was able to solve his problems with his talent as a hunter as he continued climbing the ranks. Skill-wise, even as fellow hunters, Yamaina was hard-pressed to keep her place beside Katsuya. She was able to attend this feast not because people recognized her skill, but because Mizuha had listened to Katsuya's selfish request. Yamaina was pulled by her emotion and asked Cheryl a question. "By the way, is there any particular reason you are attending this feast?" "We're here because of Drankum's connection." Or more like, "We came here as Katsuya's companions." Inabe, who heard that, immediately interjected. About that, I was the one who invited her. So, I guess you can say that she's here because of her connection to me." "Indeed, I understand that I don't have the influence to attend this feast, so I'm here because of Inabe-sama's kindness." Katsuya and his group were surprised. According to what they had learned before attending the feast, the position of the participants in that feast was decided by who invited them. And an invitation from someone in the city management signified a rather high position. Inabe continued by praising Cheryl in order to pull in Katsuya. Cheryl might one day join this side, to be the one sending out invitations, you know. But a hunter can only be a hunter. A hunter will never be the one sending out invitations. That's the reason why I call you a mere hunter. I didn't do that to discredit you or anything. If you wish to change your profession from scouring for relics and selling them to us, to becoming a hunter who is more actively involved in this kind of thing, you can call me anytime." Mizuha lightly laughed and said with a smile, "Inabe-sama, I'm really happy that you find Drankum hunters reliable, but it would be troublesome if you snatch them from us." "Oh, sorry about that. We are in a perpetual lack of skilled people in the city management, you see. So I just could not help it." "Well, competing for a skilled hunter is not that rare anyway. If you guys from Drankum don't want to lose your exceptional hunters, I suggest you offer them something special." "Of course we do." Both Katsuya and Cheryl were growing up in their respective fields. Yamaina wondered if she would appear to suit that position and have such achievements. She knew that she would not be able to win against Cheryl in that matter. Although she was talking happily like usual, that thought on the back of her mind was dragging her down. After a short idle talk, Mizuha thought that it was about time they took their leave. Since they were there to represent Drankum, they still had to meet others in that feast too. So with the limited time they had, they could not afford to stay there for too long. Katsuya understood Mizuha's signal as he smiled regretfully. But then, he remembered something as he took out an accessory from his pocket and bashfully gave it to Cheryl. "Ah, right, this accessory, I found it during a ruin expedition. It's like a souvenir, so if you're okay with it, will you please accept it? It's also my thanks for listening to my problem last time." The Old World Relic's accessory still retained its shine as if the long years did not wither it at all. But making such an accessory was actually possible with the current era's technology. As a matter of fact, such an accessory was not that rare. So, judging from that point of view, it was not that expensive of a relic. Cheryl stared at that accessory and shook her head. "Thank you, but I have to refuse it." Katsuya was flustered. He did not expect Cheryl to not take it. Do you find it unpleasant perhaps?" Cheryl once again shook her head and said with a smile and a serious face, "You can just laugh at me if I'm overly self-conscious about this, but if I accept it, I believe that you would try to look for a better thing to give me next time. Which means that you would push yourself to face needless danger for it. As such, I can't accept it." Cheryl's serious face relaxed for a bit. In contrast to that, her smile grew fonder as she continued. "You should put that effort into your own safety. To make sure that you can return back alive. For me, the best souvenir will be for you to return back alive, bringing back more stories with you. Since all the girls around him simply accepted any gifts that he gave, the fact that Cheryl refused his gift left an impression on him. In order to match that strong impression, Katsuya smiled and said firmly, "I see, I will bring more stories with me next time then. I'll be looking forward to it." They then said their goodbyes before leaving. But Mizuha stayed behind for a bit after Katsuya and the girls left. She then nervously asked Cheryl a question. "Cheryl-san, was it again? So, if I may, what is your relation with Viola?" Actually I've been working with Viola for a bit in the past, but it is the first time I heard about you, so. We are business partners, nothing more, nothing less." Cheryl replied back almost in an instant. Viola immediately interjected. "Oh, is that so? And here I thought there's more to it than that, you know?" Cheryl still had her smile as she looked at Viola with a gaze that was a few degrees colder than before. "I'm basically keeping you alive until you have no use to me. Is that good enough now?" "Yikes, that's so scary. I'll do my best to make sure that I'll always be of use for you, boss." Mizuha was surprised by Cheryl's attitude toward Viola and Viola's reply there. "Boss?" "Yep, I'm basically working for Cheryl right now. She's directly above me at the moment." Mizuha frowned and slightly puckered as she watched Cheryl and Viola smiling while facing each other. "That I see. I'll take my leave then, please excuse me." Mizuha lightly bowed before leaving. Although it was obvious that Cheryl was skilled, she was still not sure whether it was more dangerous than profitable to deal with Cheryl. She was at a loss whether to warn Katsuya to stay away from Cheryl or to encourage him instead. Inabe looked at Mizuha, who was leaving their area, with a look that was saying he understood what she was thinking. But still, it should be okay to accept that gift, no? It's true that not accepting it would leave a bigger impression on Katsuya, but to be honest, I think it'll leave a better impression if you happily accept it, you know. I didn't do that to leave an impression on him, it's just simply an excuse not to accept that kind of gift. Is there any problem? To be honest, I don't see any problem accepting that gift though. There are people who get offended when you don't use the gifts that they give you. And sometimes, that is doubly true for non-expensive gifts that they can get without much work, and it still applies even if you say that you lost it or sold it by mistake. So in the end, if I accept that, I will have to keep using it regardless of whether I actually want to or not. I just want to avoid that. Inabe smiled bitterly. I see, sometimes lying is the right choice, huh? There was a slightly ominous feeling from Cheryl's smile as she said, I didn't lie. Rather than a relic, I'm happier to receive stories and information instead. So it's the truth. By the way, judging from what he said, it seems that all the credits for bringing the old world terminals were given to him. Are you really okay with that, Inabe-sama? Inabe smiled wryly as he felt Cheryl reproached his decision. Oof, that's pretty strict of you. I'm sure no one would dare to question the relics that were brought back by a hunter who even Yanagisawa is interested in. If you say that it was not a good choice, I have no argument to deny. But result-wise, we are getting better results without causing any problems. Or am I wrong? Inabe, who misunderstood a few things there, was indirectly saying with a smile that even if that mistake came from Viola, or in effect to that, from Cheryl herself, no one would dare to criticize them. Cheryl replied with a smile and an agreement. Well, it's true that we didn't face any troubles at all. To be honest, Cheryl was only asking if Inabe was okay giving that credit to someone else when he was the one who bought those expensive relics with his own money through a secret deal. But from Inabe's reply, she was able to gain more information which she did not know, and it allowed her to notice that Inabe was misunderstanding something. So she had no reason to straighten that up. Viola more or less understood what was going on in Cheryl and Inabe's minds as she smiled. Inabe suddenly remembered something regarding their secret deal and asked Cheryl a question. By the way, about the hunter who came to the meeting place, Akira, was it again? I heard that you have him as your support too. For a young hunter like him, he's more or less as strong as Katsuya, you know. So what is your relationship with that Akira? We're a couple, I see. Cheryl was trying to answer that as casually as possible, but as a city management staff who had gone through a lot of negotiations, Inabe did not miss the slight change in Cheryl's attitude. It was nothing but a brave front hoping that it was not wrong. Inabe was surprised when he noticed that from Cheryl as he thought. She's like that with Katsuya, whom she had only met a few times, so I thought that is the case for Akira too, but is she having trouble trying to get Akira? I thought that Cheryl could easily manipulate someone like Akira, but I guess that's not the case, huh? During that feast where the participants schemed and conspired, Inabe, Cheryl, and Viola were perfectly blending in with the rest of the participants. Chapter 203, Akira's Custom Suit. Inside a particular high-class clothing boutique in the Kagamayama city's lower district, the head manager of that boutique, Kashua, was wondering about the customers frequenting her shop lately. Her revenue did go up and there were more people coming to her shop. In short, her business was doing well. If she was allowed to make any complaint regarding her business, it would be that the customers coming to her shop were not the kind of customers that she was hoping for. It was not like the customers were rowdy or anything like that. As a matter of fact, they were all well-mannered to an extent. They would not do anything as rude as degrading the shop. They also properly paid a good amount of money. Basically, there was nothing to complain about them. The only problem was that they were not exactly the customers Kashua was hoping for. Considering that there are more of these kinds of customers coming here, I wonder if they have something to do with Viola? Kashua was actually more or less correct. These people were officers from gangs and other organizations from around the slum city. They caught a glimpse of Cheryl's dress and got interested in it. Then after a short conversation with Cheryl, they found out that Cheryl got that dress from Kashua's shop. If they caused any trouble in the shop, it would bring in the security companies guarding the area. Not to mention, damaging the shop that Akira and his friends frequented might cause more trouble. Since they knew that very well, rather than bringing people to rob the shop, they only dared to bring a small number of bodyguards when they visited that shop. When they were there, they made sure to behave themselves. With respect to mannerism and appearance, they were actually even better than the people that Viola came with the other day. Personally speaking, I'm actually hoping to attract the people from the inner wall who come to the outer wall from time to time. And it would be ideal if the reputation of my shop spread around starting from those kinds of people. But well, I wonder if it's too late for me to think like that since we don't turn away hunters. In the Eastern District, being a hunter was thought to be a crook's occupation. As a matter of fact, it was used as the main example of a bad occupation. But many of the well-earning hunters had a good connection with the corporate government. As such, they had some knowledge and mannerism to deal with common people, and shops treated them with a certain level of respect because of that. Of course, the opposite was true too. Poor hunters were treated like insects. It was nothing rare for shops to turn away hunters. If the hunters wanted to be treated as proper customers, they needed to earn well first. The shop's door suddenly opened, the bell rang, and Kashua saw a familiar hunter coming into the shop as she smiled and welcomed him. It was Akira along with Sarah and Elena. Akira was using his usual augmented suit, while Elena and Sarah were wearing a rather stylish dress. From her experience, Kashua could immediately tell that Sarah and Elena were actually hunters too, but since they were wearing rather good quality dresses, she skipped treating them as hunters and went straight to treating them as potential customers. Welcome. Thank you for coming to our shop. What are you looking for today? Akira nervously replied. I'm here to order a custom suit. Certainly. Let us know about your preference and wishes. But before that, please let me call our prized staff first, so please wait for a moment. As Kashua offered them a seat, Sarah suddenly said to Akira, "We'll be looking around the shop in the meantime." Okay. Seeing Elena and Sarah walk away, Kashua looked a bit confused. Akira noticed Kashua was misunderstanding something and apologetically said to her, Sorry, it's for me. I see, I'm really sorry." Kashua smiled, trying to hide her surprise, as she went to call for Celine. When she returned with Celine, she left Akira with Celine and went to tend to Sarah and Elena. Compared to Kashua, Celine was not that adept at tending to customers. But she understood that she at least needed to have a certain level of communication skill in order to ask for the customer's wishes. So then she politely bowed and said to Akira, "Please let me introduce myself again. I am Celine. I'll be in your care. Ah, yes, I'll be in your care too. In contrast to Celine, Akira was utterly lacking in his communication skills. Not only because it was not an essential skill for a hunter, but it was also his first experience. That was why Akira was looking rather nervous. First of all, let me ask you what kind of custom clothing you are looking for. Akira was a bit surprised by that completely normal question. After a short pause, he then awkwardly replied, "Well, I'm sorry, but I don't really know it myself. What can I say? Things happened which somehow ended up with me thinking about ordering a custom suit. So, it's not like I have a clear image of what kind of suit I'm looking for. But it's not like I don't want to get a custom suit, and it's not like I'm doing this because I'm forced to either. Please don't worry, it's not that rare for customers to come with that kind of thought." Celine smiled and said so as she thought of her next move. Seeing how Akira took the first step to be one of those customers who put a vague order, complained about the result, and did not pay the full price, Celine was thinking about how to get Akira away from that route. In that case, where are you planning to go with that suit? What are you planning to do with that suit? And who are you going with while wearing that suit? Let's start with these questions first. In the end, clothing is something that you use to leave an impression on others. Thus, of course, the design of the suit would depend on the dress code, goal, and other things regarding where you are going and what you are going to do with that suit. Celine was expecting to wait for a bit since Akira would take some time to think before answering. But on the contrary, Akira replied back firmly almost immediately. "I see, that does make sense. That's exactly what they are for in the first place after all. Well, so, I'm planning to go to a restaurant in the upper part of the Kagama building. If I'm not mistaken, the name of that restaurant is Styrian. And I'm planning to go there with some close friends and someone to whom I owe a favor. So basically, it's a suit to go for dinner there. I guess that's all. That restaurant? And these close friends are the other two who came here with you today, I presume?" "Yes, and another one too. So I'm planning to go there with a party of 4. I see. In order to get a better image for a suitable suit, is it okay if I inquire more details?" "Sure." Akira then started telling the chronology of how he ended up deciding to get a custom suit. The one who recommended Akira to order a custom suit was Shizuka. When they were talking about eating out together somewhere, Shizuka noticed that Akira had no outfit that could be called a casual outfit. Even when he was not doing any hunter work, Akira was usually using his augmented suit. He also used the same augmented suit when he went out eating as well, thinking that it was just another extension of his job as a hunter. When he was not exploring ruin and had nothing to do, he spent most of his time training in the wasteland. His only free time was basically when he was taking a bath or sleeping. But considering he did that to maintain his body in tip-top shape when he went to explore the ruin or for training, even those could even be said to be an extension of his job as a hunter as well. If someone asked him about his opinion about his lifestyle, Akira would reply back that he had no complaints at all. From Akira's point of view, he only saw himself as giving all he had in order to repay back the huge debt that he had to Alpha. But of course, he could not mention anything regarding this subject to Shizuka and the others, so he had no other choice but to stay away from that subject and come up with another excuse. But if he did not explain, Akira would seem like a madman, spending all his time for the sake of being a hunter, as if he was possessed. Hunting for relics and exploring ruins were both equally dangerous. Going out to such a dangerous place again and again would no doubt affect Hunter's psyche. Those who had fallen as far as going to such a dangerous place by pure hobby were definitely crazy. So for Shizuka, who often did business with hunters, or even for Elena and Sarah, who were also fellow hunters, they could not say that Akira had any semblance of a decent lifestyle. Shizuka thought that it would be a good idea to let Akira experience something outside just being a hunter, to let him know that he could use his time and money for something else other than doing anything connected to being a hunter. Otherwise, he would not be able to stay sane for long. Shizuka worried that Akira would one day die thinking that it was a normal thing without even noticing the mental fatigue that he was suffering. On the other hand, Shizuka knew well that giving a warning to Akira regarding that matter had close to no effect. Since it was a good chance, she then suggested he get a custom suit so that he would leave behind any connection to being a hunter when they went out for dinner. Shizuka only made that suggestion casually. Akira was at first not sure whether to take that suggestion, but since it was not like he had any problem with money and for some reason could feel Shizuka's worry from behind her smile, he decided to take that suggestion. Akira did not include most of that in his story to Celine. Due to his lack of communication skills, in the end, it sounded like he decided to order a custom suit out of a whim. Thankfully, Celine, who was not as dense as Akira, more or less understood what Shizuka was trying to achieve. That I see. Styrian is a rather high-class restaurant even among the hunters, so it's not rare to find them dining there still in their augmented suits. But, on the other hand, it's also a place to enjoy a normal relaxing day compared to the usual harsh daily lives of a hunter. They can even book a seat away from other hunters who are doing business there, and hunters can even rent a normal suit to get away from their usual battle suit. Oh, so they even have that kind of service, huh? I also believe that it would be a good chance to take a rest from the harsh daily life of a hunter. It would be great if the suit that I create is able to help you achieve that. Now then, I will base my design to be suitable for that restaurant. Do tell me if you have any wishes regarding the design. I have some samples too if you would like to see them. Celine operated her information terminal and showed Akira some examples of custom suits. Akira could see the picture of models wearing all kinds of designs starting from a cool-looking sleek suit to a flashy suit. He hummed for a bit and looked slightly troubled. He then said with a serious look, "Is it possible to just leave the design fully up to you? I won't complain about the result." It's not like we can't do that, but a custom suit's main characteristic is that, unlike normal standard clothing, you can customize it to your heart content. But once we move on to the production, it would be difficult to make any big changes afterwards. If it's just a small change, I'll do my best to do it, but of course, there's a limit on how far I can go. So, are you really okay with no particular wish regarding the suit? Celine said so to avoid getting complaints later. Akira thought for a bit before replying back with a bit of hesitation. I don't have any fashion sense, or more like, I think I'm very insensitive about fashion. That's why I don't want to make any demands just to end up with a weird suit. I'm even doubtful that I can recognize a weird design when I see one. But even so, back then, when I came here to refit Cheryl's dress, I at least could recognize that it was well designed. So, if I have to make any demands, I want to get something amazing that can even make someone as insensitive as me able to recognize that it is a good design. Is that okay? Celine was taken aback. She was indeed happy to hear someone praise her work, but at the same time, if someone asked her to make something similar, she could not say yes right away. That dress was originally refitted from an old-world dress. So if I have to make something similar, I would have to use good quality fabric, and that would not be cheap. To be honest, Celine wished Akira would not put his hopes too high in case he complained about the result after he made such a demand, which kicked the price of the suit up. But Akira replied back casually. Expensive, huh? How expensive exactly? As expected, I would hesitate to pay if it goes up to 100 billion orum or something like that though. Oh, of course it won't be that expensive. That is, as long as it's not an armor that looks like a suit from the outside or anything like that. In the first place, our shop doesn't handle that kind of clothing. I don't want anything like that. A normal suit that has nothing to do with fighting will do just fine. See, certainly. It reminded Celine that she was talking with a hunter who was earning a healthy amount of money. Even if that hunter had to pay 100 billion orum, it would be difficult, but not impossible. She was dealing with that level of hunter. She was questioning herself if she would be able to make a suit that would satisfy such a hunter. That fear caused Celine to waver, but making a custom suit for such a person might allow her to use as much money as she wanted to realize the design that she had envisioned. That temptation overpowered her fear and completely wiped out any hesitation from her heart. As she made her resolve, Celine told herself that if she backed out here, it would be the end of her as a tailor. Very well, but considering that you are a hunter, it would cost about 6 million orum. If you could pay that much, I'll do my best to answer your expectation. Sure, you do accept Hunter ID for the payment, right? To be honest, Celine was half expecting Akira would say no, but he casually said so and handed over his Hunter ID. Celine received that Hunter ID and used her terminal to process the payment. The payment went through smoothly. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the measurements, shall we? Come over here, please. She had received the payment. There was no turning back now, and she had no plans to step back in the first place. Celine was smiling as her soul of a tailor was burning hot. She then guided Akira to one of the rooms inside the shop. After Akira moved to Celine's workroom, he removed his augmented suit and undressed to only be in his underwear. Although he was from the slum city, he had been eating better food lately and had been tempering his body to the point that some doctors suspected him of trying to become a superhuman, hence Akira had a good body build. Celine could not help but to send a meaningful glance at him. Akira noticed her glance and found it weird. He made his own guess and asked, "Should I remove the rest to get a better measurement?" No, you're okay like this." Celine banished that thought from her mind as she started taking measurements. But it did not take long for that thought to come back. Akira noticed it too. Does it look weird? It's originally an old world relic, so it might have a weird design. But I have nothing to complain about as long as it is comfortable. The skin-tight underwear stuck close to Akira's skin and completely followed the contour of his body build. It was made of a mysterious material that would not tear no matter how he moved, while at the same time, it was also comfortable to use. This was exactly the reason why many people would spend a lot of money to get old-world clothing articles. Celine flusteredly replied, "No, not at all. I just thought that you have a good body." "No, I mean that's not it." Celine's real thoughts slipped out since she was so flustered. The moment she realized her blunder, it only made her even more flustered. But instead of finding it weird, Akira seemed to get what she said. I see. Well, I had some close calls recently and got hospitalized afterwards, so I believe most of my injuries and scars were removed back then. After that, I've been using some expensive medicines too, so it must have completely healed all the smaller wounds. Akira had misunderstood, thinking that it was weird for a hunter not to have any old scar. Back then, when I did not have an augmented suit, some of my wounds left scars. There was also a time when I was forced to heal my wound when a monster bit me, so it left me with a rather large scar. But now I have an augmented suit. As long as the monsters are not strong enough to break through its defense, normally I don't get any scars anymore. Although I'm pretty sure when I face something strong enough to break through my augmented suit, forget leaving a scar, it would definitely kill me. I see, as expected, that kind of treatment must be pretty expensive, right? Yeah, the one when I got hospitalized was 50 million aurum, while the medicines that I'm using right now is about 1 to 5 million aurum per box. Akira said casually as if it was an insignificant amount. He had been earning and spending a huge amount of money on a regular basis, and it had dulled his sense of money. Celine realized it was no wonder Akira paid 6 million aurum without any hesitation since he was earning that much. As I thought, it's pretty expensive. Well, it's indeed expensive, but there's nothing more expensive than life, you see. And that's true for equipment too. It would be meaningless to be frugal about it if it ends up getting myself killed. You have a point there. There were many hunters who splurged on momentary pleasure. After all, they could die anytime. Even for Akira, there was no guarantee that he would return back alive after placing that order for his custom suit. Celine was listening with great interest to the story of a hunter who was living in a completely different world than her despite being around the same age, while still continuing to take measurements. Once she finished taking measurements, she escorted Akira back to the shop's main hall and returned back to her room. She then took a long deep breath. All right then, let's do this. She pumped herself up in order to challenge herself to make a suit that would surpass her past masterpiece and started working with a huge grin on her face. Elena and Sarah were browsing the clothes in the shop with Kashua as their guide. Even now, they were looking at the mirror with the dress that Kashua recommended to see how they looked. But then Elena sounded disappointed as she said, It doesn't really suit your fancy, I guess. It's not bad, but I actually have a similar dress and I have no plans to get another one. I see, if I may, how much is your budget for today? We haven't really decided on the budget. We're basically here just to accompany Akira. Is it like you have some special articles that you only show to suitable potential customers? It's not like we're keeping them secret, but we do have those kinds of articles. As an example, we have some old-world underwears which of course we can't just show to all of our customers. Using the words as an example was actually a calculated move from Kashua to pull up the shop's worth. It made it sound like other similar articles had been sold in the past and there was no guarantee that she would be able to get the same clothing article again. Kashua was about to continue by saying that she might offer them if Elena and Sarah would be one of the shop's frequent customers, but Elena then casually said, in that case I don't really need them. Sarah and I already have enough for the spares too. So we have no plans to buy more at the moment. I'm really sorry. Of course, it's no problem at all. Kashua was calculating the total money needed to achieve that in the back of her mind and was slightly taken aback. Elena and Sarah actually bought them from Shizuka when Akira brought them to her shop. Since they bought them before they were moved to other merchants, they actually did not pay that much money. But of course, Kashua did not know about it. Last time, that hunter Akira brought with him someone who had a 100 million orum budget too. I wonder if everyone around him is that loaded? They're completely out of my target customer range. As expected, I don't have that level of expensive clothing in this shop. I guess I'll start with recommending the most expensive dress that I have, huh? When Kashua was thinking about what was her best option to tend to Sarah and Elena as her customers, Akira, who had finished taking his measurements, returned. Elena-san, Sarah-san, I'm sorry to make you wait. Sala smiled to welcome Akira but noticed something bothering her. You're done? That was rather fast. What kind of suit did you order? I thought that you would take longer, you know. I basically left the design to the tailor, so I only needed to take the measurements. Elena tilted her head. It's not so often that you order a custom suit, you know. Are you really okay with it? You sure you're not getting tricked? Elena thought that Akira was tricked into agreeing to that. Then it was her time to show her skill in negotiation, but he happily replied. It's fine, it's more like I pushed it to her. She said that she would make an amazing suit that even someone with a bad fashion sense like me would be able to recognize its greatness. So I'm kind of looking forward to the result. Oh. Judging from Akira's reaction, it seemed that it was something that he could really look forward to and there was no need to worry about the result. Elena and Sarah always thought that he leaned more towards being one of those more paranoid hunters. Because of that, if he even went to say that far, it made them rather curious instead. Kashua picked that slight change as she said with a friendly smile. If the pre-made dresses don't suit your taste, then how about ordering a custom dress? I'm sure that our prize tailor would be able to create a satisfying result. Sarah replied first. Well, since we're already here, might as well order one, huh? Since it's custom, I should be able to put some custom details in after all. With the size of her chest, Sarah usually had a limited number of choices. Not to mention that the size would change depending on her nanomachine reserve, it even further narrowed her options. If she could order a custom dress that took care of that problem, she did not mind paying more than usual. That's true. I might as well order one too. Since Akira even went as far as to say that too. We're going for dinner together, it might be a good idea to get a custom dress with a similar design. Oh, that's a good idea. Kashua hid her smile since it went just as she had planned. Leaving aside whether to order a custom dress or not, how about both of you try to have a talk with our tailor first to get a good view of what you can expect? I will bring her here, so please wait for a moment. Kashua was excited, expecting that she would be able to get 3 custom clothing orders that day as she went to Celine's working room. Celine, who was putting all her focus into working on her design, frowned when Kashua told her the news. Wani-chan, I'm sorry, but can you refuse that order? I want to focus on Akira-san's suit. Celine, didn't I always tell you to call me manager when you're on duty? And also, are you seriously asking me to refuse it? If it goes well, they might be our regulars, you know? I won't let them get away. You've been saying that you're bored working on refitting dresses all the time, right? So why are you saying no to a custom order now? It's not like I don't want to do it. It's just that the timing is bad. Not to mention, if it's a similar design to Akira-san's, it won't be cheap. One manager, you do know that very well, right? Of course, but it'll be fine. I know that you're worried since Akira is a hunter who is earning well, so it won't be weird for him to order an expensive suit. But don't worry. The other two are also great hunters. They said that they even have enough old-world clothing as reserves, you know. As I thought, successful hunters are so different from those common hunters. Seeing her excited sister, Celine then said with a serious tone, "Manager, check the order history first. If they are really going to order a similar design, make sure to let them know that it would take some time. If they're still okay with it, then bring them here for measurement." Kashua found it a little weird and checked the order history. The moment she saw the recent order, she could not hold back her surprise. 6 million orums. Celine! What the heck were you thinking? He said that he wanted an amazing suit just like the refitted old-world dress that I did before. I need at least that much money to be able to do it. But even after I warned him, he still accepted it. So what's left for me to do is just to give my best to answer his expectations. That's why I want to focus on this job. Kashua started ruffling her hair, seeing which Celine lowered her tone. If you still accept that order as the manager of the shop, then as the staff of this shop, I'll do my best to complete the order. It's my job as the tailor to work on the custom orders after all. So similarly, I'll leave the negotiation part to you since it is your job. Kashua did want her shop to flourish, and she also wanted her sister to be able to use her talent with no obstruction. After calculating how much burden it would put on Celine and how much reputation of her shop was on the line, then, considering the risk of damage in case if they lost this gamble, Kashua then asked Celine for her confirmation. Even if I got them to put the custom orders, you won't make any compromise regarding the quality, right? Yes, as long as you can get me enough time. All right then. It seemed that Celine had made her resolve as a tailor, so Kashua also made her resolve as the manager of the shop. After that, Kashua ended up getting custom orders for 4 people. Elena had contacted Shizuka, who also ordered a custom dress with a similar design as well. Elena and Sarah were surprised when they heard that the price was 6 million orum. But it was nothing strange considering that it would be as good as an old-world dress. Since they did not want to look pathetic in front of Akira, and not to mention that Akira looked happy for some reason too, they did not hold back on their custom dress. They then finished taking their measurements and scheduled Shizuka to come there another day to get her measurement. As Kashua watched Akira, Elena, and Sarah leave the shop with happy faces, she mumbled, "In total, we got 24 million orum worth orders today. If we make a blunder here, it might as well be the end of this shop. Let's make sure not to bother Celine." Kashua was smiling happily as she fired herself up to face such a significant order for her shop. Chapter 204, Group Coordination Support Augmented Suit. Akira was spending his time training in his garage inside his home. Ever since he bought a large vehicle, he had to renovate his garage to fit it in. But now that it was out for repair, the garage was large enough to use as his training ground. But during his training, Akira was not seeing his own garage. Instead, he felt like he was inside an old-world room in the middle of an old-world ruin. And he was running through the room evading Alpha's flurry of attacks. As Akira aimed his empty SSB rifle at Alpha and pulled the trigger, a virtual bullet shot out from the muzzle following realistic mathematical calculations. Alpha hid behind a virtual wall to take cover from those bullets. She then swung a virtual blade that cut through the virtual wall and aimed straight for Akira. Akira leapt and rolled over to evade the incoming blade. But one of the rubble scattered on the ground tripped him over. His augmented suit stiffened the moment his leg struck the non-existent rubble, throwing him off balance. That small opening was enough for Alpha to peek out from behind the wall and shoot him. By the end of that sequence, an image of Akira with his head blown off was lying on the ground. Akira looked at that image and sighed. He looked slightly displeased as he said, "This time, I didn't even last 10 seconds. Alpha, it's not like I'm asking you to pull back your punches, but like, can you go a little easy on me? This is just a one-sided fight. Can you make some adjustments for the training?" Alpha, who was behind a wall some distance away from him, suddenly teleported in front of him. She was using an old-world fighting suit which was exposing too much skin according to the current standard. The suit gave a clear view of her shoulder and thighs as well as a part of the valley on her chest. She had blades on both of her hands which she used to attack Akira just now, and her rifle was not only equipped to shoot bullets but also lasers from its muzzle. Alpha then gently said to Akira with a smile, "Nope. I've already placed some level of adjustment, you know? It's your turn to do your best to put up a fight. I'm already doing my best here, but it also depends on the opponent's weapons and positioning and luck too. Like, that blade that can even cut through the wall, is that even necessary for this training?" Akira said so while questioning the aforementioned weapon, but Alpha then said teasingly, "Even if you say luck as an aspect, I think your luck is already in the correct setting though? After all, you did fight someone with a similar weapon in the past, right? Personally speaking, it would be great if you can get strong enough to fight against your bad luck as soon as possible. Well, you have a point there, but still." Akira could not help but frown since Alpha did give him a real example. Although he accepted that reasoning, part of him still could not accept it for a different reason. It was obvious from his face that he was feeling conflicted about it. "Well, we already did quite a lot of damage in this place, so can you clean that up for now?" "Sure." All the virtual objects from Akira's augmented vision vanished, including all the images of the dead Akira, the blood that was scattered on the wall and the floor, the walls that were put there to make the huge garage suitable for close-ranged fights, the holes on those walls from the bullets, the scorch marks on the floor. Everything vanished and his vision returned back to normal, to his original garage. But still, this is really convenient. It's not like I'm using real bullets, so it's not like I'm paying for the bullets that I shoot. I can shoot as many expensive bullets as I want. We could have used this kind of training sooner. Unfortunately, in order to give you realistic feedback via your augmented suit, I need to be able to do fine-tuning and detailed adjustments to your augmented suit, which means that I couldn't do it unless you were using a high-quality augmented suit. Thanks to your new augmented suit, I can finally do that to some extent. If we use an inadequate augmented suit, the feedback from the augmented suit would be far from realistic. That's why we didn't do it until now. Oh, I see. I'm really glad I splurged on my equipment. Akira was fully convinced by that answer and Alpha was smiling like usual. Alpha was not lying there. But she did hide some fine details from her explanation. One of the main factors why they could do that training now was because Alpha's connection through the old world domain with Akira was stronger than before. This way, she was able to transfer a bigger load of data to his brain. The reason why Akira leapt out to evade the incoming blade, although he should not have been able to see it coming from behind the wall, was because he felt its presence and reacted accordingly. Although it was not like he completely saw through Alpha's move, he just received enough information to trigger his instinct. It was from a faint change in his surroundings, like a slight change in the ambient sound. Akira was able to experience that level close to reality during this virtual training. This also meant that one day, Akira would be able to feel Alpha, who was nothing but virtual data through the same means. While on the other hand, Alpha, who was nothing but virtual data, would be able to choke Akira to death through the same means too, just like a ghost choking someone to death. "Alpha, I'm tired, can we take a short break?" "Sure, in that case we can finish the training here for today." Let's see. I'll decide later after a short break." Akira thought that his mental fatigue was from the nervousness during the training when it actually came from the burden of the huge data transfer. Not to mention, he was keeping his time compression up throughout the training as well, so it further prevented him from noticing that. While Akira was taking a break, a call from Cheryl came in. He was about to pick the call up when Alpha suddenly interjected. "You don't need to use your terminal, instead just pick that call through me. It's fine. If I get too used to doing that, I feel like I will progressively stop using my terminal. In the worst case scenario, it might cause me to make a blunder somewhere, so it's better if I keep using my terminal like usual. If you want to commit to it, you can just say that you have a thought-controlled type terminal planted inside your head, you know." For some reason I just don't like that idea. If we're going down that route, I prefer the external equipment that I can control with my brainwave. But considering that brain waves can be read through several means, I feel like someone can eavesdrop on that too. I guess it's too late for me to be worrying about that, huh? In the first place, my brain wave is already readable all the time after all. Akira sent a teasing glance at Alpha, who replied back with a capricious smile. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Well, thanks for that. Akira smiled back at Alpha. On one side, he reminded himself that was indeed the case. In contrast to that, Alpha found something bothering her about Akira, but she did not show it on her face. After some time, Akira took his bike and went to the location that Cheryl told him when she called. Alpha, who was floating next to him, was curious and asked, "But still, there's no need to stop your own training just to go join another training, right? It's fine, isn't it? I'm bored of getting my ass kicked by you. It'll be a good change of pace. Furthermore, I'm also interested in what Cheryl told me. Moreover, you did say that you don't mind ending the training there, didn't you? But to be honest, I'm not sure that training with Ario and the others can serve as a good training for you anymore." Well, that would depend on how far what Cheryl said is true. While Akira took a short break from the training inside his garage, he had got a call from Cheryl. Basically, she asked him to help Ario and the other children's training if he had the time. When he asked about the details of the training, something piqued his interest, so he decided to stop his own training and went to help Ario and the others. When he arrived at the training location, which was in the middle of the wasteland, he spotted a big trailer parked there with Ario and the other children undergoing mock battle near it. Cheryl and some people in sleek suits were watching their training. Akira stopped his bike near the trailer and met up with them. Cheryl, who was wearing a light outfit for the wasteland, happily welcomed him with a smile. "Akira, thank you for coming, although it was rather sudden. Don't worry, I'm also a bit interested in the training after all." One of the men in suits politely welcomed Akira. "Akira-sama, I presume? I'm Yadagawa from a company dealing with machines. We're really thankful that Cheryl-sama is volunteering to work with us to test our group coordination support augmented suit." Yeah, sure. Akira glanced at Cheryl, seeking an explanation. So Cheryl interjected. "Yadagawa-san, I have something to talk about with Akira first. Meanwhile, can you prepare Ario and the others for the training?" "Of course." Yadagawa lightly excused himself and went back to the trailer. Cheryl sat next to Akira, grabbed his hand, and stared at him. "But still, it has been quite a while since the last time you came to see me. I'm happy to see you again." "HM? Has it really been that long?" Akira looked honestly confused, so Cheryl longingly said, To be honest, I wish I can see you every day." "That won't happen, I'm pretty busy myself, you see." Although Cheryl was acting to some extent, she was not lying. She seemed to be genuinely happy to see the person she loved after quite some time. In contrast to that, Akira replied in his usual manner. Even after she affectionately held his hand and looked at him with endearment, he only showed the bare minimum reaction to her. Her actions, which would trick a lot of people, her words that she picked to bring Akira closer, and her expression used to pull Akira in, all of those things would only be properly conveyed between the people who loved each other. But that was not the case for Akira. Cheryl was reminded of the reality that hurt her heart. "What's wrong? It's nothing. But I would be super happy even if you only come to see me to kill time." "Sure, I'll do that if I have free time." Cheryl did her best to smile. At least Akira did not hate her. He still came even when she asked him out of the blue, as long as he did not have anything else to do. She told herself that to push in the welling sadness from inside her heart. She then went on to explain Akira about the situation. In return for removing his rival, Inabe had offered Cheryl some support for her relic shop, which included equipment as well as firepower. These equipment were not counted into their deal, which was only for the quality and the quantity of relics sent to her shop. Although Akira was the backer and guardian of Cheryl's gang, it was not like he was always in Cheryl's base to defend it against attackers. He was basically like a firepower reserved for retaliation and not firepower for direct defense. With Inabe sending expensive relics to Slum City, he wanted more insurance so that those relics would not be stolen or robbed. That was why Inabe used his personal connection to seek help from an experimental technology from a certain company and get Cheryl involved with the testing of that technology. It was technology that they were thinking of offering to the city defense squad eventually. Thus, it would be meaningless if it was not even good enough to be used in the slum city. Although Cheryl's gang was somehow able to get a deal with a big gang such as Shijima's, leaving Akira aside, the gang would only be left with Ario and the other children who could not be counted as a deterrent. Since it was basically a gang consisting of small children, it would not really help if they tried to get more members. While on the other hand, its territory had grown big enough that it had become difficult to properly guard all its territory. Cheryl's gang was actually having a crisis in terms of the ability to enforce. That was when Inabe came with a timely offer. Since they were volunteering to test the system, it did not cost Cheryl any money. Akira, who was listening to her explanation, found something that was bothering him. Won't Katsuragi complain if you use another company's product for your gang? Indeed. We're in the midst of negotiation about that matter. But don't worry, Katsuragi-san is the merchant that you introduced to us and we're also in his debt too. So we won't do anything bad. Not to mention, this type of augmented suit is not something that Katsuragi-san has, so it should be alright. Well, I leave that part to you. But still, augmented suits, huh? And with coordination support too. That sounds pretty amazing. That was when Yadagawa returned to them. The other person that he brought with him overheard what Akira just said and excitedly interjected in Cheryl and Akira's conversation. Oh, you have some interest in it. By all means, feel free to try our product. It's the latest product from our company and we can guarantee its quality. Aye, Siege. In contrast to Akira, who was a bit overwhelmed by Tabata's excitement, Tabata continued with his high enthusiasm. Sorry, I'm Tabata. I'm the developer of the Coordination Support Augmented Suit, or to be more precise, the Coordination Support System King's Mind. I'm also involved in creating the augmented suit to use in tandem with the system as well as its development. We're aiming to create a new standard for the next generation augmented suit and, seeing that it would continue indefinitely if left alone, Yadagawa immediately cut him short. Tabata, I'll do the business-related stuff, so you go prepare for the test. Right, my bad. Akira-sama, in order to adjust for the hit calculation, I'll need to sync your equipment with the system. I hope that it doesn't bother you. You just need an aiming device that will work with an information-gathering device, even a cheap one will do. In case it isn't compatible, I need to ask you to use our equipment instead? Are you okay with that? Or do you want to use our equipment right from the start instead? In that case, can you check if my rifle can work with the system? Of course, over here please. Tabata guided Akira to the trailer. The inside was littered with strange equipment and it looked like a mix of a laboratory and a workshop. The aiming device of Akira's SSB rifle was compatible to sync with the system. After a short adjustment to connect to the system, Akira received a short explanation about the virtual bullet used in the training. He then started shooting at a target practice to finish the finer adjustments. Akira aimed at the target and after getting some hit notifications, he then tilted his head and mumbled. That last one, the system said that it was a hit, but I'm pretty sure that was not a hit though. Is that so? The system says that it was a hit, you know. Can you put up a practice target at a fixed distance away? And keep it there even after I hit it. Akira then started shooting again. This time he deliberately shifted his aim bit by bit to investigate the hit calculation of the system. I feel like it's not accurate though. Like from a certain range, the system calculates the hit using a random chance based on the bullet landing radius. Well, this is basically the system that we use to calculate a hit. Alright then, by the way, I'm okay with the adjustment now. Akira then left the room together with Tabata. The other technicians who saw him leave looked at each other with a frown. Say, about that just now though, do you think it's true? No idea. There are a lot of people who complain that their shot should have hit when the system doesn't recognize it, but normally, no one would complain when their shot hit though. Usually, those who do that are people who just want to look cool. We still have the log anyway. I guess I'll try to recalculate it with better accuracy. Since it was not a weapon test, the hit recognition of the system was not that advanced. After all, A more accurate recognition system would demand more calculation time. In that situation where the system was still calculating for the hit, they could not afford to stop the experiment while waiting for the result to come out. It was better to adopt a faster hit recognition during the testing since their main goal was testing the coordination support system. The technician used his terminal to pull up the shooting data and threw it into the advanced system for calculation. This is taking some time. Well, it's not like we're using the headquarters' computer after all. It's to be expected that it'll take some time since we're using the computer in the trailer. Oh, it's out, Well, if it's only this much, it's not that bad though? Though it looks like he was just shifting his aim left and right. While those technicians were laughing, another technician beside them restarted the calculation with a serious face. What are you doing here? I just thought of redoing the calculation after adding other data sets too. Other data sets, like the wind, humidity, temperature, the effect from the light colorless mist. Basically, everything that I can add together. With more data, the calculation takes longer as well. As expected, it took more time than the last calculation, but when the result was out, it really surprised all the technicians. No way, he's right. This data, although it seems that he's just shifting his aim left and right, he was actually checking how close he needs to shoot at the target to register a hit. He deliberately made the system calculate a hit and a miss in turn. Wait, no way, that's impossible unless he knows how our system works, that the system is set to recognize the hit not from a random chance. He might have calculated and backtracked the hit recognition calculation with repeated shooting. No, it's not like he actually calculated it, it's more like he understood it instinctively. The technicians frowned and smiled wryly at each other. That gives me goosebumps. I heard that guy is a great hunter despite being young. As I thought, people like him are just built differently, don't you think? The technicians shook off the shiver that ran down their spine as they returned back to their original job. The technicians were more or less correct. But Alpha was the one who told Akira where to shoot to check for the system's hit recognition. And although he received some support from his augmented suit, Akira was able to execute accurate shooting following Alpha's instruction. His skill had already exceeded the shooting skill of a common human after all. The mock battle between Akira and Ario plus other children, which also doubled as a test for the coordination support system, started. Just like usual, Akira was alone versus Ario and the rest. The mock battle would stop every time one side was completely eliminated. But unlike usual, Ario and the other children were all using augmented suits and they were receiving instruction from the coordination support system in the display visor under their full-face helmets. The coordination support system recognized the current situation and the location of all the members. It then gave instructions for all the members to work as a team. It gathered information from the individual information gathering device carried by each person to share the information of their locations and flush out the location of the opponent. At the same time, it also prevented friendly fire. It transformed the members under its command from an uncoordinated group to a well-oiled group, increasing their effectiveness as a team. Moreover, it also controlled individual augmented suits to some extent to provide support to its user. It included the ability to evade enemy attacks and to shoot back at the opponents. This meant that the augmented suit would be able to move outside the user's wish. Whether it was a good thing or not, different people had different opinions on it. There were many people who did not like the feeling of their body moving without their consent. But since it was moving following the movement of its users at the moment, Ario and the other children did not feel any discomfort using it. After a few rounds, Akira's loss rate was floating around 50%. Tabata was smiling happily after seeing that result. It seemed that the system that they developed was performing really well. In the end, Ario and the other children were complete amateurs. They were nothing more than children from the slum. Although it was a single person against a huge group, they were able to maintain that winning rate against a high-ranking hunter thanks to the coordination support system. It was a good result from the system developers as well as from the business point of view. After a few rounds, Tabata happily went to Ario and the other children while they were taking a rest from the mock battles. How was the system? With this coordination support system, if you work together, then you can even beat the hunter that you guys are relying on all this time, you know? Isn't it amazing? But the children looked at each other and raised their eyebrows. Then Ario spoke up to summarize what everyone was thinking there. It's indeed amazing, but… HM? Is there anything that you find unpleasant? No need to hold back. We're in the middle of development, so we're also collecting opinions from its user to improve it. No, it's not like that. I heard that it's difficult to move inside an augmented suit until you get used to it, but I don't feel anything like that. But of course, we have put a lot of effort to make it move as naturally as possible, you know. And the voice, as well as the instructions shown in the helmet, don't block our vision that much as well. Yep. We made sure that it won't block your view. The voice is soft enough to be heard but not too loud, and the instructions are concise and easy to understand. The instruction display and design are all calculated. The voice volume and the length of the instruction are adjusted to be easy to catch depending on the situation that you're in and… Tabata was bragging proudly of the system that he had developed, but he suddenly stopped when he noticed Ario and the other children's expressions. So, what problem exactly are you having then? Nothing exactly, it's just that. About why our winning rate is 50%? Well, it's difficult to say this nicely, but I'm pretty sure that he's not taking this seriously, or more like, he's pulling his punches. Tabata, who was jovial up until now, frowned. Pulling his punches? What do you mean? It might be more correct to call it a handicap, I guess. We actually had similar training before with Akira-san, and back then, our winning rate was also 50%. He said that he put in some adjustments to keep the winning rate around that number. Like, decreasing the power output of his augmented suit, or he would stop using his information-gathering device, or reducing the firing range of his rifle. I'm pretty sure he's doing the same thing this time too, that I see. Excuse me for a moment. Tabata said so with a serious face as he left Ario and the other children and headed towards Akira. The children looked at each other, wondering if they just said something that they should not have. After hearing Tabata's explanation, Akira thought for a bit before answering. It's not like I'm deliberately going easy on them, and it's not like I'm putting a handicap on myself just because I want to. I'm really taking this seriously as a training. It's true that I'm not taking this as if it's a real fight, and if you say that is exactly the proof that I'm going easy on them, well, I can't really deny it. I see. Tabata frowned. Yadagawa, who was recommending some of the company's products during the break, also smiled bitterly. He had lost his ground in recommending their products. The reason why Cheryl's gang was picked to test the new system was not only because of Inabe's connection but also for Yadagawa's sake as well. They were trying to sell their augmented suit to Akira. Shooting down a powered suit all by himself, defeating the huge monster that half-destroyed a certain area near the outskirts of Kuzusuhara Ruin, and many other achievements as well. Akira had taken the interest of a certain group of people who were seeking high-ranking hunters. A normal boy from the slum, without anything special, suddenly became super strong in such a short time after using a certain augmented suit. Even if it was not the truth, letting such rumor out would be a great advertisement for the company. Cheryl's connection with Akira and the fact that her gang was selected to test the new technology, if that information was spread together with that rumor, it would be enough to convince some people. If that rumor went out, some people might think that Akira was actually involved in that experiment for quite some time and they were just hiding it from the public, or his augmented suit was custom built based on that new technology, or he was gathering achievement before making it public, or all that he did up until now was actually for the sake of advertisement. Some people would think that they might become as strong as him if they could get the same augmented suit as him. The record showing that the system allowed a group of amateurs from the slum city, who were mere children, to defeat a high-ranking hunter, was basically the perfect record to advertise the system. But both Akira and the children were saying that the 50% winning rate was because Akira was not taking the fight seriously. Thus, that record was basically meaningless. If that information also leaked out with their rumor, it would be ineffective. Yadagawa, who thought so, then smiled and said to Akira, "In that case, Akira-sama, would it be possible for you to take the fight seriously as if it is a real fight?" Well, even if you say so. Akira seemed a bit troubled there, so Yadagawa tried to give another push by provoking him. It's not like it is a one-on-one fight, so you can use that as an excuse if you lose. Cheryl, who noticed that cheap provocation, frowned in displeasure. But Akira did not even notice that it was a provocation. It's not about losing or winning. But if I take it seriously, it means that I'll have to use my money too. It's not like the energy pack for my augmented suit is free, you know. Not to mention, the medicine that I need to take in case I need to push my body to execute certain maneuvers too. There are cases when I get too tired and have to take a short break from my hunter work as well. So if you are telling me to take the fight seriously, I will have to charge you, you know? I'm just here helping with the training purely out of curiosity. So I have no wish to go that far for free, you see. Yadagawa was trying to see if it was just an excuse to avoid having to take that fight seriously or if Akira was being serious there. But before he could say anything, Tabata suddenly said, "Alright, I'll pay for it then. I'll pay you 100,000 orum per round." "Wait, Tabata. 100,000 orum, huh?" Yadagawa started to panic since Tabata suddenly made that suggestion without consulting with him. And Akira seemed to be interested in that offer too. Seeing that, Tabata just ignored Yadagawa and gave another push. "Let's do this instead then. I'll pay you 100,000 orum more for each round. But if you lose, I'll have you pay instead. How about that?" "All right." Akira smiled and said so firmly. In contrast to that, Tabata made a serious look. "All right then, starting from the next round, we'll take it as if it is a serious fight, right? I'll go and readjust the settings then." Tabata returned back to the trailer. Yadagawa was at loss for a bit before excusing himself and went to the trailer too. Cheryl looked at Akira. "Akira, are you sure about this? Is it something that I shouldn't have done?" "No, if you're okay with it, then it's fine." Cheryl was actually worried if Akira would incur consecutive losses and lose a lot of money instead. But judging from his reaction, it seemed like it should be fine as she prevented herself from saying anything further. After all, she could not afford to ask what he would do if he kept losing since it would sound as if she was doubting his strength and that might offend him. Akira found Cheryl's reaction a bit weird, but she immediately changed the subject and he did not pursue it any further. Chapter 205, Real Battle Assumption. Yadagawa looked at Tabata with a confused expression. "Hey, are you sure you're going to be okay after saying that? I'll pay the fee using the budget for the test. I'm the one with the authority on how to use that money, so I won't use the marketing funds." "That's not it. What are you going to do if you keep losing? Hunters are pretty persistent when it comes to money, you know." "I'll change the system setting to prioritize winning. Just so you know, I too am actually holding back since it was just a test. But from here on, no more holding back. So it should be fine." But still, Yadagawa just could not shake off his worry. Tabata looked straight at Yadagawa with a sharp gaze. "Are you going to say that the system that I made will have no chance of winning?" Yadagawa flinched back from the pressure. He then lightly sighed and said, "Alright, just do what you want. But I'll stop you if you lose or win too many times, okay? The biggest enemy of a merchant is the enmity of the customer, you know. Keep in mind that it's me who will face the full brunt from the customer. But I'll leave it to you when to stop. Moreover, I'll lower the setting if I get too many consecutive wins. But do tell me if you want me to stop." Yadagawa and his men started changing the parameters setting for the group coordination support augmented suit. Although the technicians had a troubled look on their faces while working on the ongoing test, they still changed the setting as they were told. Yadagawa looked at his men working while fighting back the headache attacking him, thinking about what might happen. When Tabata told Ario and the other children what was going on, it raised a small excited murmur while at the same time, they had a concerned look on their faces. When you say that we'll have a real battle after this, does that mean that we're going to use real bullets? Or that it will be painful when we get hit?" "Don't worry. It'll be the same as before. But the order coming from the system will be under the assumption that you are in a real battle. So basically you guys will have to run and do some difficult moves. Both will put your body in some level of stress. Since you're volunteering for the test, I hope that you can understand that and bear with it." "Well, if it's only that much, then..." As the children regained some of their calm, Tabata then said with a serious expression, "It's just as you said, he's been holding back up until now. But from here on out, he'll stop holding back anymore. If you guys can win against him with the help of the coordination support augmented suit, it'll be proof of your strength as well as the proficiency of the system. So endure the fight, I'll give my best support as well. I'm counting on you guys." Tabata turned around and headed back to the trailer. Ario and the other children started conversing with each other. "Winning against serious Akira-san? Do you think we can do it?" "Don't be stupid. Akira-san went alone to Izant family's base during that commotion and saved boss, you know? We basically have zero winning chance against him. But this augmented suit is a new product from a huge company which originally would cost a whole lot of money. That's just how great this augmented suit is, right? I'm sure that Izant family also had some crazy equipment with them too, but all of us are using this amazing augmented suit right now. So our winning chances are not exactly zero, right? Well, it's not like Akira-san will come at us with full force trying to kill us anyway. So, maybe we can win. We'll do the mock battles several times, so if we can at least win a round." The thought of the possibility of winning against Akira. It was not a reckless abandonment. They started to believe that it was a worthwhile gamble. Akira was also a boy from the slum city, just like the rest of them. The only difference was that he rose up as a hunter while the rest of them stayed as children of the slum. They started to think that if they could win against someone like Akira, they might be able to break the impenetrable wall that had been separating them. This might be a good chance to do that. As that thought permeated and spread among them, they started getting fired up for the next mock battle. Ario clapped his hand once to gather everyone's attention and to calm everyone down. "Putting aside whether we can win or not, one thing for sure we'll have to give our best for our next battle. That's all there is to it. Don't get too excited and stay sharp. Let's go." Ario put his helmet back on, which he had taken off during their short break, and started walking to his designated position. The other children also wore their helmets and followed the orders that came up inside the helmet. Once Ario arrived at his designated location, he repeatedly took deep breaths to calm himself down while waiting for the start signal. That was when a voice came out from the inside of the helmet. "Detected high anxiety level. Please calm down in order to keep the effectiveness high. I know. Do you want to use low concentration anxiety drugs through the ventilator? Warning, no compatible drug detected, unable to dispense. Just shut up then." Ario inadvertently raised his voice from the irritation. He then reconfirmed his situation and changed gear. "Calm down. This is just a test. They did tell us that they are still holding back a lot of things. If I don't calm down, I won't be able to win what's originally winnable." In reality, Ario was as anxious as the other children. Even when Akira stopped joining their usual training, they continued doing training by themselves. The empty rifle for training that they received from Akira was originally unusable without Alpha, but with the help from Cheryl and Viola, they somehow gathered enough equipment to get them usable and had Colbert to help them in their training. All the training that they had in the past gave them a level of confidence. Colbert even went to rent a vehicle and took them to the wasteland to do some easy subjugation requests. Their skill was more or less good enough for them to be called newbie hunters. If we can win against Akira, even if it's just purely out of luck, Cheryl would recognize our skill as well. We can get better treatment, better position, and finally, face a lower risk of getting kicked out from the gang. Ario and the other children felt that their positions were in danger. Although the overall power of the gang increased dramatically, it was purely from Cheryl, Viola, and Akira's contribution. On the other hand, Ario and the other children almost did not contribute to it at all. To put it simply, the gang needed them less and less. After the cleanup of that incident in the slum city, Cheryl's standing was considerably elevated among the gangs in the slum city. The gang was even able to borrow some men from Shijima's gang from time to patrol the area under their gang's control. Even some of the staff from the reopened relic shop came from Viola's connection. But some of the members of the gang were not completely happy with those changes. With the boss of the gang regarded highly among the gangs in the slum city and the hunter backing the gang being strong enough to defeat a powered suit alone, both of them were extremely strong pillars for the gang. But at the same time, they made it harder for the children to be laid back. Even if Cheryl kicked out most of the gang members, she already had enough influence to get some men from other gangs to fill their positions. As for Akira, he was only helping out Cheryl, so strictly speaking, he was not on the same side as them. Although Cheryl and Akira had already distinguished themselves as no longer mere slum children, Ario and the others still could not escape that position. Then before they even realized it, Cheryl had even gained a connection to someone within the city management, and that officer was even lending them augmented suits as well as providing the gang with relics. Mere slum children had no chance of competing with that officer. Ario and the children were always worried that they might get kicked out of the gang anytime. As they were doing their mock battle training, each of them reacted differently due to that worry. Some replaced it with admiration, some pushed themselves harder to show their worth, and some completely looked away from that matter. Ario chose to do his best in order to show his worth. After all, he might need to use that strength to protect Alicia if something bad were to happen. If we can win against Akira when he's serious, that would definitely be a great achievement. Furthermore, we're not really in danger since it's just training, and even if we get to shoot Akira, it's not like he or Cheryl would get angry at us either. This is the perfect chance, let's do this. Ario's serious face was filled with steel-like determination. The coordination support system started the countdown until the start of the mock battle on the helmet's display. As the number approached 0, Ario heightened his focus to its peak. As soon as the countdown reached 0, he immediately started running. Not too far from the training ground, Alpha smiled amusedly and asked Akira, who was waiting for the signal to start the training. So then, how much support do you want this time? No support please. Alpha's smile distorted a bit. Oh, that's pretty brave of you. They're getting serious this time, so I'm pretty sure that they'll be coming at you without holding back to win the round though. Are you sure you can win? It's not about winning or losing. They said that they'll pay for the expense, so there's no more need to hold back. Well, if I'm losing too much, I'll ask for your help to get back my win-lose ratio. Alright, but just to be safe, you're planning to win all the rounds, right? Of course. It's all good then. But just for a bit, I'll make a slight adjustment to your shooting. After all, I don't want you to get too used to that imperfect hit calculation. Sure, fair enough. It seems that we're starting. Akira's headgear display showed a countdown until the start of the mock battle. He calmed down his breathing and gathered his focus. He lowered his SSB rifles on both of his hands and relaxed his muscles. He soaked in the information sent to his information-gathering device to his augmented suit through his skin and probed for the opponent's location around him. From his headgear display, Akira could see what was behind him from his information-gathering device along with the scene captured from the aiming device from both of his SSB rifles. He distributed his focus to those information displays as well in order to expand the horizon of his consciousness. Focus. Remember that feeling. Even if it's only a portion of it, bring my consciousness closer to that time and pull off here. Akira asked Alpha in detail about what she did to him during his fight against the old world automata. He felt like all his 5 senses were boosted to the point that it was as if he was transported into a completely different world. And Alpha's explanation regarding that support surprised Akira. The world from Akira's point of view was based on the information coming to his brain, and due to the time needed for his brain to interpret that information, the world painted in his brain would always be late. In short, Akira was always perceiving not the current world, but a world where things had already occurred. So in order to shorten that time, he was filtering out any unneeded information from his brain. And in order to compensate for the reduced information, his brain had to fill in the hole with rough predictions. Basically, he was only perceiving a rough approximation of the world. Furthermore, Alpha used her special private connection with Akira through the old world domain to intercept the incoming information, analyze them, and then send the result back to Akira. Due to Alpha's powerful computation ability, it further shortened the calculation time, And with Akira skipping most of the information digesting process that he would normally have to do, his perception of the world got very, very close to the real current world, to the point that it was as if he was in a completely different world. To put it simply, it was as if, while the others were using a slow machine that could only pick blurred images, Akira was using a machine with clear images and superb reaction speed. As long as his opponents could not read the future, they had no chance to get ahead of him. Alpha explained all of these things in detail to Akira while keeping a few things to herself. After that, Akira's training changed into getting him to be able to control the process when he was perceiving the current world. It was actually close to impossible for Akira to do it without Alpha's support. But it was not impossible for him to try to get closer to that state. During the short exchange against his opponent, he extracted the information of where his opponent was, and his consciousness indeed was getting closer and closer to perceiving the current world, not the past world. I can do this. If I don't believe in myself, I won't even be able to do what's possible. I can do this. Now I just need to keep trying until I can actually do it. Akira renewed his resolve. He kicked the ground almost at the same time as when the signal for the start of the mock battle went off. In order to collect information regarding the test, the area around that place was littered with small information-gathering devices. Tabata was looking at the data gathered from those devices and could not hide his surprise. One of the technicians smiled bitterly and muttered, "Well, this is pretty bad. To be honest, it's a good data set considering it's from a test. But still, I don't know if there's any point in continuing to do this. Tabata-san, are we going to continue with this pattern set?" The technicians witnessed a small portion of Akira's power during the aiming device adjustment. Because of that, they more or less expected that this would happen, so their reaction to the result only ended with a bitter smile. But that was not the case for Tabata. He was staring at the ongoing mock battle with a stern face. Get the data learning constant to maximum. If we do that, the system will lean toward adjusting itself on how to fight that particular hunter. It will be unusable for general use, you know? We might be able to get a win if we do that. But still, just do it, all right? The technician smiled wryly and did as he was told to. Tabata still had his eyes fixed on the monitor showing the progress of the mock battle. He could see that Ario and the other children were gunned down one by one at an unbelievable speed. Ario was running with a stern face. The augmented suit setting was changed from prioritizing in keeping the user's burden to a minimum into prioritizing to empower its user. Thanks to that, he was able to run faster and more agile than ever before, but the burden that it put on his body was not small. At first, Ario was delighted when he found out that he was way stronger than ever before. Although the sudden increase in the burden was nowhere pleasant, the sensation as if he suddenly became superhuman thanks to his augmented suit's strength still made him immensely happy and motivated. When he thought that he might be able to win with his power-up, that exact thought was completely destroyed when he glanced at the display inside his helmet which showed the current situation. The other children were shot down one by one. And when he was still trying to cope with the surprise, the number did not stop falling. Then, before he realized it, the number had reduced to 1. He was the only one still alive. Right at the next moment, Ario caught a glimpse of Akira moving between the rubble. But the moment he noticed, it was already too late. Multiple bullets already landed on his body. The magazine that Akira was using for his SSB rifles was set to be an extended magazine. The bullets that he shot from those rifles formed a wall of bullets that crashed into Ario. Even if Ario tried to evade that, he would not be able to get away from those bullets. That was Akira's first win after the learning setting of the system was changed. Due to Tabata's request, the break until the next mock battle was longer than usual. After all, he needed time to let the system digest the data. During the break, Cheryl came to Akira and praised him with a smile. Yadagawa also did the same, although with a slightly stiffer smile. Well, although it was against the system that our company developed, as expected of Akira-sama. Well, that's more or less what would happen when I'm not trying to keep the expense low. Ah, right, I'll send you the payment invoice after each battle, so you can stop the next mock battle anytime when you think it's getting too expensive. Akira took out his information terminal and sent an invoice to Yadagawa, who frowned when he saw the number. So, you want to stop now? Please don't worry. We can pay this much, no problem at all. But still, it seems that it didn't pose much challenge to you. I'll tell Tabata to take this more seriously, so please excuse me. Yadagawa lightly bowed and went back to the trailer. The moment Yadagawa entered the trailer, his smile vanished as he yelled, "Damn it! What the heck is with this result? Even if we lose, can we at least try not to be this pathetic?" Yadagawa was about to continue, but he stopped midway and flinched back when Tabata looked at him. Tabata had a grim expression plastered on his face as he said with a deep voice, "I know. I admit it was my mistake looking down on him, but this won't happen again next time." I see, I'll leave it to you then." The other technicians only smiled bitterly at Yadagawa's reaction. Some of them then continued with the usual reporting. "The system is done analyzing the data. We're ready to start again." "Let's start then." Starting the countdown. The countdown for the second mock battle started. The seconds left before the second mock battle started was shown on the main monitor. Tabata was looking at that countdown with a stern face. Yadagawa did the same anxiously with furrowed brows, while the rest of the technician team was waiting for the countdown with wry smiles. All of them were waiting for the countdown to reach 0 with their respective feelings shown on their faces. And so, the second battle started. Akira blazed through the training ground. His speed was abnormal, but he was able to decelerate and make clean, sharp turns. He was able to do all of these thanks to the power of his augmented suit. Every time he stepped off the ground to control his direction and sped up, a small force field was expanded under his feet, turning his footing into a hard surface. Then, with the help of the power output of the augmented suit, he was able to keep his balance while boosting the propelling power from his steps. That was also what he did when he made turns. The force field armor prevented him from slipping when he made sharp turns. With this, he was able to get firm footing even if he was running on muddy terrain. In reality, with a good enough augmented suit, he would be able to do that in the air as well. But his current augmented suit was not good enough to do it, although he could do the same on the walls of a building. Of course, this maneuver burned through the energy pack really quickly and increased the burden on Akira's body. So, in short, he would have to spend more money on his energy pack and medicine that he used to compensate for it. It was indeed, just as he said to Yadagawa, maneuvers that need money. But it was not for naught. Ario and the other children could not get a good aim at Akira, who was moving too quickly from behind the rubble. Although when the coordination system preemptively aimed at where Akira would be according to its prediction, it was still not fast enough to catch him. As a matter of fact, they were on the receiving end of the bullets that Akira shot from his SSB rifles. The surviving children grouped up and tried to use the rubble to form a defensive circle. Unfortunately for them, Akira quickly closed up on them and jumped right into the middle of the circle, and used the small opening created from the surprise to gun down the rest of the survivors. The second mock battle also ended with Akira's victory. Even in the third, fourth, and fifth battles, Akira won all of them. But with every mock battle, Ario and the other children were able to survive longer and longer. It showed that the learning system of the coordination system was working as intended. But even so, it was still not able to reach its main objective. Yadagawa was hanging his head low inside the trailer. "Tabata, if you're thinking of continuing, I'm sorry, but I'm stopping you here. Not only is the expense not small, we even have to pay for the bonus for winning the mock battle too. If you have no idea how to fix this, I'm stopping you here." Tabata frowned and seemed to be wrecking his brain hard. He then seemed to have decided on something as he changed the setting of the coordination support from his terminal. When another technician saw the new setting, he frowned and asked Tabata, "Tabata-san, isn't that cheating? Though we have different equipment than the opponent in the first place. It won't be strange to have at least this much if we consider this as a real fight. Moreover, the corresponding equipment is also planned to be sold as an optional item together with the main product. So there should be no problem. We'll also adjust the support pattern to suit the new setting, so get onto it." "All right." Seeing how Tabata was still working hard on his work, Yadagawa thought that it seemed there was still a chance to win. So he did not stop the sixth mock battle. But even so, it did not erase the worried look on his face. Right when the next round started, Ario was confused at the instruction shown by the system through their helmets. He followed that instruction to change the firing setting into grenades, aimed his rifle at a seemingly random direction, and pulled the trigger. But nothing happened even after he waited for some time. As he looked around, he noticed that the other children also showed the same reaction. While they were still questioning what exactly they did, the next instruction that seemed to be a more serious one came up. So they moved on to follow the instruction to surround Akira. They immediately noticed that the instruction was different compared to the ones they were receiving up until now. Akira immediately noticed that Ario and the other children were moving differently. He frowned a bit and quickly dove behind a wall before stopping right in front of a small gap in order to confirm his guess. The moment he stopped, he could see bullets coming flying straight at him through that small gap. Although they were nothing but virtual bullets, with the adjustment from Alpha, they looked like real bullets to Akira. He could even hear the sound of them flying and see the tracks that they left behind. Alpha did that in order to prevent him from getting too used to the setting used for the training. If he got too used to the bullet projection in that training, which had a lot of errors, it might cause him to make a mistake during a real battle when he had to be able to read the trajectories of the bullets with high precision. Moreover, due to the low precision of the hit recognition and bullet trajectory calculations of the system, Ario and the other children appeared to be stronger than they really were. Considering the rate of fire, range of fire, size of the ammo, and the other specifications of the rifles used by Ario and the other children were of high quality, expensive rifles. Akira followed the trajectories of those cylindrical bullets as they flew through the air. With this, he confirmed his guess. As I thought, they know where I am. Alpha smiled and gave some extra explanation. During the beginning of the training, they were moving as if they had pre-installed a small number of information-gathering devices around the area beforehand. My guess is that they changed the settings so that they can gather more information from those devices. They had small information-gathering devices scattered around the area beforehand to gather information during the test, but isn't that cheating if we assume that this is a real fight? Since you're not holding back your expenses, they are also not holding back on their expenses. If they use enough small information-gathering devices, it's not impossible to imitate this situation. Although it's not cheap, if that's enough to kill you, I'm sure they believe that would be worth the expense. Spending more money to defeat a strong opponent, it's completely normal, isn't it? That's true. So basically they're getting serious now after losing so many times, huh? It seems that it's going to be great training, aren't you glad? Can't agree more to that. Alpha was smiling teasingly at Akira, who replied with a light smile and a short remark. Chapter 206, Limit of Effort. Now that Ario and the other children knew Akira's location at all times, they did not need to search for him anymore. Instead, they started the round by immediately trying to surround him. They kept their distance from Akira and slowly closed in on him while blocking his way out. Akira stuck his back to a piece of rubble, taking cover from the incoming bullets. He sometimes peeked out and shot back in order to prevent the opponents from closing his escape routes. But that did not stop them from closing in the encirclement as their attack got more and more intense. The walls and the floors were already covered in bullet scorch marks from Alpha's improved augmented reality. He would get shot if he made even the slightest blunder. They just don't stop shooting. How many bullets do they have? They are also using extended magazines. And since you kept defeating them before they ran out of ammo, I bet the system stopped preserving ammo. It's better to empty their magazine first before dying. Strategy-wise, it is indeed a viable option for them to throw away the possibility to conserve their fighting strength for defeating you. So, basically, they're willing to sacrifice anything as long as it's enough to defeat me, huh? It seems that they evaluate me pretty highly. That's because you keep winning the mock battles. So I don't think they're mistaken though. Do your best so that they don't lower their evaluation of you. Roger that. Akira smiled and then frowned slightly. But still, in a real fight, this is the moment where I would use a camouflage. If Akira activated the camouflaging feature of his coat, Ario and the children would lose sight of him, or at least, it would make it hard for them to ascertain his position. But he decided not to do that. Well, it can't be helped. They're using the information from the small information-gathering devices they scattered around the area to collect the data for the test. If you use your camouflage and vanish from their radar, the mock battle would lose its main purpose. In order to prevent that from happening, Tabata also warned Akira beforehand not to use camouflage. It would be great if they adjust their system to handle that too. In case you lose, you can ask them to do that adjustment. But until then, just think of them as enemies that can detect you even if you use camouflage. I guess I'll just do that then. Right at the next moment, several people jumped above the wall behind Akira with the help of their augmented suit. But before they could aim at him while still in the air, he quickly aimed his SSB rifle above his head and released a barrage in their general direction. Almost at the same time, another one jumped out in front of Akira and ran at him. Before Akira could shift his aim from upward to forward, that boy was faster to aim at Akira and shot straight at him. Akira dove sideways to get away from the trajectories of those bullets. Unfortunately, someone else already released a few shots at the location where he was jumping to, so Akira forced himself to spring up to evade that too. Now that Akira was in the air and had no control over his posture any longer, he had turned into an easy target. But before anyone could shoot at him, Akira quickly shot them down using the rapid-fire capability of his SSB rifle. The moment Akira landed back, he immediately ran while suppressing fire by shooting without even looking. And just like that, he broke through the encirclement and opened some distance between him and his opponents. The first ones were decoys, huh? I guess that's one way to use people who already ran out of ammo. If it was a real fight, those decoys are dead, you know? So they're just throwing them away? Are they really okay with that? Akira frowned at that thought, but Alpha then replied with her usual smile. Considering that they can't win using the normal methods, that was a fully acceptable strategy to increase their chance of winning. That might be true, but still. You know, it's better than getting completely wiped out. Being able to make such a cruel but rational decision is one of the advantages of using that support system. Having to fight it is really troublesome, and having it on your side increases your survival chances. Moreover, it saves you from making difficult decisions as well. Akira understood Alpha's arguments, but that did not make him feel any better. After Akira broke the encirclement, Ario and the other children could not recover from it and shifted to more individualistic moves. Akira won the 7th and the 8th rounds as well. Since he now knew that his opponents were aware of his location at all times, he quickly approached them right after the round started and wiped them out before they could even surround him, thus winning the round. In the 9th round, the system finally decided that sacrificing the rest of the team was crucial to defeating Akira. From the start of the round, all of them came at Akira altogether aiming for a draw. The vanguards purposefully came out in clear view in order to bait him out from his hiding so the others could shoot at him. On top of that, they formed a single file on both sides to corner Akira while shooting at him. The backline used the vanguards as a shield and approached him as well. As the whole team came at him while disregarding their chance of survival, they were able to completely shut off Akira's escape route. Akira understood that he had nowhere to go this time, so instead he came charging right at them. In that intense exchange which would decide the winner and the loser, normally, luck would play a big role. But Akira refused to leave it up to luck. So he compressed his time perception as much as possible to confirm his surroundings and to decide the end result of that battle. Akira ran straight forward and released a barrage with his SSB rifles. He then slid through the gaps between his opponents, who received the hit signals and incoming bullets, as he spread his shot to his left and right, drilling through the hit notification that wrapped the area. Akira was already close enough to engage in a melee fight, but even so, Ario and the other children were still shooting at him as if they did not care about hitting their own. Akira gunned them one by one and jumped in between their blind spots to get away from their aims. From Akira's point of view, the world was running at a much slower pace. He could see the storm of bullets filling the area with the help of Alpha's support, which indiscriminately killed anything that it could find in its way. Inside that slow-moving world, A question came up in Akira's mind. For some reason, I feel like their hit notification is late, or does it look late from my point of view because of my time compression? In contrast to Akira, who was really desperate, Alpha was smiling like usual as she answered his question. Nope, you're indeed correct. That's just how durable the settings of the augmented suit are right now. I bet they assume that they have their force field armor running with maximum output power. Although it shortens the duration in which they can keep using that augmented suit, as long as they can defeat you under that duration, it should not be a problem. After all, the system is also allowed to make the decision to sacrifice the team in order to defeat its opponent. I see. Akira compressed his time perceptions so much to the point that he found himself moving in slow motion. He used the full power of his augmented suit to increase his aiming speed to its limit as he released shots in all directions. Although Akira felt like the exchange took long, in reality, it only happened for a few seconds. Akira shot Ario, who was the last standing survivor and won the 9th round as well. Tabata, who was looking at the monitor in his trailer, had his jaw dropped. Even this is not enough to win, huh? A technician gave a given-up smile and said, "What can I say? This guy goes past amazing and went straight to are you effing kidding me level. No wonder he was able to defeat a powered suit all by himself. Well, although, you can say that he can only do that because he was using expensive equipment and doesn't try to limit his expenses. Well, even though they have augmented suits with coordination support, his opponents are all just slum kids after all. So it's nothing strange, right? Just so you know that Akira was originally from the slums as well. He's an exception. Not to mention, he's also already doing pretty well as a hunter. So it doesn't matter where he originated from, right?" Well, that's true. Yudagawa did not expect Akira to be this strong. So instead of using him to advertise the company's product, Yudagawa started thinking of some other way to gain profit out of him. Although we ended up paying a lot of money to him for this test, I guess it is worth getting on his good side. After all, we are talking about having a connection with a hunter this strong. There's no way it would be useless. I was really worried when Tabata made that challenge, but result-wise, I guess everything is all right. Yudagawa shifted his gaze to Tabata. Tabata, as expected, I need you to stop here. Since we kept losing, if he wins the next fight, his bonus would be 1 million aurum, you know. I know that you're free to decide what to do with the given budget, but as expected I can't let you continue. This is the end, okay? Tabata looked at Yudagawa with a desperate face without saying anything. He then returned his gaze back to his terminal. Not yet, at least just one more time. I can understand your feelings of wanting to win at least one match, and I know that the last match was a close one. But I can't let you continue just because of that. If you keep thinking just a little bit more, we'll just keep piling up more losses. Tabata did not reply as he was busy on his terminal. Another technician noticed what Tabata was trying to do and frowned. Tabata-sen, this one is simply going too far, you know? There's not much difference between their posture and the posture of an adult. A small adjustment should be enough to compensate for the difference. That might be true, but still. I'll do the adjustment in the system. You guys work on readjusting the augmented suits. Just keep in mind that I tried to stop you, alright. The technicians are technically working under him, so it was difficult for them to stop Tabata. The most that they could do was remind him before leaving the trailer to recalibrate the augmented suits. Seeing that, Yudagawa stopped one of the technicians and asked him what Tabata was trying to do. When Yudagawa understood what was going on, he then asked with a troubled face, "Are you sure this will be alright?" "Of course not. That's why we tried to stop him. Although, I'm sure different people have different opinions whether you can call it trouble or not. After all, if we are talking about data analysis, information management, and the safety feature of an augmented suit, all of those are in the gray area. Will it get someone killed? Pretty sure it won't go that far, chance-wise. It should be not that different from a normal product testing. So looking from that point of view, it should be okay. I'm sure that's also why Tabata-san pushed through with this idea." Yudagawa still looked concerned. For now, try to prioritize safety as much as possible while still obeying Tabata's order. I'm sure he'll be satisfied after trying that once regardless of whether he wins or loses. If he tries to continue even after that, I'll tell the higher-ups to stop him. He's the one responsible here and it's kind of difficult to stop him at the moment. So let's just do what he wants for now. But I'll leave the rest to you afterwards, all right? Of course. So then, do you think we can win? I can't really say for sure. But it's better than continuing without doing anything differently. I guess that's basically the gist of it. Alright then, off I go. The technician left the trailer, leaving Tabata working alone inside. To be honest, Yadagawa also wanted him to win, that was why Yadagawa did not stop him. During the break, Ario and the other children were talking about Akira. We really can't even get a single win, huh? Or more like, we couldn't win even after going that far. Just how much had he been holding back all this time? You know, it might be that Akira-san probably cannot go full power unless he gets paid. Remember that time when he fought those maids? At first, he was losing but he got an easy win in the end, right? I heard that it was because he got paid as a request. Money. Well, he's a hunter, after all. I bet he's pretty sensitive about that subject. But then, when you think about it again, why was he helping Boss back then? Is it because he is going out with Boss? Maybe some kind of investment? Considering how much money that we're earning right now, it won't be strange if it was a form of investment, no. Oh, that does make sense, so it all comes down to money, huh? Now that they were reminded of how strong Akira really was, none of them had the thought of winning against him any longer. They had completely abandoned the idea of trying to win and just took it lightly as they talked to each other and laughed it off. But in contrast to the rest of them, Ario had a rather stern look on his face. He had not given up yet. He kept telling himself that if he gave up and relaxed now, he would lose even the smallest chance to win. He would end up throwing away the 1-in-a-million chance to win against Akira if it even existed in the first place. The technicians who came from the trailer called on to them. Everyone who will participate in the next round, come here for a bit, we need to do some small adjustments. The available augmented suits were not enough for every single child to join the mock battle at the same time. Furthermore, there was a limit on how many adjustments could be made to compensate for the differences in their builds. Thus, the technicians needed to make small adjustments every time there was a swap. Since they had decided beforehand who would participate in which round, the ones that would participate in the next round came to the technicians. Phew, that was tiring. I'll skip the next round. Ario, you should take a rest too. You've been participating in all the fights, haven't you? I'm fine, but I see, well, don't push yourself too hard. It would be pointless if you hurt yourself. It's not like we have expensive medicines like Akira-san, and the treatment from that clinic is basically experimenting with your body. I know, I'll be careful. In order not to allow his friends to get worried about him, Ario managed to let out a small smile. After the small adjustments, Ario and the other children felt that there was something strange with their augmented suit. So one of them asked the technicians, it feels like the augmented suit is moving weirdly, like it's much stiffer than before, but it's in the middle of testing after all. You might feel like that because of the new settings. Try to walk and move around until you get used to it. We'll try to readjust the feedback as well. If you still feel weird after that, I'm sorry, but you might want to get someone else to take your place instead. I see. All right then. They then started to move around as instructed to get used to the strange feeling. But some of them could not just get used to it and asked for replacements or to readjust their augmented suits. The technicians looked at them worriedly in the middle of that process. It took some time until everyone could move around normally. After that long break, the next round finally started. Right when the 10th round just started, Akira was about to come straight at them again when he realized that they were moving differently than before. So he decided to stop hunting them down and hid behind a rock instead. The rest of the team, except for Ario, formed a support file for Ario who was out in a rather open position. Unlike last time when the system did not differentiate the individual strength, this time, there was a clear stratum based on it. And just like last time, they knew Akira's location at all times. Although it surprised Akira, he still handled it calmly. Akira first aimed at Ario, which made one of them cover for him and disrupt the formation, Akira then used that small opening to shoot them down one by one. As a matter of fact, he did well in picking them out slowly, but even so, he somehow looked a bit troubled. Not really sure if they're stronger now. At the same time, it feels like they're somehow weaker too. Alpha quickly followed up. Which one exactly? Not sure. Though they do feel weird, that formation, unless they're stronger than their opponent, I feel like it'll only increase the number of corpses. I think they need better teamwork for the backline. Although, if they can do that properly, I'm sure that they'll be super hard to deal with. Indeed. It seems that the formation doesn't work well for them since they don't have the skill to support it. But in the end, this is still just a training. It's a good chance for them to test different formations. Well, you have a point there. I guess they changed their priority to testing new things since they kept losing. For now, let's just focus on defeating them. It would be meaningless if you lower your guard and get shot. Roger that. Akira pushed that to the back of his mind and focused back on the mock battle. After they reduced the number of his opponents to the point where it was difficult for them to provide support for Aereo, Akira decided that it might be time to go for the main pivot of that formation, Aereo. Akira jumped from behind the wreckage and aimed his rifle at Aereo, but before he could shoot, Aereo immediately shot back at him. Unfortunately, the bullets could not catch up with Akira, who was moving too quickly. Checkmate. The moment Akira thought so and was about to pull the trigger, he wavered as he saw Aereo carrying rifle with one hand and following his movements. Aereo was trying to aim at Akira after he evaded the first few shots, which caused Aereo's arm to rotate at a rather unnatural angle. Akira, by pure reflex, compressed his time perception to its limit and used the full power of his augmented suit to get away from the line of fire while shooting back at Aereo. Right at the next moment, a clearly painful scream echoed. Aereo was actually fully under the mercy of his augmented suit ever since the round started. It was because although his augmented suit was correcting his moves up until now, the level of accuracy of that correction was increased compared to before. From the way he walked, ran, to the way he shot and even to other finer moves, it was as if his body was forced to follow his augmented suit. The difference between the move that his body made and the move that his augmented suit made put his body under immense stress. He felt uncomfortable since it was not him controlling the augmented suit, it was more like the augmented suit was controlling his body. While at the same time, he was delighted that he was able to execute maneuvers that were impossible for him to execute originally. He thought that he might be able to reach Akira like that, so he endured the pain and continued the fight. It carried him to the point where he was able to almost get a shot on Akira. As he thought that it was the perfect chance to defeat Akira, Aereo focused his whole mind and body to gun Akira down. The gathered focus even caused him to see the world around him running at a slower pace. But when he saw Akira move quickly, he understood that he would not be able to hit Akira. When his focus was thrown into short disarray, he remembered the pain that he was ignoring till now, and that pain quickly spread through his body. Aereo screamed and dropped his gun. Seeing Aereo fall down to the ground grabbing his arm, the other children forgot about the mock battle and ran towards him. Aereo, are you okay? What just happened? It's not like he got shot with real bullets, right? What the heck is going on here? Seeing that, Akira understood that the mock battle was stopped there. So he immediately went to Aereo and told the other children who were still in panic. Get him off the augmented suit for now, but do it slowly. Aereo was not able to move due to the pain. So the other children were carefully removing his augmented suit off of him. Aereo's arm was swollen red and his shoulder was dislocated. Akira took out his medicine and shoved it into Aereo's mouth. It's medicine, swallow everything. And also, this is going to be a bit painful, so endure it. Akira only said so before he immediately grabbed Aereo's arm and forcefully fixed it. Aereo flailed around because of the pain, but Akira held him down with his augmented suit. The painkiller will work soon, just endure it until then. And also, even if the pain dies down, it doesn't mean that your arm is fixed. So don't move your arm until it's properly healed, otherwise, it'll only slow down the healing process. You got that? Aereo held back the pain assaulting him as he nodded multiple times. Akira was holding down Aereo's arm for some time, but only after Aereo's expression relaxed Did he let go? Even after the pain was reduced, Ario still had a stern look on his face. Not too long after that, Cheryl, Tabata and Yadagawa also came. Cheryl went to look for an explanation from Akira, Ario, Tabata and Yadagawa in turns. After a short time to digest the information, she then sent a sharp gaze towards Yadagawa and Tabata. Can you explain what happened? Yadagawa was flusteredly trying to look for the right words to explain the situation while Tabata was pulled back to reality after someone got injured and ruffled his head. Seeing that reaction, Cheryl understood that it was not something that was unexpected. It was something that was originally avoidable, but for some reason, they did not, or at least, they did not do their work properly to avoid it. Is it an accident? Cheryl stared at them with scornful eyes. Tabata and Yadagawa were still flustered, struggling to find the right words to say. That was when Akira interjected. Rather than an accident, I bet it happened because the support system properly assumed it as a real fight. Everyone there immediately focused on Akira, who just voiced his opinion. Some of the kids looked disturbed and one of them asked Akira a question. Wait, how does that connect to Ario getting hurt? Even though we're doing this assuming that this is a real fight, it's still just training, right? I bet the system is working just fine. The problem is that when the augmented suit tried to aim at me, the real body couldn't catch up with its movements and then that happened, dislocating his shoulder. The system that took the battle as a real fight was unable to win the fight even after sacrificing some of the team members. That might be why the system decided to allow bigger sacrifices for the latest battle. Not only did it ignore the bullets hit, it even ignored the capability of its user as well. For Akira, it was nothing weird for the system to go that far. It must be that the system had decided that it was acceptable to sacrifice an arm as long as you were able to defeat me. If it was a real fight, it was not a wrong decision. After all, an arm is a cheap sacrifice if it can save you. Hearing that, Ario and the other children looked completely troubled. Seeing that, Akira just smiled bitterly and continued. Well, there's no need to go that far for training. Although, you can also argue that there's a need to go that far exactly because it's training. After all, it's impossible for you to execute something in a real fight when you can't execute it during training. While on the other hand, it'll also defeat the purpose if you get injured during training and are unable to perform well when confronted with a real fight. Moreover, even when you get in a situation where you have to sacrifice your arm to survive, I'm sure you won't be able to make that decision that swiftly. So it's another advantage of using the support system. After all, that was a close call for me back there. Is that so? Yeah, I almost got shot after all. Ario and the other children started murmuring with conflicted faces. They always thought that it was impossible to win against Akira no matter how hard they tried. So those words which confirmed that was not true really shocked them. But at the same time, that also meant they would not be able to reach that point unless they went that far. It was true that the gap between them was getting closer, but that was because Akira came down from where he originally was. It felt like Akira was out of their reach even if they tried to extend their hand. Different people take real fights differently. So I bet it's just a misunderstanding between both of you regarding what it means to take training as if it was a real fight. After Akira said so, Ario and the other children looked at each other. Now that you mention it, they did say that the system will assume that it's a real fight. But still, is that what they meant when they said that? Something like our arms or legs might be in danger. No, as expected, that's going too far, right? It's their fault for setting up the system like that. I heard that this is a test run, so I bet it's because they're having trouble in that matter. That's why they're making us help with this test, right? As I thought, lending expensive augmented suits to us just for a safe test is too good to be true. Am I right? But Akira-san said that this is normal for hunters, you know? Hunters often fight against monsters in ruins, so I bet a number of them do this kind of thing. It's not right to treat us like common hunters, but this augmented suit is designed for hunters, huh? Cheryl listened to them before once again, glancing at Yadagawa. Meanwhile, Yadagawa, who had regained his composure, used this chance to get on what Akira just said. It is indeed as Akira-sama just said. But at the same time, we admit that it's caused by our inability to properly make the correct setting for the augmented suit, which ultimately caused this accident. We apologize for this and will do our best to fix this issue so that this will never happen again. Alright, I hope that you'll get this fixed. Cheryl had no plans to argue against Akira's opinion, just to corner Yadagawa. But she gave a smile saying that she would withdraw from this issue to respect Akira, and that would mean they owed her a favor. In order to shake off the bad mood, Yadagawa raised his voice. Unfortunately, someone got injured. In order to focus on fixing this problem, we'll end the training here for today. Akira-sama, thank you very much for helping out with the training today. We're really thankful for that. We'll invite you again for the next training, so please, by all means, join us for the next training as well. Well, sure, if I'm free. Cheryl-sama, although it has been proven that there's still some fatal problem regarding the product, we'll do our best to fix this. So we hope that we can still work together. Aryo-sama, we're really sorry for today's outcome. We'll give our best to adjust the system such that this would never happen again. So if you... I'm fine like this. Excuse me. Yadagawa did not expect that firm reply from Aryo when he was apologizing to him. Akira also did not expect such a reply at all. I'm fine like this. There's no need to change it. This happened because of a mistake in the setting and a misunderstanding between us, right? Then it's well under the domain of testing, so you'll properly pay for the treatment too, right? Well, of course we will do that, but... Then there's no need to change the setting. It's better for you like this since you can get better data, right? Yadagawa's business face changed to a troubled one. Well, it will indeed let us get better data, but... Are you sure? Yes. In that case, we'll readjust the system to your preference. Thanks. Everyone looked at Aryo with various expressions such as surprise, exasperation, admiration, and suspicion. Even under those gazes, Aryo renewed his resolve. If I can make that kind of move on my own, I'll get close to Akira. This is the perfect chance. Like hell I would let it go. The gap that separated them, as if Akira was standing on top of a building while the rest of them were crawling on the ground, felt like a hopeless gap for them. Even so, Aryo still had not given up yet. Compared to before, it did not matter how large the gap was, Aryo felt that gap was not unreachable. Aryo swore that he would become stronger as he clenched his fist. Chapter 207, A Luxurious Bath. After the mock battle, Cheryl invited Akira to visit the base. When Akira arrived there, he looked at the base in surprise. Well, what can I say? The base has really improved in the short time I haven't visited. Since Cheryl kept assimilating the other buildings around the base into it, it had grown considerably in terms of size. Cheryl smiled smugly beside Akira. It's also thanks to you that we can grow this big. I don't remember doing anything in particular though. That's not true at all. We've received enough favor just with you supporting us from behind. Of course, there are more things too. So yes, we're really blessed to have your help. Is that so? Well, it's fine if it's really so. Akira thought of Cheryl's words as nothing more than flattery. But Cheryl was only saying what she really felt. It was the truth. When someone built a house in the Eastern District, they would have to make it strong enough to endure monster attacks. Although the level of durability changed for different areas, they were normally relatively cheap buildings. It was all thanks to analyzing and imitating the old-world buildings. But even so, the buildings in the inner wall were still expensive. In contrast to that, the buildings down in the slum city were dirt cheap. Even if someone built a magnificent building inside the slum city, it would turn into a dilapidated ruin in no time due to the bad public order. Thanks to that, most of the price came from security. The only reason Cheryl's gang was able to rule over such a vast area was because of the support from Akira. No one would dare to cause a ruckus in the base that a hunter, who could even defeat a powered suit all by himself, was protecting. That information alone was enough to maintain the public order there. Inside the base, Katsuragi set up a branch of his shop as well as a warehouse. Viola also set up her office there. Both further helped to maintain the public order in that area. And if they went one step further, both only helped Cheryl's gang because of their connections to Akira. So in the end, it was all thanks to Akira. Akira thought that it must be because it had already been some time since he left Slum City. That must be why his knowledge about the Slum City was not as detailed as before. As such, he was not able to fully grasp just how much he had done for Cheryl's gang. Akira was guided to Cheryl's private chamber. He then sat on a chair with Cheryl sitting on the opposite side of the table, sipping the coffee served on the table while talking about all kinds of stuff with her. Compared to before, Cheryl's current room was way wider. It only had a small amount of furniture considering the size of it, but that room gave no feeling that it was located inside the slum city. As a matter of fact, it was a room that gave off a rather high-class feeling, as if it was cut off from a luxurious mansion and brought there. Cheryl had already changed from her wasteland outfit to something more casual. The translucent and comfortable-looking dress gave off a friendly feeling, while still giving off a graceful aura. The white coffee cup was decorated with a small accessory. Even an amateur could feel an air of luxury from it. The decorated spoon accompanying it was also obviously not the same as those common spoons. The way Cheryl picked up her cup, brought it to her mouth, slurped it, and placed it back in its place, gave off the feeling that she was born from a completely different social stratum. Akira felt that there was something strange in that room. He thought that Cheryl would climb up on him just like usual, but that did not seem to be the case at all. Although it felt better this way, it still threw him for a loop since he did not expect it at all. In a sense, it was one of the results of Cheryl's training. In order not to make any blunder during the feast, she was taking training to keep her graceful outlook. At first, she looked really unnatural. It was not easy at all, but thanks to her talent, she had gained that graceful aura. The topics of their conversation moved to the renovation of the base and the new equipment. Now that the base was bigger than ever before, it was easier for the gang members to get their own room. At the moment, those who had individual rooms were limited to the officers, while those who had low positions just slept here and there, mostly inside and used empty rooms. But even so, it was way safer than sleeping in an alley in the slum city. Thus there were many who wished to join the gang. Although the base itself has gotten bigger, most of the rooms are empty. We don't even use them as storage rooms. When we expanded the base, it's more to be safe in case we needed extra spaces rather than because we urgently required them. That's why, if you want, we can get you your own room. No, I don't need it. I see, that's unfortunate. Other than Cheryl, up until now, most of the gang members received the same treatment, but that was no longer true. Because of that, people started competing for positions with better treatments. Therefore, Cheryl had to watch over them and make sure that it would cause any problem. Not only did they get a relic supply route from Viola, they were also receiving relics from Inabe as well. Thus, Cheryl's relic shop was doing very well. At the moment, she even allowed people that Viola brought in to manage half of the shop, while she, herself, was handling the floor that showcased the expensive relics and came out to serve the customer, though only rarely. It might be weird for me to say this. Are you sure the people that Viola brought with her are safe? We did not find any problems so far. Not only do they help with the relic shop, they're also helping to teach the gang members how to read and write, and they even help with some administration work as well. So, it's true that they're helping us a lot. They said that they would take responsibility if anything bad happens. That's why I let them do their task. Moreover, it's true that we have an easier time on some occasions when we have some adults with us. After all, me included, we're all basically kids. I see, well, it's fine then if you say so. Although Akira did not give much thought to it, Cheryl actually hired Viola's men while already considering the potential trouble that it might bring. Due to the expansion of the gang, Cheryl was no longer able to manage the whole gang on her own. Although she needed more helping hands, unfortunately, no one in the gang had the ability to help her in that matter. After all, half of the gang members were only able to read and write just recently. She would need more time to train someone on how to manage the gang. At the moment, Cheryl was filling those holes with Viola's men. That not only caused her to rely on Viola's connection, it also made Viola's influence over the gang stronger. Although they were told to teach some of the officers to do their job, it seemed that it would still take some time until the officers could take over these jobs from them. But as the gang only grew faster and faster, Cheryl was not able to procure enough people to manage the gang and ended up relying on Viola's men even further. Cheryl did question if Viola deliberately pushed the gang to grow fast enough so that she would not be able to manage it any longer, and that she might be planning to take over the gang after that. But Cheryl told herself if that was really the case, then she would use that for her own profit instead and get the growing gang fully under her control. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. By the way, about the gang, among all the new facilities that we have now, everyone seems to really like the new bath. Ever since we have gotten more members, they often caused a long waiting line to use the bath, so we made it bigger. The base at the moment had 3 separate baths. One for the boys, one for the girls, and one reserved only for officers. Some of the individual rooms also had a small bath. Akira found something that bothered him when he heard that. Bath for officers? Do they even need it? Don't they have their own bath in their own individual rooms? Not all of them have their own bath. Furthermore, those baths are pretty small as well. With the bath for officers being something special. What do you mean by that? Is it like it's so big? No, it's hard to explain, but I'm sure you'll understand it if you try it. Cheryl noticed that Akira was interested, so she then smiled invitingly at him and said, "How about you try taking a dip?" Akira thought for a bit but eventually lost to his curiosity. The base color of the officer bath was white. It was in order to give a more spacious and clean impression. The bath itself was large enough to allow several people to extend their legs altogether. Despite the decorations being far from elaborate, all of them gave a luxurious feeling. But Akira did not find any of that amazing. He seemed a bit disappointed as he proceeded to clean his body before dipping himself in the warm bath. But he immediately noticed something. Wait, there's something different. I can feel it, but I can't really explain it. Cheryl, who went in normally as if she was already used to it, then explained to him. We're using high-quality water and the filter is on all the time to maintain its quality. Even if someone makes a mistake and gets the soap into the water, the filtration would quickly take care of that as well. That's basically all there is to it. That's why I can't really explain it with words. But once you experience it, you immediately notice that there's something special, isn't it? Yes, it is. I see. Akira scooped up a handful of water and looked at it with interest. Seeing him like this, Cheryl's face turned red for a bit, and it was not because of the warm water. Seeing his well-built body was too much to handle for the current Cheryl. As Cheryl unconsciously stared at his body, Akira of course noticed it. Something wrong? It's nothing. I just thought that if you find it that good, you can come here every day to use it, you know? Well, as expected, that would be impossible. Cheryl noticed Akira waver a little, so she then made another proposition. I heard that it's good for your health and helps you recover from fatigue. Being a hunter is a very tiring job, so even if you can't come every day, you can just visit to take a dip on your way back after you are done with your hunter job. I'm sure it'll be beneficial for you. After all, although it's a bath reserved only for officers, I'm thinking of letting others use it after a tiring day just like today's training. Akira wavered even more. In that case, I should get one back in my home. We could get one here because of the size of the base, otherwise I think it's difficult to get one for a normal house. You might be able to get a smaller one, but that might not work as effectively as this bath. Likewise, if you want to get the same level of effect for a smaller bath, it might cost way more money. Akira started to seriously consider it, but suddenly, one of the walls turned bright and it was connected to a call from one of the gang members. In order to allow officers to give commands from the bath, one of the walls was equipped with an information terminal. Boss, Viola said that she wants to meet you. Cheryl pouted and said, I'm in the bath right now. If it's nothing important, tell her to keep it for later. Cheryl quickly closed the call after she said that, but it did not take long for another call to come in. Boss, she said that it's important and she's heading there now. But Akira is also here, you know? Tell her that and stop her. She's already left and is heading there. After that, Viola and Carol came in wearing the outfit suitable for taking bath. Akira was a bit surprised and Cheryl obviously looked displeased. Viola then smiled at Cheryl and Carol at Akira. Cheryl, who was not happy that her quality time with Akira was interrupted, could not hide her sullen expression as she sent a sharp stare at Viola, who was taking a dip in front of her. So then what is it? You went to take a look at the coordination support augmented suit today, right? I'm here to ask you about it. Is it really that important? It is. Although, do excuse me for omitting the reason why it is important. It might take a few days of explanations to fully explain why it is important, you see. If you still want to know, I can tell you some other day. I'm doing my best here to bring more profits for the gang, you know? So it would be great if you can help me out. But then again, it's not like I can force you to. Viola was smiling confidently, but that amused smile was giving a rather ominous aura. If she brought up profits for the gang, Cheryl could not refuse. So Cheryl just sighed and told Viola what she wanted to know. While on the other side, Akira looked exasperatedly at Carol. Normally people won't just waltz in like that, you know. Cheryl is here too, so it's fine, isn't it? Moreover, it's not like we showed you anything unsightly. Although it was for different purposes, Viola and Carol were using their bodies for their goals. For Viola, it was about smoothing the negotiation, while for Carol, it was for the sake of pulling in the opposite sex. Hence, both of them had a relatively good style that did not give any sense of discomfort. But Akira did not show any interest in their naked bodies as he lightly sighed and completely lost interest in them. Seeing that, Carol smiled bitterly while also looking rather amused. Geez, you're really cold. I have no wish to get friendly with the people who interrupt my bath time. We're not interrupting though. As a matter of fact, I can help you wash your body, you know? After all, people usually miss some spots when they just do it haphazardly. It will be a good massage as well, you know. No thanks, just don't interrupt me. Akira only said so and returned his attention to the warm water. The new sensation coming from the bath gradually made his expression relax. You seem to be really enjoying it. Do you like it that much? Yep, it feels different than the bath back home. I see. Although you look like you're earning well, it seems that you've only been using a cheap bath, huh? Akira shifted his gaze back to Carol and slightly tilted his head. Yeah, sorry about that. So what kind of bath do you have? Me? Let's see. Carol started talking about the bathing equipment she was using in her house. It was a rather big bath for one person. Just like the water used in the gang space, it was also using high-quality water. In order to help her dry herself after the bath, there was also a wind-drying device. She told him about all kinds of equipment the bath in her house used. The water was not only good quality water, but it was also adjusted for Carol's enhanced body. The nanomachine for the maintenance and healing was mixed into the water. Even though the water was not clear, it had an obvious noticeable effect on health and beauty. Akira was surprised to hear her explanation. You mix medicines too? That's definitely not going to be cheap. Well, I can't deny it. But it's well under my budget. The main asset for a hunter is his or her body. Even you are extremely invested in rifles and augmented suits, right? It's the same as that. The body is the main asset that can't be replaced. So, I don't see anything strange with spending money to keep it in tip-top shape at all times. Well, although, it's true that it's also for my side job as well, so I'm using more expensive stuff than a normal hunter would usually use. This body actually takes more money than you imagine to maintain, you know? Carol smiled proudly and pointed at her own body. Akira was baited by that finger and looked at her body, and he ended up staring at her for a few seconds. But even so, he did not show even the slightest sign of interest at all. His stare was much closer to a stare that he would give for high-quality and expensive rifle or augmented suit. Carol, of course, noticed that and sighed. I wonder if I should take the initiative and pay him instead. I have a feeling that he would refuse that as well though. He's really earnest when it comes to requests. Maybe I can use that instead? Seeing Akira show almost no interest, she might have no other choice but to take a more active approach to capture him. As she was busy thinking about how she would do that, Akira's focus already returned back to the warm bath as he started questioning if the bath in his house was really that cheap. After finishing their business, Carol and Viola left the bath. Akira did think of enjoying the bath for a little bit longer, but for some reason he was not into that idea and left not too long after Viola and Carol left. Seeing him leave, Cheryl disappointedly followed suit. After the training, Tabata and his men took a short rest in the hall of the gang's base. At the moment, the gang had allocated that hall for Tabata and his men's use as their workspace. The inside of the room was filled with all kinds of equipment. Everyone there was busy communicating and working on their respective task. They were testing the coordination support system in the slum city as a security system for the base. This way, amateurs who could not even write or read were able to actively contribute in securing the base. It was a test to check the performance of the support system, how far it could turn them into a functional defensive squad. As Tabata was still lamenting what had happened back in the wasteland, a colleague in the same position as him came to him. "Well, I heard it didn't go that well, but you can't afford to stay down like this. Isn't this a normal thing since it's a test? Although, you need to properly reflect on how emotional you got back there." Tabata lightly sighed and frowned. "I really have no words to refute you, but if I may make an excuse. Are you going to say that it's because the opponent was way too strong? I heard that he's a strong hunter, but you can't use that as an excuse, you know." "That's not it. I know that I can't use that as an excuse. The one thing that troubles me the most was that we were too confident. According to the past results, it should be able to defeat him. That was why I was so confident." "The past result, huh? But isn't this the first test with that augmented suit?" "That's true for the augmented suit. But we've done other tests too for the system. We did lend them to Drankum too. And unlike that time, this was a stable version, not an experimental one. It was a test including various equipment with Drankum. The result from back then was really positive." Tabata started getting excited again, but then he looked troubled. The performance was way better compared to the products from other companies. When they started using our system, that young ace hunter from Drankum who had not been doing well lately recovered from his slump. They even thanked us afterwards. It also left an extremely positive track record from when we used it during the incident in Kuzuhara Ruin. One of the reviews said that they worked together as a team better than ever before. Analysis from the logs also confirmed their claim. The results were all great. But the result from the latest test completely changed everything. It made all the past results look like an illusion. Tabata drooped. Seeing Tabata like this, his friend could not help but smile wryly and tried to cheer him up. "Well, although they are more or less the same age, you can't really compare a rising star and the main hunter that Drankum is pushing with a bunch of children from the slum city. It's true that the main goal of our product is to make the gap as small as possible, but there's a limit on how far it can go. Cheer up. We obtained a good set of data, and although I don't know the exact story, the guy who got his arm broken also said that he would still help out with the test, right? It's not all that bad. We just need to continue slowly and carefully." Tabata regained some of his composure thanks to it. "That you're right. I guess I got too excited after getting a good result from our test runs with Drankum. I should forget about that result and check the system one more time. I have to add the adjustment from the data when that incident occurred." "Yep, you should do that. But still, well, I didn't expect you to use someone else's setting for the augmented suit. You do know well that it's a taboo to do that, right? A lot of accidents happened because of that in the past, so make sure to be careful about it. I thought that it would work since their builds were not that different, you know. But well, yeah, I'll be more careful." The biggest reason why Ario got injured was because the augmented suit was set using someone else's data, so it tried to execute something that Ario could not do. Right after they finished talking about it, Carol and Viola approached them. "Good afternoon. There are a few things that I want to ask about the augmented suit. Is it okay?" As usual, Viola was smiling amusedly. After Akira returned back home, he decided to get in the bath for some reason. But this time, he felt that something was lacking. He then frowned and mumbled, "This is no longer good enough for me, huh?" Alpha lightly smiled. "I don't think it's a bad thing, you know." "Well, even if you say so." It was not like he could visit Cheryl's base every day to take a dip there. While on the other hand, he did not want to upgrade the bath in his house just to be disappointed later. but getting guaranteed good bathing equipment might cost him a lot of money. It was very rare for Akira to be troubled about something that had nothing to do with being a hunter or Alpha's request. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.